you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. River currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
semua. Selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baharu, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan sepihan bot untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan
terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat, patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30, just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, Sarah VE and Playas. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia hari kedua minggu pertama. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Tapi sebelum kita mulakan match hari ini, sempena semangat Malaysia Day, marilah kita sama-sama berdiri dan menyanyikan lagu Negaraku untuk juga semangat perpaduan kita sebagai rakyat Malaysia. Everybody please rise. Terima kasih semua, sila duduk. Thank you very much. Alright, so before kita mulakan perlawanan hari ini, kita recap sikit je pasal hari pertama semalam. And of course, kita mulakan kita punya musim ke-16 dengan kemenangan daripada Monster Vicious. 2-0 clean sweep atas tim Vamos. And of course, Untitled pula membuktikan mereka bukan lagi pasukan yang nothing to lose. Berjaya membuka tirai regular season dorang and of course breaking their own history with a clean sweep sepanjang regular season. And SRG seperti biasa menunjukkan kestabilan mereka. Walaupun Homeboys berjaya mendapatkan satu mata, kedudukan mereka tetap kukuh. And of course hari ini, mari kita tengok jadual untuk hari ini. Match pembukaan Todak menentang Team Ray. Untuk Team Ray, jom kembali selepas kali terakhir beraksi di musim ke-11. Question is, apa lagi yang mau dibuktikannya kali ini? Bagi Todak, Zaid, bekas Rookie of the Season musim ke-9, kini memburu milestone baru untuk mengubah legasinya. Kedua-dua pasukan kini berada di persimpangan. Adakah masa mereka akan diperbarui atau sekadar berlalu pergi? Untuk match kedua CG Esports menentang Games My Kelantan, CG Esports tampil dengan barisan veteran Chiku Valence Gary, legenda yang pernah mencorak era lalu, kini bersatu semula dengan nama baru. Sebaliknya, GMXK membawa kisah akar umbi, bertumpu pada Mat Dins, pemain yang menghidupkan semula karirnya daripada MAL Challenger kembali ke pentas MPL. Inilah pertempuran antara veteran yang memburu legasi seterusnya menentang underdog yang mengejar peluang pertama mereka untuk last match of the day, iaitu highlight match, which is Vamos going up against Homeboys. Perlawanan klasik yang penuh dendam. Musim lalu, Homeboys menutup larian Vamos dengan kemenangan 2-0 yang sangat-sangat convincing. Musim ini, Vamos kembali dengan misi redemption. Malah melangkah ke era villain bersama dengan Gorgeous. The question is, cukupkah senjata baru ini untuk ubah skrip? Bagi Homeboys, inilah pentas untuk buktikan dominasi mereka, bukan sekadar nasib. And of course, kepada semua audience kita dekat rumah, kita pun ada code for you guys. Ini adalah kod, ini gaya kita, gaya juara, gaya Malaysia. So, macam mana nak redeem kod yang korang boleh nampak dekat lower third ni? Korang buka je ML and isikan redemption code dalam MLBB anda. First come, first serve, so fastest fingers first. Rosa tak sabar untuk mulakan hari kedua minggu pertama. And with that, let us show it to the casters.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Once again, the first week is about to come to an end. And of course, we've got 3 best of 3s to play. My name is Getting Cute. This is Husky. You're watching the MPL MY Season 16's English broadcast. And of course, with today's games also comes a lot of new faces that we were hoping to see within the week itself. Some we have seen before, others could be just as exciting. More potential left on the table.
100%. We see returns of veteran players, we see new faces, but that's not going to be our opening. Our opening is the redemption arc of 2 teams who failed to qualify for playoffs in Season 15, finishing respectively in 7th and 8th spot, and that's Todak and Team Ray.
Yeah, unfortunately, as much as they didn't get as far as they wanted to, redemption is going to be key here. And how do they do it? They first started off by changing up their roster, which again, I do feel like here in MPL MY, the fact that there's so many roster changes to begin with, not to mention that there is going to be an eventual transfer window amongst all MPL regions, but even so, it scares me to think that nobody's willing to sit down, hunker down, and invest in these boys and girls.
And that's a sentiment that we've shared across multiple seasons, right? Not just in MPL MY, we also talked about that regarding RRQ Hoshi from Indonesia after their M5, M6 run as well. But I think for a team like Team Ray, the story is slightly different because we noticed that across the past 2 seasons, they've hit a plateau and some changes needed to be made, and indeed they went for a drastic shuffle.
This is a crazy shuffle for me. The fact that they got Joam back into the gold lane, Nova X Kobar stolen from MV, ZaqT from JP Niners. They've also introduced Dusk, and of course they still have Dirt. Even so, I am shocked the fact that they were able to get Joam over after his incredible season during Season 11 with Lunatics, now coming back to MPL MY under Team Ray.
Yeah, I personally didn't expect Joam to come back. I thought he would never come back to MPL MY in any capacity. But I'm happy to also see Dust, right, another MAL player, Tier 2 now promoted to Tier 1, going up against a Tier 1 roster in the form of Toda. We got Lo Liao now joining the Swordfishers. We got Dreams, Zaim Senpoi, Zayed remains, and also Fawn Deer. So Indonesian imports a new batch of them, in fact.
And again, I think it's pretty crazy, but it makes the most sense for Todak because again, they've been looking to change their lineup up to have some super class players in their own individual role. Synergy has been a big question mark whether or not they're going to be playing as 5 or do they have some set strategies. Zayed, of course, we're excited for. Zaim Senpoi, an absolute staple. Same goes for Lolios, but the introduction to the Alter Ego and Alter Ego X players introduced into Todak, I find that quite a bold move.
It is a bold move considering that last season they also brought in imports from Indonesia. who were from Alter Ego, and that didn't work out well. So I think there are some parallels drawn between these teams, right? Team Ray, they've been really trying to break into top 6, hasn't happened yet. But for Todak, they suffered a devastating blow last season.
Kenapa?
Tak boleh pause sebarangan. Tapi aku cakap lah, kita memang pause tak sebarangan pun. Mesti ada sebab, betul tak?
Paling pos nak berak Avin kan.
Oi.
Vin, kalau
Kalau Ustaz aku tak sure.
Alamak, cuba kau tanya.
Ustaz tak nampak tu.
Ya
Ghost Touch dia
Nama
macam
pun Ghost kan?
Ghost Touch sebab kita buat benda
Ghost memang
pelik-pelik.
tak nampak tu.
Alamak. Aku rasa
Kecuali hijab kau terbuka.
kena ada kamera belakang lah yang menunjukkan Ghost Touch.
Semangat.
Oh, salah kill.
Lu sering emote gak, Matt?
Enggak.
Energy. Kan sering?
Emote?
Ya.
Enggak terlalu sering.
Lu, Matt? Enggak ya? Kalau di Todak harus biasain sih.
Enggak mau gua. Come catch me, bro. Haha. Whoa.
And that was our mic check ping test. These players have already set up their devices up on our stage here. Once again, thank you to Infinix for sponsoring the devices because, again, they're going to be giving the greatest and the best for our players up on this stage, especially for such an important best of 3. Remember, this is the first take for a lot of these teams on their first impressions to the, well, I don't want to say international stage, but I mean, we've kind of made it there like more often than we probably would have liked, but I'm just saying, it's important to create a good first impression.
Yeah, especially when you look at the current meta, right? Everything is mechanically intensive. You know, the junglers, we have XP laners, the playmakers are back, so we gotta make sure that they're in the optimal condition to play. And for these two teams, again, it's the revamped roster on a mission to play out, finishing 7th for Todak, 8th for Team Ray last season. Because Todak went through a very devastating downturn. Now this revamp is going to mean a lot to this team.
I mean, there are bigger expectations for Todak this time around, mainly because I think people have been hypercritical about the way that they've been kind of running, I wouldn't say running the team, but the sentiment of having so many A, B, C squads and not really investment into one team to play the maximum amount of scrims possible. I think with this lineup, they might have a chance here, but we still need to see whether the synergy is there.
Yeah, and it also comes down to whether they go back to the more classic blueprint of having a full lineup and just scrimming with that lineup, right? Instead of having both teams screaming against each other, taking the result and determining who goes into the main 5. And that has been a great criticism. I mean, Todak, they lost majority of the support staff. This is a completely new roster and with a new backbone. If they can give us a good match against Team Ray, I think faith will be restored. But I think you can say the same for Team Ray, who has gone through quite the past 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And the plateau is very obvious, and you know that there's really no way for them to improve in that time frame.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's about that glass ceiling that they keep on hitting every single time. Like you mentioned, it's like the plateau. It can be very difficult. With that being said, though, it looks like it's time to start these games. Let's get both of these teams right here, right now. Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Thank you for your hard work. This is for Rez, May, Nuna, and Izan. After 2 seasons stuck in 8th place, they return enhanced with revamped local lineups plus 2 Filipino imports. Will they sting their rivals with domination, or do they still need time for preparation? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Ray! Out with the old, in with the new. Todak also have major revamps in their lineup and coaching staff. Ken Said repeat his Season 9 prime performance. Has Lolios finally found the right team? Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Todak!
Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, alongside with the coaching staffs of both teams, the masterminds behind every game. For Team Ray, we have CJ as head coach and Sinhan as tactical coach, Todak, NFR head coach, and DevCop as analyst. Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between both teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. Ini Gaya Kita. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. It's time to get the first best of 3 rolling. Team Ray against Todak.
With that last bit of physical contact before they head in to the virtual realm to battle it out into the land of Dawn. First pick will go over to Todak. Now this is going to be interesting because first of all, Todak walking out of the stage, Pledge of Allegiance for some reason, and it looks like they're coming in extra confident if they already are syncing up in the team walkouts.
It's the pledge for the Patriots too, who have been behind our back through thick and thin. And getting first pick is also very important in this current meta. We have so many powerful heroes that you want to go for. The jungler, for example, XP lane is now a huge contention. If you get counter pick, you essentially just lose one side of the map. And knowing Todak, that likes to go head on, fast and hard, first pick sounds great.
So we asked from Joam, and we wanted to get a quote for him. He said, I came back to MPL MY because I want to stop SRG. They've been dominating too much. After sacrificing a lot for myself, I want to keep playing until I achieve my dream, which is to become the finals MVP at an international tournament like MSC or an M Series.
There is some progression there, right? You start with the local league, you take down the best team, and then you go on to the world stage. And I know a lot of pundits out there will screenshot this frame and be like, yeah, dream on. But hey, Joam, his first season and his only season with us has already proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with. I personally share the same sentiment as Simon, with your boy Simon. I want a team to take down SRG.
Absolutely. There needs to be some strong competition for our league to get stronger in general. And I think Joam is a great addition to do so. The last time we saw him was in Season 11, and under the banner of Lunatics, he's almost single-handedly carried the entire team to a playoff run that almost got them into the semifinals.
Yeah, and that itself is quite a legacy that he has left locally, and I think across these few seasons, people have always been speculating whether Joam will return to the scene. Now your wish has been granted for sure, and when we look at his track record, even in MPLPH Season 15, he's played what, total of 33 games? More than half of it on Granger, which is still a meta hero.
Now we also got a player quote from Loliels. He said, I'll train harder and make sure I stay consistent this season. All right. That's one way of putting it. I wanted to prove to everyone out there that even though I was eliminated from MPL before, I still deserve to fight in the MPL. I hope this season will be my best one yet. Big words coming in from Loliels here, especially after the years we've seen him play.
Yeah, like 2020, last 2 seasons were arguably the low points of Loliels' career, right? Getting relegated with JP Niners in 9th spot. But then you look back at the accolades, the grand scheme of things, he's a SEA Game champion. He has won big tournaments before. We know how good it is, as much as we joke around that he's the coin flip every now and then. But you need someone to clutch against someone like Joam. Loliels your guy.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way, right? Because I feel overall, Joam just seems to be the more stable laner. In laning phase, in team fights as well. Even in his time during with Smart Omega when he decided to return, watching his career from the sidelines in MPLPH, he was still doing good work. So, coming back into MPL MY, now that Joam has a little bit of a support system around him, not to mention that a majority of the players coming in from Ray actually do speak in English, so communication barriers are going to be a little lubricated, as some may say.
Yeah, for sure. I think that also is going to help them in the jungle matchup as well. You know, Zayed looking for the Season 9 Prime against the Dust, right? Very unproven player up to this point. On that big stage, your first ever match, you're facing up against someone who has been doing this for a very, very long time. And then questions are going to be asked, how is Dust going to fare against Zayed? Because we've seen Zayed play their previous jungler, and there was a gap there. Zayed is clearly the better player, and I think this, in a meta where Zayed feels very comfortable in, Dust needs to be the focal point too.
You know, speaking of the meta, let's jump into the drafting phase. Remember, Todak is going to be on blue side, first pick, facing up against Team Ray on second pick. And straight away, we're already seeing priority bans being taken off here. First off, CC has been a large problem in the EXP lane instantly. Same goes for Kalia, but from the side of CJ, he's decided, you know what? Fanny is a problem, Lancelot as a problem.
Yeah, we've seen some teams let the Yi Xunshin go. Like yesterday, we saw Homeboys do that against SRG OG. And I wonder if Team Ray would take the same gamble, right? Even when Aero played their matches yesterday, Hazel got a 5-hero ban put on him. They really want to have that embargo on star junglers. And if that's the approach from Team Ray, I wholeheartedly welcome it, right? See what happens when you give Dust an advantage in the draft.
Yeah, let's see how much of an advantage he's really going to get here, because so far, based on what I'm seeing from Todak's side, a lot of picks, again, one priority picks, one flex pick in that Arlet, but getting rid of the Kalia just makes a lot of sense. It feels like Todak wants to set up for a potential assassin, if not allowing Yi Xunshin to play the game. But let's find out whether Team Ray is going to allow that to happen in the first place, right? They can ban out Yi Xunshin here. That'd be 3 jungle bans dedicated to just Zayed if necessary.
That's going to unlock something like a higher boost kind of down the road. So they are willing to let that Yi Xunshin go. They ban the Tusin, which also is a hero that Todak would instantly snatch, right? We got Zion Senpoi, the pillar of the squad, Zushin, Fasa, you name it. Yeef is now back in the meta as well. Todak has plenty of options to leave that later. Let's see that first pick. If it's an Yi Xunshin, then I think Todak's direction is going to be a lot clearer this game.
Yeah, Ooh. Actually, now that I think about it, how often do we get to see Zayed play the Yi Xunshin to begin with, right? They're going to get the Wan this time around. Zayed is more of an assassin main just in general. We don't see him on those marksman style of junglers at all for the most part. Now we see the Lapu Lapu get locked in, a pretty free pick for the side of Team Ray, very flexible in what it needs to do. But based on what we saw yesterday, a lot of people were speculating that, hey, Gold Lane is a bit of an interesting pick, especially when you have Yi Xunshin in play. I feel like both sides are like, okay, Yi Xunshin is that bait, so let's go for things that jump right on top of him fast, is able to keep that distance and scale into the late game. Barca, Lapu Lapu, final lock-ins for TR.
Yeah, we take away one of Zion Senpoi's staple pick, but we also saw SRG OG kind of flex that Lapu Lapu into the goal lane for Innocent. They revealed it early, they kind of misdirect Homeboys, and then they were like, hey, Esmeralda XP lane. If this is one of the playbooks, one of the chapters that Team Ray took away from yesterday's series, SRG OG, I think it could be something that they could pull off, because Team Ray, even with the previous roster, under the guidance of Sinhan at least, who still remains in the coaching staff, have shown some pretty wacky playstyle.
Yeah. Talking about wacky here, I feel like Team Ray, right now, CJ is looking to try and stop Zion Senpoi, right? Because let's think about it, right? We see the Phoveus, we also see the Baxia for the side of Todak. I think this is an okay adaptation, but I feel like Team Ray always seems to have priority in terms of what their jungler is going to be. Almost no matter what, right? Because if Todak reveal any of those laners early on, that's when Team Ray can actually look to turn this around. Now, without the Kimmy from the side of Zayed Senpoi, the Lapu Lapu as well as the Farsa is just going to be a huge deterrent to say, we don't even need to ban it. You play it, we can still punish you.
Even when we look back at Team Ray last season, one of the patterns that we always notice is that Trap's pick gets shafted until the very end, right? And we always say that he gets dealt worst card. He's not able to do much with what Team Ray has given them. And that's why I think having Joam on Team Ray makes it a lot more manageable, right? Even if you push his pick into the 4th and 5th, he can still kind of hold his own. But in this case, I think taking the Moscow makes a lot of sense.
Well, they're playing the Moskov into the Phoveus, which is already a little annoying, I'm not going to lie, but into the Baxia on top of that, it does mean that this Moskov really has to scale. It needs to get that DHS as early as possible before even participating in any of those fights. We're probably not going to see Joam go for any big plays just yet, especially around the first turtle, but Chip finally getting banned out in that second phase, and now they're trying to be a little flexible about things. They're avoiding the mid lane. Akai gets banned out for the side of Todak. I feel like TR was setting up to play a tank jungler to begin with, and I feel like Todak has caught on.
Yeah, something like, I mean, Fredrin is the only one left in the pool now that Akai and Baxia are removed from the equation. If they want to continue down the support ban route, it could be the Gator, right? You force kind of a Fredrin Baxia matchup in the jungle, because with the Phoveus pick, the only other route you can flex the Baxia is Roam, and even then, it's not as popular as it was compared to last season.
I think I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that. For now, I'm curious to see what jungler is going to come out from the side of Team Ray, right? Because it doesn't feel very good to play an assassin into the Baxia. It feels even worse when you have to play the Fredrin into the Baxia, so your early game pressure is completely gone, and you just have to raw scale, so you're really dependent on your laners. Valentina, interesting. Really taking out the flex picks coming on from the side of Zion Senpoi.
Honestly, I was thinking either Valentina or like a Luo Yi, right?
Yeah.
To maybe Yves, but I think if they have the Lapu and Farsa, they probably are less worried about the Yves and more of something like a Valentina that could add to the team fight power of Todak, which they already have. I think this mid-game spike, which favors the 1-1 a lot, especially if L'Oreal gets a good early game, is already scary enough for Team Ray to deal with.
Well, let's see how scary it's going to get, right? Because Todak has this final ban, and they could double down on just getting rid of junglers, tank-style junglers, or even assassin styles if they're worried about L'Oreal's getting attacked very early on. But even then, the Hayabusa, really good call coming in from Todak.
As much as Hayabusa is already in an unfavorable matchup, now they really push the buttons of Team Ray. You go Fredrin. What else is there in the jungle for Assassin? I mean, unless you go Benedetta, right? But only Aimao does that.
Yeah.
So, Fredrin for Dusk.
Okay, Fredrin, not exactly the most ideal, but it works with the rest of the synergy of the team composition. They need somebody who's able to not only peel, but at least hold people still, an anchor for the team until Farsa is in place, and then they can start to go for the reinitiation. Either way, they still have a bit of a tough matchup here, right? Because it's a skill matchup when it comes down to the 1-1 versus the Moskov. Most of the times, especially with top-tier players, it just becomes a nothing lane. Both sides don't really want to trade against each other unless we have Inspire coming in from the Moskov. Then maybe, but who's to say? Who's to say?
If L'Oreal was playing Moskov, I would lean into that 100%.
All right.
If you need a risk taker, he's the guy.
He is that guy. All right. Last 2 picks here for the side of Todak to finish off their composition for game number 1 of this best of 3. They go for the Selena alongside with the Khalid. Interesting options.
But it does, again, amplify the early impression that they can provide, right? Khalid, Baxia, Selena, high mobility. But these early gang squad, you not only can threaten the Moskov, Farsa is not going to have a good time if you hit the Lapu lane with Dreams already holding, with Fondia holding it down with the Phobius. I can see Todak speed up the game before Team Ray gets into a comfortable spot.
They need something with some heavy peel, like really, really heavy peel, because Khalid and Selena is going to make this Farsa's life really difficult, attacking in multiple angles, and there's no real way to actually stop the Raging Sandstorm anyways, right? And this is even before we talk about Baxia getting in the mix.
Man, I want to say Gatot, but this is a Baxia on the enemy team. Badang, Gatot, Kaja. That's one way to deal with a dive.
I'm all down for it. I'm all down for it. They needed something that can at least contest for the wave clear in the mid lane and not exactly take too much damage back, assuming that they don't get hit by the Abyssal Arrow, right? But I think that Khalid is going to be a bit of a non-factor unless Nova X Kobar really drops the ball. Mid-prio is going to be pretty important here as they'll be able to rotate across the lanes, jungler matchups. I think that's where Todak is going to really use that mid-prio to go for these bigger invades, to use that early pressure to generate a lead.
I agree. And I think a lot of that attention is going to be put into the Lapu lane, right? If I can get the Phobius ahead, I unlock that XP lane, and I give myself a way better chance of contesting that early to mid.
Yeah, speaking about unlocking, right? We still have to worry about the EXP, who again, in the current metagame, they need to make big plays. And from the looks of it, as long as we don't see a general lead from either side, then they got to play the 50-50 on the team fight as we get ready to go into the land of Dawn for our next game. A best of 3 now begins here at MPL MY Season 16, day number 2. Let's see what impressions we'll have by the end of the series.
It's a fresh chapter for both teams. A lot more familiar faces for Todak, of course. Zayed, Zyme Senpoi still there, but for Team Ray, this is a big investment, right? It almost feels like they roll that dice a little bit. They come on the end with a better result. Dreams spotting out the early purple buff take. Of course, no steals. Very standard start. Mid lane priority given over to Zach QT.
Yep, and this is perfect. This is a perfect start for Team Ray. They were worried about the initial invade. They were worried about mid lane getting pushed out very, very fast. But Dreams, he's playing like a walking ward, right? He just wants to keep track of where Dusk is going to be. If he can chunk Nova X Kobar, that's perfect. And if they can steal a buff with an arrow, that would also be great.
And Zai steals 2 more camps, just like that. He's going to be ahead in experience. Hasn't even taken his own orange buff yet. So by default, Zai is already off to a slightly better start. And Todak, because of Dreams, gets to mirror the movement of Dusk. And every time Nova X Kobar uses his ability, Dreams just jumps on him.
Yep. This is the only time that Dreams is going to be able to harass Nova pretty convincingly because Dusk doesn't have access to level 4 just yet. Once he gets the energy eruption, then he can go for these big resets. Either way, Von Deeren as well as Dur, seems to be a nothing lane going on there. Loliels and as well as Joam, we haven't seen much action from that lane. No big advantages, really just tracking your opponent and making sure that this mid is clear.
And because Dusk lost 2 camps, he will be behind in experience. And that's even taking the XP crab down in the bottom side of the map too. So already a slower start for Team Ray. this level 4 at the turtle pit is going to favor Todak. I think they're in a prime position. They can clear out that mid wave, whereas for Team Ray, they will pivot towards where the Lapu is.
Yeah, speaking of waves here, Diamond Point already at level 4. Dreams and Nova Escobar are not even close as they go into the very first fight.
Full commit onto Todak. The Phobius will hold his ground. Bondia somehow still stays alive. And unfortunately, you can't say the same for Dust, who goes down before slamming that ult. And Todak gets first blood.
Beautiful timing coming in from the side of Todak. They hit their ults first and now instantly go for a conversion onto that purple buff here. Nova Escobar as well as Zach QT. Zach, he didn't manage to get into the EXP lane in time to hit his level 4. He is 1 minion off.
And not only that, Zyme Standpoint landing an arrow onto Dust too, so he was controlled for way too long that he was like, if that out went off, I think there will be a turning point for Team Ray. Sadly, not the case. Purple buff gone, and Dreams continues to just be an annoyance to Team Ray.
He has full control, and I think that Todak want to utilize his vision and control to make sure that it's tough, because Zayed, he's been free farming the entirety of the game. Walks up, steals away one camp, walks away, and he can keep on doing this because we're not seeing enough resistance coming out from Team Ray.
So far, Team Ray has been forced to just play the lanes individually, right? We're not seeing Zach connect. Nova Escobar is being forced to mirror Dream's movement, and that's not what Team Ray wants. They want to be able to move with Zach QT, but because of these delayed timings, suddenly Todak have a lot more control that Team Ray would have liked.
Yep, they've already generated a 1.2k lead, but the EXP difference is where we're seeing Todak actually utilize better against Team Ray. I think the hardest part right now is that we are coming to a point where Nova Escobar has hit level 4. So now, the onus is on Team Ray to initiate. They need to be the ones who are looking for a play to make. And more importantly so, with the next turtle coming up in about 22 seconds or so, who is their target priority?
Joan could be that for Todak. The arrow does just graze by. That connected, it's going to be a dive happening. That's why Joan even took the flicker, right? He trusts the team to back him up. And that really falls on Dust, who is still trying to catch up. Zayed finds Dirty Arrow, almost connects, forcing out the bravest spider. So Team Ray fully disengaged.
Yeah, there's no real way to tell how far that arrow was thrown from Dur, trying to keep it safe. Oh, even the Raging Sandstorm being thrown out as well. Looks like it's going to be a no contest for Team Ray, but now that their Raging Sandstorm is gone, they're looking to take the space.
Dust is going to put his head there. He's still a level behind Zayed though, so it's not easy. He's actually getting dived on by Dream. Turtle stolen by Dust. The SOD connects and Joam says, I'm in the fight, baby. And that's Team Ray picking up a return for themselves.
Yep, just better regrouping. Oh, wait, hold on. Fondir gets taken out by Dur on the offside. And while this is all happening, Joam actually went for the lane swap. And now he's going to get a lot of gold plating on the bottom side as Loliels needs to take advantage of this. He needs to stay even against Joam.
And that's recovery for Team Ray. That initial 1k plus goalie for Todak shrunk to below 500. And that's perfect for Zach QT too. Didn't even have to use the Purify, because Dreams did not have enough damage to take him down. In fact, I think Joam gets the better end of that trade. He gets a full turret in the bottom lane.
Significantly better. I'm surprised that Zach QT literally had the cojones to just stand there and feathered airstrike. He knew that Dreams with a full combo wouldn't be able to do it without his ult. So that's great calculations from Zach QT's side, showing a bit more maturity, but more so, he's willing to throw out these feathered airstrikes to get these initial chunks.
Also very important fact that doesn't won the retry battle somehow, right? That's going to bring him back up in experience, some goal injection for the entirety of the team. And Nova Escobar waiting very patiently with the Divine Judgment too, that really allowed Team Ray to turn that fight around. 2 kills on top of that.
Right now, Todak, their entire lineup is heavily dependent on Zayed actually staying alive and finding those flank angles, but they can't expect Zayed to stay in the middle of the action for that long. They need to be a little more crisp on these flanks. They need to find these picks a little bit faster. If not, Team Ray have a much better chance of just standing still and holding on to these neutral objectives. For now, we see Zayed and as well as Dreams pushing towards this top side, opening up the map a little bit more for Loliels, and TR looking to respond.
They know that Nova Escobar was heading padding top lane too, thanks to the Stina trap. Turret still goes down though, sadly. They didn't want to commit that ultimate. Needed to keep it for the next turtle, which will be spawning bottom side. And that's good news for Team Ray. They did take the bottom tier 1.
They're going to slowly take the space now. At this point, keep our eyes on how they're playing this 4-in-1 split. Joam, he's going to absorb this next wave, but with Lolios already on his way down to this bot side, it's going to be a man advantage for Todak.
The attention is going to be put onto the Bravest Spider towards the pit. Here comes the arrow connects. Better airstrike cancel and Dust wins the retreat battle. And this time Zach QT escapes to the Purify, slam down off the Appraiser's grab, but Fondia deep in enemy lines. Zach QT pull back. 2 dead for Team Ray. Dust next on the chopping block. And this time it's Fondia's time to shine. And Todak finds 4.
Ever-changing variables consistently happening. Team Ray understood. We know we're going into this fight with a man down. We know that our backline is going to get attacked. They quickly changed their priority from, hey, we've secured the turtle, now let's live. But look at the damage being caused by Todak. They did lose their top tier 1, but with mid missing, Todak now have access to enemy jungle lines. Let's look at this replay one more time, right? Because look at this. Dust, the fact that he was able to steal that away was already impressive enough without Nova X Kobar, but they do find the initial trade back onto that Phoveus. Regardless, this is what Todak wants. They want you to keep moving your anchor further and further away. That way, they can drag him out into the sea.
Especially if I get Lolia into the fight. The difference maker was Lolia was able to participate, but Joam decides that he's not going to do that. So the crossbow tangle off the flicker, Dark Wave from Fondia as well to cancel that feather airstrike. So the variables for Team Ray, not enough output in that fight.
And there we go, finally. Now with the Thunderbelt already purchased, we see Todak utilizing that. Wait, Nova flickers forward!
An instant follow-up to get rid of Loliao, and sadly Dreams cannot help his marksman fast enough, even with the Raging Sandstorm. SOD connects, Joe pulls the trigger, they get the stun onto Zaya. The follow-up is immediate from Team Ray, another clapback, and a 2k goal swing just like that.
Instant response, great play coming in from Nova X Kobar here. I wasn't expecting him to cover that much distance to begin with, and they take their own mid-tier 1 as they push into enemy territory. Joam is in a phenomenal position right now. If we can get the item list to pop up, that'd be great to know exactly how far he is in his build. But the gold lead that we saw from before instantly is converted back to Team Ray.
They lost the previous fight at the Turtle. Todak was up by 2.1k, and look at what happened. Team Ray now leading by almost 1,000. Todak will be teasing a possible Lord take. As much as 1-1 has that built in Purify, it's not going to work as a suppression. Nova Escobar, 50 seconds until the next Divine Judgment. They commit a Raging Sandstorm from Dreams. Now he doesn't really have much left. Team Ray, they can play this slow.
They can play this slow, but Joam is currently already on his Trinity build complete. Zach QT finishing up the Wishing Lantern, so his poke is going to be very relevant in these fights. Regardless, we see that Todak actually back off from this Lord. They understand that this is a bit of a risky fight, no matter the odds. At the end of the day, Joam is using his side lane pressure to cause a bit of disruption from Todak's side to hesitate on pulling that trigger. Because again, there's more global presence because of that SOD more than anything else.
And this is the comfort zone for Moscow. I've been able to control the side lanes. Now Team Ray committing to the Lord. Fondia is in the midst of things. The battle line split up a little bit. They pull Fondia back, but Fondia survives. Lord still goes to Team Ray, and Joam goes to work. The front line has done enough, and Joam now gets to reap the rewards. Pierce through all of Todak, one by one. 3 down for the Swordfishers, but Joam's not done just yet. Time set point on the run, but Joam pinched him down. Mega kill for the Moskov.
Man, Joam! He's fast. He's fast. He's faster than the farm. He's fast with his fingers as well. He's absolutely destroyed Todak in this match because of how much gold he was able to attain for himself. All these little plays and sacrifices from Team Ray's side has allowed Joam to become an absolute monster. 10 minutes into this game. 9 minutes completed Trinity build. 10 minutes, 30 seconds for a Wind of Nature.
I gotta say, Dust, he lost one retreat battle and never again. This Lord, let's see how much it can do. Dreams, great Raging Sandstorm, but the follow-up not really there. Sacrifices life for the cause of Nova Escobar. Todak needs a bit more. The arrow comes in, but the damage a bit too much from Team Ray. And then a double, and Joe takes it. A bit too ambitious this time. Loliao fights the shutdown, but Team Ray still have numbers.
He didn't have enough time to press the button, and it also didn't help that he also took a tower shot. Regardless, missing a bottom inhibitor, all the goal for TR, 2.4k in the bank, and it's gonna keep on compounding. I'm surprised Dur was able to find Lolios in the previous fight anyways, but it's all because of that flicker. That flicker is such an important tool, and I'm curious to see Lolios in his item build, how far is he actually into it? Because I saw him get a Wind of Nature, but look at the way that this fight progressed, right? They initially wanted to make sure that Dreams and as well as Zide get taken out first. And as soon as that happens, unless we see some tighter execution from Todak's side, the collapse needs to happen at the same time. Raging Sandstorm, I'm expecting everybody else to follow up. If we don't see that follow-up, then Zayed is kind of just left there to be like, please, help, anybody, anybody.
The saving grace for Todak was Raging Sandstorm, right? Dreams was the shock absorber. If not for that 4-man crowd control, I think Team Ray would have ran away with the game already.
In terms of item builds, if we're talking about running away, it's actually not as far as I thought it was between the two gold laners, right? 9.7 and 9.9 currently, despite Jom being 6-1 and 5 and Lolios 2-2 and 3. The scoreline tells a completely different story as we look at the main gold leaders. Here, it's going to be the EXP lane in Dur, and as well as Dusk, who has done phenomenally on these 50-50 fights at a disadvantage during Lords.
Winter Crown done too. It's all for that 1-1. It's him and Jom that have the ability to absorb that crossbow tank if it ever comes to it. But most of these fights are decided by whether the Feather Airstrike gets to channel the full salvo, right? ZachQT himself alone can chunk out Lo Liao, Zam Sandpoint, and prevent any sort of a follow-up from Todak. Well, if it got that for Lo Liao, I think Jom is also going for the same build.
Yep, they're going for the exact same build here. Lo Liao's opting to sell his boots at this point just to get it slightly earlier. We'll see if it's going to make a difference in this fight because they're bursting it out way too quick. Inside, he must contest!
And this time it's Joam that really puts in the work. Full disengage for Team Ray. Lo Liao on the chase. Nova Escobar's the target though. Can he escape? Nova Escobar will give his life away. Crossbow tank goes up. It's diverted. Lo Liao could have converted fully. Maybe Team Ray can look for a turnaround because Nova Escobar is going to be dead for sure. Seems like they'll make the call to back off.
Were they gonna go for the chase or not? I think Jom was even thinking about it. I'm like, I'm ready to throw the SOD. I just need the green light, but nobody is there to actually start peeling for him. If he got in, it would just all be up to Joam and his Flicker. Dreams out of position and even getting their Flicker out of him. Big resources from the side of Todak.
Yeah, Lord from bottom. Mid wave cleared out. So Todak gets staggered the push and perhaps keep both the remaining inhibitors up still. Malefic gun though down for Joam. That could be a difference maker. But the airstrike onto Fondia, half his health bar is gone. Top wave will be cleared out by Todak, so no structures go down.
Yeah, but so far, we can see that Team Ray, they're not going to push the envelope just yet. They've already used their Big Feathered Airstrike, their biggest sieging tool. And at this point, they know that Dreams probably has that Raging Sandstorm. They're going to back up. ZachQT is missing his Purify from now. Another 30 seconds until they get back up. And 110 seconds until the next Luminous Lord is shown. Nova Escobar achieving 1.2k total assists.
Team Ray is definitely a different being already, even in the first game.
Oh, jeez.
And look at Zai's damage taken ranking.
Oh, dude, you know he's going for that grab food for one. It's like, all me, baby. I love eating damage. Damage, so good.
And the extra deal on that too.
Yeah.
Some great offers.
Oh, man. He's taking way too much damage here. I suppose that Dur, I'm surprised that he's been able to last this long, but then again, he does go for his two most important core items, and for the most part of it, when he jumps into the middle of these fights, it's really the burst coming in from Zaim's Sandpoint on top of Lolios that's really getting him cut in half. Now, looking at the items once more, see that, ooh, a Lightning Truncheon purchase coming in for ZachQT, even more damage in the build, more burst, more AoE, but we already see that the tanks have already achieved their own Athena shield as the movement across the map looking kind of interesting. They're really babysitting Joam here.
Yeah. Sea Halberd for Lo Liao. Was it Immortality, right, for Fondia? He's tired of getting dragged back and finished off. He really needs to stay in the fight to keep on kind of providing resistance, right? Stop ZachQT, somehow stagger Dust, or best case scenario, find Joam.
Speaking of best case scenario here, despite the fact that he's 2.2k down, I think Immortality just has to be the most cost-efficient buy at this point. It's really difficult, especially when Nova Escobar's Divine Judgment is such a powerful tool, right? You jump too far, Nova's going to punish you. You're trying to initiate too soon. If he's got that all, he'll pull you right out of it. And I think right now it's a matter of who is going to launch the first nuclear warhead, right? Who's going to punch in that code? And I think at this point, it's very clear that TR are more than happy to throw out their abilities now that we're here at level 15, 16 minutes into the game where the ults are on very relatively short cooldown timers.
And the long lane will be pushing in favor of Team Ray too. There is a wave building up at top. Joam, he's not showing on the map. And that's going to pose some question to Todak, right? Where is this Moskov going to be at? Or does he see him now?
Don't know if they want to necessarily show him just yet. They showed him for just a moment, but also notice that top and as well as bottom waves naturally are pushing in favor of Team Ray. And Todak need to respond to this. As soon as Dreams comes out on that lane, we're expecting that TR is going to get more aggressive. And here we go. The burst begins.
Most important red tree battle. Dust has won all of them. Oh! Nova Escobar with a flicker in. They fight the pressure. They need to finish the Lord. They need to pick a lane. And suddenly, they've already lost Nova Escobar. Dust still good for the red tree. And gets it done. Dreams late to the party. Dur sacrificed. SOD goes wide. But Team Ray gets what they came for.
They nearly botched that. Team Ray nearly botched that. They had a good timing on the initial jump. Nova Escobar going right into the face of Zai to try to go for the lockdown. Gets hit by the shield unity, gets stunned. Zyme Senpai follows up on the CC chain, and Nova nearly couldn't pull Zai out of position. Team Ray, they recovered, they adapted extremely well. They said, hey, okay, he's not out of position, we don't have Divine Judgment, Jome can push him away, but let's just not hit the Lord for a solid 4 seconds. Keep it above the red tree threshold.
Sadly, this Lord also ends up doing nothing for Team Ray. And Todak gets to hit the item spikes that they want. Right, Zai is now 15, 401 level away from max. Zyme Senpai with the Blood Wings. Whatever lead that Team Ray had, or the minor ones that they had, are completely back to square one. We are on an even playing field, aside from the fact that Team Ray have a bottom lane advantage.
In terms of damage dealt, looks like Dur doing the most, 55,000, a full 13,000 ahead of Loliel's alongside the Zyme Senpai. We're coming into the situational items at this point. Cores have already been built, and now we see that even, it looks like eventual dominance ice purchase coming in from Dust. Doesn't make much sense here. I think that, what is the priority damage? You've already got the Winter Crown, already got the Antique. Yeah, there's no real reason to complete any of the items. The components are a little bit more valuable at this point. I guess you could go for the Athena Shield, but then again, I feel like Zyme Senpai doesn't one-shot you anyways.
Yeah, no. Probably Domice, Guardian's Helmet.
Ah, there we go. Much better option. Just work with the base health here. I think, for the most part, it's just consistent damage. The only burst that they do really have is from Zyme Senpai. And even then, you've already got the right items. You've got the cloak, the extra MR. We're not seeing like the raw penetration from Zyme Senpai just yet until he gets the Divine Glaive. But for the most part, now that we're moving into the 20-minute mark with no clear advantages from either side other than the missing inhibitor down on Todak's bot lane, then I think that Team Ray, they're just waiting. They're just waiting.
Yeah, waiting for Nova to pull the trigger. He was instrumental in turning some of these important fights around. Like, there were moments when Nova Escobar is willing to throw his life to get Team Ray the lead. And he managed to catch Loliel once even.
I think at this point, Todak need to find a flank angle, right? Because it's so beneficial for Team Ray to play in a very linear area, right? When I mean linear, I mean very straight angles. I'm not talking about the open lane of the mid lane. I'm talking about like really tight corridors. And I think as much as Zyme Senpai does like those tight corridors, Loliel does not. He needs the initial space to get behind, especially if we're talking about that 1v1 against Jome, which is hard to win, admittedly, but as long as he has the trigger for the crossbow of tank, he hits all those weakness points, there is a chance for Todak to win the 5v5.
Todak did get a free turret down bot, but as the enhanced wave spawns, it will slowly push back in Team Ray's favor. Zai is trying to keep this Lord aggro. And that's gonna make Team Ray feel a bit more jitterish. Lord down to half health though. Team Ray, they might have started the Lord a bit too early.
Oh, yeah, Zai, he's gonna get chunked out here. Yes, he does have the immortality, but he needs to top his health back up.
Yeah.
Team Ray holding on to that position. Ideally, Zai's gonna try and get a little bit of health back coming in from that purple buff, but we don't see Todak taking as much ground as necessary. They've already warded, with the help of the Selena traps, the Abyssal traps, just to make sure that they have some key points on the map. Yep. Team Ray, aware of that, moving towards the top side. Now, Nova's in a very interesting position, right? He's waiting in lane, seeing if somebody makes that initial mistake, and Durs has somebody to fall back to, but he's not interacting the wave. He doesn't want to give away that Nova is covering him.
Free wave is actually slightly in favor of Team Ray too, but he's not going to push out fast enough. Team Ray actually commits to the Lord. They have Dur trying to play distraction. Nova Escobar with the conceal. Zai gets jumped on. Maybe they don't even need Nova this time. And he flickers forward. finds Loliao of all people. With some nature protects Loliao. What a stun from there. Crossbow tangles up into the air. Loliao goes. But Joam, he's just gonna go on to him. Loliao comes back with immortality. But it's a lifestyle, baby. Team Ray, they don't even need the Lord. They have just won the fight.
Oh, Loliao's really needed Zymson Point to land that arrow. Oh, Joam, a little too good here. A little well played. Can't do much about that because they were put in an awkward spot, right? Bot lane was already exposed. They needed Dreams to be in position to deal with this Zac QT Farsa, and now they blow up another man. Dreams, unfortunately, can't get back on his feet.
Able to somehow escape with the immortality and Raging Sandstorm, but that's Todak's base in shambles. 25 seconds for Loliao, 15 for Zayat and Fondia. I don't think this defense is gonna work out. Team Ray, they're just gonna commit onto the crystal, and game number 1 for TR.
Very nicely played from Team Ray. Denied the snowball, found the reversal, won literally every single one of these neutral fights. Team Ray has pulled it back, and they are looking real good.
Big confidence boost for Dust 2. Won the first and second retry fight a level down, and then proceeds to win every single one of them. Now, aside from the second Lord, where Joam, helped them up a little bit. But in the grand scheme of things, this is something that I think Team Ray can be proud of. And hey, who is this?
Hey,
what happened? Is that
another technical analyst? Is that what they... Sorry, tactical analyst, sorry.
At least we know where he went after last season.
Hey, they gotta be somewhere. But it shows. The macro shows a lot from this team. I think the most surprising thing was the fact that they adapted to the fact that Nova X Kobar jumped in, messed up a little bit, and they are still adjusted. Yes, they got neutralized at the end of the day, but what a scary game there for Todak.
No nerves at all, no panic, right? Team Ray really cool, calm, and composed with this game 1. I mean, Todak, they had a good thing going for them, but Team Ray were just quicker on the trigger.
They were, and they adapted a lot faster in the middle of the fight. So I think that Todak need to give some clearer advantages in their draft, because so far, right now, dealing with Dust seems a little difficult with Kaja. So I feel like they're attacking the right point, but at the same time, we didn't get to see the really big plays coming in from Dreams. They can't afford to lose inhibitors that early.
Yeah, I mean, credits to Coach CJ too with the Kaja pick in the end, right? Whoever's idea that was, chef's kiss.
Very nice, very nice. I thought maybe they were going to look for some bigger reversals, but at the same time, Purifies is such a really powerful spell in the current metagame. So, have a suppress. I was thinking Franco, but you know what? Kaja does the job.
Yeah, it's way more reliable too. But I think even for Todak in that game, there were a couple of moments where Dreams was slightly late to the party, right? Yes. He shows up, the fight's half over, so all his big 4-man ultimates didn't really convert too much.
That's the thing. It's all about finding that pinch. Let's go check out backstage right now to check out who our MVP of the game is going to be. Oh, of course, no surprises there. Joam, fast farmer, just a nasty, nasty Moskov player. You can't let him breathe if you want to win this game.
Hey, welcome back to the league, man. It's been great having you many seasons ago. It's great to see Joam back in action. 8-1 and 6 as this Moskov. So reliable, very self-sufficient, holds the lane on his own, avoids ganks, push turrets, and joins early fights.
Just technical supremacy all across the board from macro to micro, and it helps that honestly, it helps a lot that the rest of his team are able to do so much with so little until Joam was ready to pounce.
Yeah, he was pretty ready too, right? I think, what,
9 minutes?
9 minutes in. He was joining turtle fights.
Oh yeah. 9 minutes in, Trinity build complete. 10 minutes, 34 seconds, already had a Winds of Nature. That's how fast this man is able to go. And arguably, he could have gone even faster if he got a couple of early kills, which he didn't, but even so, he made it count. 9 towers to 4, 2 turtles to 1, 3 lords to 0, 11 to 8 orange buffs. And that's where we start to see, whenever these early game scenarios, or I would say mid-game in this particular case, Team Ray know how to go for those big punishes. The early game, we saw a lot of those purple buffs being contested for after big conversions of, yes, you did steal the Lord, you did steal the turtle, but we're going to take everything back.
Yeah, but there are also some flowers that I think Todak deserves, right? I mean, how they carry out the early game, the jungle pressure from Zai and Dreams really put Dust on the back foot. They forced Nova Escobar to mirror Dreams' movement so that there's not really any fast tempo play that Team Ray would have eminently liked to pull off with a Farsa Kaja. So Toda, they definitely had their moments, but it's more when Team Ray started adapting, like you mentioned, when Dust started hitting those retreat buttons right on the money. That's where they were able to find catches on Loliao. They were able to break formation of Dreams and Zayed, and they were able to just isolate Fondir.
Yeah, I'm rather surprised that Zayed didn't invade as often as I thought he would. I think there's only one time that we saw him just kind of walk in, go for the initial retreat, walk back out. Especially when it's like pre-level 4 as well, where you have a huge advantage against specifically Dusk, right? Dusk is only working with 2 abilities. He doesn't have the big resets of cooldown reductions from the energy eruptions. There's no Appraiser's Wrath to worry about. And worst yet, ZachQT is highly dependent on his cooldowns, right? Naturally, at level 1, level 2, I was expecting Dreams and Zayed just to like 2-man walk into his orange buff and say, hey, this is mine, sir. Please, step away from the premises.
In fact, I was also thinking at some point, maybe Dreams help Zayed Standpoint clear the wave, and then they move together.
That's what I was thinking too. Move is 3. If you think 2 is not enough, bring 3. So far, here's our rich guy, the carry and Sandbag, plus the best wingman of the game. Man, big standout to me. Dusk and Dur have been doing a lot of work. The fact that Dur was able to kill rich guy 828 gold per minute Loliels by himself, despite missing his flicker ult, I think that says a lot.
And he even solo killed Fondir, right? Well, maybe not 100-0, but you know, he was able to win his lane all on his own too, and open that part of the map up. I think overall, they're in the back, not in the back line, but kind of in the rear view mirror a lot of times. But then when you look at the end result, Dur's name is up there. He's getting kills, he's getting numbers in.
And he's significantly like, I don't want to say gapped, but in terms of the gold, he did kind of develop a pretty solid lead over Fondir, right? And again, let's look at the game one more time, right? Because all of these games really depended on how do you play the neutral objective, which to me was super surprising, right? I feel like Todak should have been the ones putting Dusk on the back foot, which they did in the early games, right? And even when they got their neutral objective stolen, Todak manages to find some bit of profit by getting an early rotation from Loliels. But from that point onwards, right, every single one of these fights just did not look good from Todak. They just didn't develop enough of an economical lead to really have some lasting power in these fights.
And I think that exact moment when Nova was able to catch Loliao of all people was the turning point. They got 4 kills, they swung the goal by 3,000, they got the next objective, and then Todak just got snowballed on Zayed and Fondir. We saw there were moments that they were thinking of playing together and being that brick wall, but every time they go in, they get hit by Zach, they get hit by Joam. And Zion Standpoint just cannot do it all on his own. He needs to wait for cooldowns.
I think there should have been a bit of a different approach to the early game, to be perfectly honest. I think it should have been more hyper-aggressive with the lineup of their mid-trio being so strong in comparison to TR. And I feel like that was a bit of a waste. Overall, look at Dur, man. He's just absorbing so much damage for the team, allowing such open attacks from TR into that backline.
Even Nova moving forward to block any potential arrow too. So again, the coordination from Team Ray really on point. What an opening for them. I think they have already, you know, subverted some expectations. The people came in from season 14 and 15 thinking that Team Ray is not going to change. Well, sorry to disappoint you, they're already looking so much better.
Counterpoint, is it that people have been, you know, putting some low expectations on Team Ray, or is Todak just not exactly there just yet? I don't know. But let's first talk about which transfers Team Ray makes you think is more beneficial for them. A, locals, Nova Escobar, ZachQT, Dust. B, the imports, Joam and Dur. C, all of them.
If my honest opinion, I think all of them. This is a full team shuffle, right? Some teams, they swap out 1 or 2 players, but Team Ray was like, we're going to get a full roster. And it came together pretty well.
I think I'm rather surprised because again, when you look at these names, and start integrating them together, it doesn't make sense initially, right? Especially since you're getting imports from essentially two sides of the world to a certain degree. Joam, obviously important. Dur, also you're like, does everybody speak English on this squad? I'm gonna take that as a potential yes from the side of Team Ray, because that's probably the only way they stay that coordinated.
I mean, Dur also played with AP Brent, right? Lazy Esports, remember back in the SPS days. We know that he was a prodigy in the making. It's one of his big stage now.
Way to build up, a way to kind of set the tone for everybody else. But I think at the end of it all, it's going to be a tough battle for Todak if their draft doesn't start to improve, or at the very least, really understand, okay, this Dust guy, this Dust guy and his red trees, how disgusting can he get? And the fact that Nova Escobar always gets like a pick-off style of support.
Yeah, I mean, we already forced Dust Brethren, we did what we could, we beat him in the first turtle, and then there's this Kaja. This Kaja is ruining it.
Yeah.
Kaja, this Moskov. Now, they lost this game. They get the pick size. Do they go first pick again?
I feel like they shouldn't. I feel like they shouldn't, but there's a good chance that they could like try to because again, it's less of the draft and more so, man, we really didn't take advantage of everything that was given to us in the early game with such a good lead, 2.2k, all down the drain in one singular fight. So I think if they just tighten up a little bit more, it can be a little bit better. But let's see whether they're going to say, hey, you know what? Let's just, instead of tightening up, loosen up a little bit more. Let's get a more flexible draft to see if we have more options on the map for y'all.
And I think one of the changes they could make, probably in Zyme's standpoint, right? Maybe not the Selena. If they can get him the Farsa or Eve or something that's not the Selena, that's a lot more reliant on aiming your arrows, perhaps that could give them not just a mid-lane advantage, but also allow him to move with Dreams more often.
All right, let's look at our spotlight uncovered here. So we wanted to get to know Jom a little bit better. Apparently his favorite food in Malaysia, ayam gepok. Big ups for Joam. Filipino food you'd I recommend adobo and sinigang. Classic answers. Best friend in Team Ray, Zach QT, because he's good at Tagalog.
The question is, where did he learn the Tagalog?
Yeah,
that's what. Did he have past histories?
I mean, just chit-chatting with like Cram, I guess, when in SRG when he was a sub. I don't know. That's probably the best place he got it from. Either Cram or your boy
Innocent, Coach Ark.
I want to say, I guess Coach Ark makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I'll take Coach Ark. I was gonna say Starmie for a second because he's the one guy who hangs out literally every other day with Cram and as well as Innocent on a daily basis. But I'll take that. Another minute left until we start heading into the drafts. First pick going over to Todak this time. Once again, I want to see whether or not that's going to be beneficial, because what would you change at this point? I think you leave the CC open.
Yeah, I think you can. In fact, Yi Xunshin wasn't even touched the entire game. The entire game one. You could leave the CC open and then you see if you want to get it for Fondir. Or you go for the same sequence, you pick the one. And I want to say you pick 1-1 first, but then Farsa gets stolen instantly.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is that there was a lot of deterrence for Zyme Senpai to play any type of artillery mage. That was one of their bigger problems, right? And then once they got the Boxia, it became a little tougher afterwards. I think Kimi still was on the table, but when you're up against a Lapu Lapu, that's such a difficult matchup because he jumps on you, there's not a lot of counterplay that you have. As soon as you get hit by a CC, you're basically as good as dead. And the worst part is that you have to deal with Nova Escobar, so having Purify or Flicker really doesn't change the outcome of the game. So let's see. Todak now first pick once again facing up against Team Ray on second. Same exact ban actually, but with a difference of changing up the Farsa.
They banned the Farsa, Team Ray says, okay, you want 1-1, we ban 1-1, and boom, 2 Sin.
This is going to deter teams from playing tanks in general. I think for Todak, they still don't mind playing the Boxia into the Fredrin, and I think it's more likely that Team Ray has to go on an Assassin at this point. They couldn't still go for the Yi Xunshin if necessary, but Boxia is wide out in the open.
I was thinking also, if Todak went for 1-1 and Farsa gets picked up, maybe they can consider Zetian. Now that they've Dusin, probably not.
I don't know. I feel like Zetian... Yeah, no, it's that Lapu Lapu that's really causing a lot more problems, like unintentional, like indirectly, right? So Moskov as well. Wow, Fredrin. All right, go Boxia again, right?
Yeah.
Go Boxia.
I mean, you have 2 Sin with you, right?
Yeah.
It's so much easier to pull off.
You go for the Boxia, you could still go for the Khalid if you see an artillery mage show up on the opposite side, but now that Farsa is gone, Yves probably is going to be the more likely one to get picked up, but do they care about the box or do they care about the XP influencing the draft early on in this first phase?
I think if you are Todak, you probably care more about the XP.
Okay.
Take Yi Xunshin and potential flex.
Okay.
I was about to say the Team Ray, they have the take the Lapu, and now you get 2 power back.
Yeah, you do get some pretty good bans on your side. I'm trying to figure out what is Todak trying to do here. All right, you go for the Gatot. You have a decent combination overall. You want to be able to punish neutral objectives. Are you also making the hard read that Yves is going to be coming into the mix here? Zetian, any kind of like immobile style of mage in the mid lane? Because I think right now, the big contest of like, oh, can our mid lane push faster than yours? Gatot says, it doesn't matter. Todak will control the mid.
Unless Todak is setting up for double fight him. Yishun Shin carry.
Yishun Shin.
I want to say that, but then the mage isn't the most, like, doesn't deal the most damage.
It doesn't deal the most damage, but also we do see that Team Ray is taking the initiative to say, you know what, we're going to shut it down double fighters from the get-go, right? Let's get rid of the Ruby. Now Kalia gets banned. For some reason, both teams didn't decide to take it. I was hoping that somebody, especially from the side of Team Ray, to pick it up at some point, but that's fine. That's fine with me. The gut thought is still a bit of a problem. It clears up very, very well, and it disincentivizes the Kalia to get picked up anyways.
I mean, Team Ray could run it back the same draft, and I think it would still work, right? And the Nova Escobar Kaja is still not the worst here, but then they have last pick, so they could wait to see the draft.
I think. All right. So we have to keep in mind what happened last game with that Kaja, especially around the neutral objectives. It's going to be a little bit harder for him to connect, because Yishin Shin definitely doesn't want to be the first person sitting on top of that neutral objective. You probably get the Gatot or maybe even the Jushin to do it for you. The Harif gets banned out, so lane winning matchups are already out of the question. They want to even it down against this Moskov. How much do they care about winning this neutral objective? That's what I'm really focused on, because if they are that worried, they'll probably go for a Trinity build marksman. If not, they'll probably lean into a more heavy lane winning marksman. Either way, both of those options, the Harith has already been taken out. The Kimmy now gone as well, to make sure that TR can't just sustain in the middle of that fight. A lot of questions left up unanswered.
Especially the mid lane. And the mid lane pool is so small right now.
Go Novaria? No, you go... I don't know, Yves doesn't feel very nice here. You could go for the Lilia, but then you get like one shot by the Yishin Shin at a certain point. Yeah, that's not fun.
I want to say Luo Yi, but then it doesn't matter if Yishin Shin is there. You know, you just press out.
Yeah.
And you're like, man...
Oh, that's fair. The Luo Yi isn't too bad. They're going to go with the Cho first.
All right.
I think that's a very good option here for Nova X Kobar. It basically works the same way as the Kaja, but a little bit more flexible on the way you engage. You don't always have to use your flicker.
And you force Purifies, right?
Yeah.
You're forcing Nola to take Purify. Marksman-wise, I mean, Granger is still up there. Granger, Irritel, I want to say Beatrix, but there's no Kalia.
It's hard to do. They're going to go for the traditional Claude. Again, they really want to disincentivize Team Ray for being able to, like, use an artillery mage.
It's the Loliel special.
Yep, Loliel special. I mean, it's the Trinity build, so they also wanted to find as many overlaps as possible. Todak already fist bumping. It looks like they already know what that last pick is going to be. And it looks like it is going to be the Esmeralda.
All right. Pretty nice. They soak up a lot of output from all the three front lines of Team Ray. Not so sure against the Lapu Lapu. I feel Lapu Lapu can destroy you once it gets their War Axe, but I guess against it's like you said, disincentivized any sort of artillery.
Yeah.
It's just full-on dive.
It's disincentivizing the mid lane. It's disincentivizing actually hovering around the neutral objectives. We'll see how this plays out, right? Because now TR, they have to figure out what their mid lane is going to be. I think the Luo Yi is okay here, but no matter what mid laner you're going to play, you're going to get run down by either the Esmeralda, the Claude, or the Yishin Shin. And if worse comes to worse, it's Zhu Shin, and that's just inevitability, right? Here we go. It's the Valentina. Want to be able to steal the Gatot ult, maybe the Yishin Shin ult? I think it's Gatot ult, right?
Even the Crimson Beacon is nice.
I guess, but I feel like there's a significant lack of damage coming in from the side of Team Ray, unless Nova X Kobar is going to go for something a little wild, right? Go for the, what's it called again?
Assassin Emblem, Custard Blast, Fury Hammer, and then full tank.
And then he gets Dire Hit on top of it all.
Yes.
That would be the way to go. That'd be interesting to see. But let's get into this, right? Because this is a slight variation of game number one. Neutral objective and mid control is going to be number one for both of these sides. Team Ray definitely needs to slow their pace, slow their roll, wait for Todak to make a lot more mistakes because Jom is the main win condition.
Yeah. And after game 1, Team Ray just need one more for 2-0 over Todak in their opening series. And not only that, exact revenge for Season 15. Let's head into the land of Dawn for game 2 between Todak and Team Ray. Same size for both teams, Todak on blue, Team Ray on red.
As we get into this, let's see the setup. Purple buff starts on both sides for Duskin as well as Zayed. I really want to see whether Zayed can out-retrieve Dusk now that he has Yishin Shin. It's a little easier to do, but at the same time, if Dusk is able to outplay him, turn that 50-50 into 100% with a single energy eruption, that could be the difference maker for these fights.
With how he won the Retri Wars in game 1, that is a big morale boost too. I believe in Dusk's confidence, but I am seeing it Todak right now, right? We talked about the potential switch up. You get mid priority for a mid hero that struggles to clear wave, and then you walk together. That's what Dreams is helping Zyme do. But unlike game 1, there's not going to be any early invades like what we saw from Zai on the Baxia. Now with Nova Escobar being there as well, it does make the life of Zach QT a lot more manageable into Dreams and Zyme.
Yeah, this lane, it's really, really hard to deal with. Considering that Dreams can honestly just one-shot the wave, I'm surprised that they're actually focusing on going for the trade, really. Because again, Nova Escobar, he's very mobile. It's difficult for Dreams to not only catch him, because the only way they lose that trade is if Zyme Zempoy gets enough of those butterfly stacks to hurt him. Dreams going up to the top side, trying to get some pressure, especially for that River Crab. We all know how gold laners love that crab.
Oh, I love money. I love me some extra cash. Trinity build heroes. Definitely want to get that. And then pressure on the Zyme. Whoa, boy.
Big damage. Very, very big damage. Just goes to show how deadly the CC is in this particular game between these strong teams. And Fondir, okay, they're going for the same rotation where they send Fondir down over into the mid lane first. Get some pressure there because he's very close to hitting level 4. But now we also see that on the bottom side, the Nova Escobar and as well as Dur trying to hard shove the lane as fast as possible and putting the brass tacks onto this Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, Fondir is still the pop the Purify, the pop connects on the Nova Escobar. They're gonna knock on the Dreams, but Dur is out of position. Most likely a First Blood lifted up, and First Blood was I'm Sempoy. The appraisal's right from does not enough. Zach QT needs to provide assistance, but it's insufficient. Todak finds 2.
Beautiful play coming in from Todak's side. A convincing 2-0 lead, and now the very first turtle in their hands. They prioritize Dusk again. Just goes to show. Oh, Dreams, he's in trouble. Somebody help him. He's dead.
The turtle! Trying to kill him. The red trick comes through. SOD does end up missing another Purify 4-star. This time, Zyme Sempoy loses his.
Yeah, when you think Team Ray is going to completely give it up, they somehow sneak one in. A bit sad for Dreams, but even so, he still hits level 4 on time. Doesn't lose much pressure from this, and will be able to cover the top side in the meantime.
I mean, if Joe landed the SOD, that could have been a lot different.
That could have been so much worse.
He would have taken it 100%.
Oh, if not for the kills, at least a fast way to walk into lane. Either way, Loliel's focused on his farm. Same goes for Joma at this point. Now, really, it's the battle of the supports, right? Dreams is trying to do somewhat the exact same thing as Nova Escobar. Be that living ward, open that map, gain that vision. But the hard part right now is the fact that Nova Escobar is just that much faster than Dreams, and also taking the Wilderness Blessing to keep up with Dreams, even though he basically one-shots the wave.
Yeah. And a player of Nova Escobar's caliber, his tendencies, right? He loves to fight. And he's really sharp at it. Give him Tigreal, give him Cho, give him any kind of roamer that has an ability to start a fight, he's gonna take it. And I think that's kind of where that minor gap is between him and Dreams, right? He's just a lot more decisive on these calls.
Yeah, extremely decisive. Now with the turtle boat already active, they know exactly where everybody is going to be. Zayed doesn't really want to take this fight, but he does want that the EXP crab at the end of the day. On the opposite end, we do see that Dreams and as well as Zyme Sempoy, their plan to move to the gold lane already thwarted as Nova Escobar has revealed the map, allowing Joman to make some good decisions to not push up. DHS purchase coming in from Loliel's. 9 more seconds until that purple buff is back up.
Unlike game 1, Fondir has a way better time in the XP lane, dealing with Dur. It's just a matchup. But still, I think with this turtle spawning, Team Ray, I feel like they might consider giving it another go. Right? Trying to contest Todak here, maybe Dusk can win this retreat fight. They are at the same level. Crimson Beacon is stolen too. A bit of a taunt of the Zach QT. Easily retreats with the dash. Todak on the case. Fondia again chunking Dur down low.
Yeah, I don't think they can do this anymore because it's all dependent on Dur. As they get into the fight, it begins. Revitalize out.
And they're gonna control Dust. Dur still jumps in with the full commitment. Then there's gonna be a terrified there. The Gacha out goes off. SOD connects from Joan, but is he gonna take it though?
What?
Still gets the turtle. Zyme's endpoint once Nova couldn't find it, and Joam saves his mid laner and support.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lolios is gonna get back out there. Zayed, huh? What happened? How did Dust steal that away? Zayed still had his rail. What? We need to see an instant replay of that because I definitely think that Zayed, he looked at it and was like, okay, not gonna go for the neutral. I want to get those kills. I want to get those big money shots. And Dusk at the edge of that retreat range, still able to make it happen.
Zyme's endpoint still has Purify. They're gonna try and force it out, but with Dreams around, Zyme feels safe. See the Enchanted Talisman for Fondia. Lolia going for a recall. And Fondia just trying to really make Dur's life hard. And even then, Dur still commits, right? Willing to throw his body.
Yeah, it's not as much of an easy game as it was for him previously against the Phoveus. You don't really have to interact with the Phoveus as much, but against Fondir, he's making sure that he is not only taking the pressure, but he's making sure that Dur walks away from that lane less than 50% of his life.
That's 2 turtle fights back to back. That Dur had to fight for an objective with less than 50% health.
If we know anything about Lapu Lapu, he really depends on having a healthy bar before jumping in. Because again, damage reduction only applies once you go in with the Bravest Fighter and then finally go into the S2. Even so, early invade here. Oh, okay, Dreams might be in some trouble.
Does have the AOG and Revitalize 2. Not too big of a deal. The top tier 1 is the target. Toda will get the structure. 2.2k goal lead, 20 seconds until the next turtle spawns.
Rather surprised that Fondir didn't bother trying to walk up. They've already revealed 2. They know that the Moskov is in lane. Everybody was visible other than Zach QT, who was hovering around the mid lane. And so, see that the majority of the lead actually falling into the hands of Zayed here. This time, he's not going to let his momentum be slowed down. And more so, he doesn't really want to interact with Team Ray. He actually just wants to purely focus on that farm because once he's scaled, he becomes an absolute monster in the late game.
Auto Shocker is out. Zach QT getting ran at. Fondir commits, gets taunted up, and Dur will turn it around. Wow, the Jit couldn't double Nova Escobar. The kick on the Zayed. AOG committed from Dreams, doesn't connect onto anyone. Lowlev's in the fight though. Max stack on the Art of Thievery. He can anytime he's 1/3. Escapes, and Zach QT peels back. Time standpoint, no mana for the lift. Somehow, Team Ray fully disengaged.
Really great disruption on both sides, but this entire time, Team Ray was a man down. Cost efficiency as Joel is able to secure the top tier 1, allowing Zayed to quickly try and take away this turtle. The rest of the team is going to zone them away. This turtle will fall into the hands of Toda.
Another case of if only Joam landed and care and follow the SOD.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay.
Still want to fight this. Dur says yes. Doesn't hit the stun. Auto Shocker used 2. Forcing Todak back.
All right, they move back. Now, the disruption coming in from Team Ray was great. Todak, I would argue, just maybe a tad bit better because Nova Escobar didn't exactly find the perfect angle for the Way of the Dragon. If he's able to kick somebody back into his team, that would have been ideal, but the peel was necessary to keep as many people alive. Now we look at the items so far. Trinity build's very close to being completed here. A bit of a change though. We do see that Lolios actually does have a bit of a gold lead on top of Joam. Already with the DHS, the Corrosive Scythe almost to that Golden Staff. In comparison to Joam, Corrosive Scythe into Golden Staff, he's got a lot of slow, not as much sustain.
And we did discuss a little bit about Team Ray's DNA and how people like Nova Escobar and Dur are very decisive on the trigger fingers, same as Joam. We're not only looking at 4 flickers, but also how they utilize those flickers. In fact, the Mountain Shocker was used early on from Zayed to pressure Joam a little bit. And majority of the goal lead Todak has is in that jungle matchup.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it's already netted him some pretty important kills in this game. Fondir already with the Brute Force Breastplate, very necessary considering the amount of CC or even just small CCs being thrown out by Team Ray, whether it be the Terrify, the Knock Up, even just Taunt. Gotta be careful here. Because at this point, this first Lord is going to be a make it or break it. Sky Piercer for the side of Zyme Senpoi.
Okay. And they have high damage profile, so a finisher doesn't make sense. Compared to Team Ray, the head-to-head from game 1, Team Ray definitely have a lower damage output overall. It's not like they have a big burst like the Farsa, right? This time it's just the Valentina. So a lot of that's gonna be on Joam and their shoulders. And the fight feels a lot more drawn out because of that.
Yeah, it really helps that Ondir is doing a lot of work on this Esmeralda, getting some pretty huge chunks of sustaining throughout the majority of that fight, even though sometimes the Falling Star Moon doesn't necessarily connect on the correct targets or even multiple targets for that matter. Even so, the macro coming up from TR to try and keep them in this game. They're going to try and apply as much poke as possible, but eventually they're going to get outranged once Zyme Senpai gets there.
As much as Dust has been good on the Retribution, he's 2 levels down. Mountain Shot will use Dirt to the back line, gets taunted up by the boat instantly, still commits, they find a kick! Oh my goodness, Nova Escobar! They somehow take out Zion, SOD connects and Joam, he goes in for the fight, flickers to safety, out of range, Dust! Right on the money, once more, and Team Ray now turning around, Ray the connect, another taunt, another kick! How is Team Ray getting away with this?
Why are they winning these fights? Why are they winning these fights in this manner? A huge double kill coming up from Dust, a huge play coming out from Joan, an amazing turnaround with the help of Nova X Kobar. Todak, they had their priorities split in multiple different directions and they could not decide what was more important.
Another situation where Todak's goalie completely vaporized. I mean, Dur really, he just full on the gas.
Yeah.
Went straight for Zai and Nova was like, I got you. And only Dur went down. Nova gets gone on, but not a problem. Dust is there to help keep the Lord a bit healthy, but thankfully Todak be able to stop this push before it got to the base.
I think right now it puts into question Todak's awareness. Just teamfight awareness. Joam now going even against Lolios in that lane. He came out, Lolios came out with a gold lead, but Joam comes out with a victory. And these fights have been so very, very close. For all intents and purposes, Team Ray, by all means, should have lost that fight. But Joam, very confident. Let's look at the instant replay one more time, right? Because as we see Dur get absolutely blasted, look at the number of ults that were committed onto him. Zyme Senpai, Zayed even throwing the turtle boat, even the Claude utilizing the Blazing Duet on one guy. It doesn't make sense why they would commit so hard onto Dur when they get more value by killing Dusk.
Yeah, I mean, it does hung on forever. Play armor now out for him.
Oof.
Good luck to Loliao. But the good news is they didn't lose an inhib this time. Right?
Well, that is true. They did not lose an inhib, but they honestly should have had a bigger gold lead by now. The fact that TR is in the lead with the composition that they had is very impressive. It really goes to show that their awareness in the middle of these team fights is just a little bit better than Todak's. At this point, slight lead. 700, 800, it's pretty negligible at this point. But Todak, how do they start playing the map? Because it's pretty uncontestable, especially against Joam, right?
Yeah.
Somebody must defend against him, and even moving around the map can be a little bit dangerous because they know that TR, at this stage of the game, recognize that we don't have a lot of damage to work with, therefore, we have to be very good with our target priority.
And once more, just to remind everyone, Dust, well, I don't want to say he won the retreat battle because Zai wasn't there, but he was 2 levels down.
He was 2 levels down, yeah?
And he's about to hit 15. And level the playing field in just a little bit.
That entire lead is going to dissipate. Zayed, he really needs that 3rd item. He needs a 3rd item finish as soon as possible. Look to get his 4th because he will scale very, very well. The question is, what do you go for in this stage, right? Endless Battle feels like a very good item, no doubts about it, especially when you've already got a Hunter Strike alongside with the War Axe. But I think at this point, he does not only need armor penetration, but some form of mobility. He needs the extra movement speed.
My pop games will just tell you to go Sky Pierce.
That's probably, I mean, to be fair, if Zion was like, I don't know, 5 and 0, I would say, yeah, sure, why not, right? Yeah. But in this case, these fights are lasting way too long and... hold on. The Nova might have an angle here.
And the Lord not fully reset. Nova, if he pulls the trigger, it gotta be now. Dur commits the ultimate. They turn on the Dreams. The Lord gets reset. The Dreams gonna get control to Oblivion. Smacked down by Dust. And again, Toda, they just don't know what the plan is. SOD, here comes Joan, baby. There's nothing you can do against this man. Welcome back to MPL MY, buddy. It is a wipeout, or close to one, and he's about to be. Dur on the case, flicker forward, right out for Toda.
Wiped out, coming in with the help of Team Ray. Joam, big plays, but dear God, what was the indecision coming in from Toda? Why didn't Fondir use the falling goddamn Star Moon? He needed to get that in. If Dreams or Fondir gets picked off like that, commit the damn ult. Team Ray silencing them, putting Todak in the dirt. 2-0 victory against this lineup.
What a way to start off week 1 and a rematch between two teams on the way to find vindication. New faces on both sides. OG questioning Abang Lord, what happened to your team? There was a hype built up for this season. An opening match, but still, big props to Nova, big props to Dome, Dust, ZaQT. They all played a big part in this 2-0.
Oh yeah. If I was Dome, I'd be hugging Nova X Kobar too. Holy cow, the amount of peel that this man provides, the amount of picks, but most importantly, the fact that they are so decisive. That is the big difference between these comps. Because again, the team composition was heavily in Todak's favor.
Yeah, and Dust, this guy deserves a pat on the back.
Oh,
what
yeah.
a debut on an MPL stage.
He really needed this boost of confidence, winning out a majority of the retry battles. Some of them are a little obsolete because I had died, but I think that game 1 represented him the best.
Both games behind on the Brethren, and both games it did not crack.
Woohoo! What a flex. What a flex. I can't wait to hear what they have to say in the post-game about that match because, again, Team Ray, new look, very fresh, new players looking amazing. We're going to wrap it up here. We're going to be throwing it over to our host, Rose, with an interview with Joam and Dusk.
Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Ray untuk musim ini 2-0, 3 mata penuh. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, ini adalah satu benda yang very exciting untuk Team Ray this coming season. And kita ada 2 pemain baru daripada Team Ray, iaitu Dusk and of course Joam making a comeback to MPL Malaysia. First of all, Dusk, congratulations on that win. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. I'm feeling very good.
Okay, now Dusk, I'm pretty sure ramai orang tak tahu Dusk ni siapa, Dusk ni dari mana. Maybe you can share with us a little bit. How did you end up in Team Ray?
I was in the MAL last season, so the coaches of MPL invited me to try out for their MPL team, so that's how I end up here.
How are you liking it so far? Suka tak jadi pro player dekat MPL?
Yeah, suka, feeling best.
Team best?
Yeah, best.
Tadi pun kita nampak banyak kejutan daripada Dust. Dia punya retry agak on point. Semua macam bukanlah rookie, first time main di atas pentas. And kenapa you pilih Team Ray?
Why Team Ray?
Yeah, why?
Because I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
It's okay. Maybe we will know soon enough. Now, Dusk, I heard that your journey, perjalanan you di MAL, it wasn't really that good. It really wasn't that smooth. So, now that Dusk dah ada dekat MPL, tengah main dah di pentas besar, and of course, you will also have a chance to go international one day. What do you want to prove to the people yang didn't support you or didn't percaya you in MAL?
Maybe I just want to prove to the doubters that I can actually play competitively. Yeah.
Korang rasa dia boleh main tak? Boleh. Ni menarik. We will see this in the future. Thank you so much, Dusk.
Thank you.
Okay guys, 2-0. Tapi hanya satu yang boleh jadi MVP perlawanan ini. And with that, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Joam! Joam, welcome back to MPL Malaysia. How are you?
I'm good.
Joam, the last time I saw you in MPL Malaysia was season 11. And now it's season 16. To you, what do you see the difference? Ano pinagkaiba?
I'm still grateful because this is our first game and still not many fans, but I'm still grateful someone supporting us, and I think we just want to target the win and the fans will come on us.
Yeah, the fans will definitely come eventually, especially after such an amazing win. Now, Joam, a lot of people are saying that you're the main carry for Team Ray.
What?
Madami nagsasabi na ikaw yung pinaka-hard carry ng Team Ray. Do you think you being in Team Ray will finally break their 8th place curse?
For me, I'm just doing my best always. And yeah, I think we can go to maybe finals. But we will work hard for it.
Wow! Finals! Weh, baru habis satu match terus ayo on the finals. Ni yung semangat yang kita nak. And of course, lastly, I heard that your personal goal is to be a finals MVP in the international stage one day. So why did you choose to play in MPL Malaysia? Why did you choose to come back? What, is it easier here?
No. Because I see SRG so strong. So I just want to try if we can stop them.
Uish, diorang nak cabar kekuatan SRG sejauh macam mana? Alright, thank you very much, Jom. Thank you very much, Dusk. Is there anything that you want to say to your fans?
Thank you so much for coming us today. And I hope I'll see you soon again next game, guys.
Alright, thank you very much. Congratulations sekali lagi kepada Team Ray on their first win this season. With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk analyze apa yang jadi di perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. That was Joam as well as Dusk on the interview here. Once again, MVP of the game going over to Joam's help, but I'm not gonna lie. As much as Rose asked him, like, are you gonna be that hard carry? Deep down, I think Joam knows, but looking at the support system around him, I think it's like, this is gonna be a little easier this time.
Yeah, like he has always been the hard carry, but it's not a one-man army. You need the team, not just Dusk beside him, but the rest of Team Ray allow Joam to have all these moments, like uncontested in fights, well, mostly uncontested, and the rest is history. Like, you give him Moskov early on. First game he was 3rd pick, second game he was like, yeah, you know what, first pick Moskov.
First pick me Moskov, I will win you games, brother mens. And overall, I mean, I'm so surprised that Team Ray won this game, right? Like, this lineup does not win against what Todak brought to the table. The only big issue that we saw was that Todak was so indecisive when they literally had, like, what, 6 seconds worth of buffer time to say, Fondir, save your boy! Some buy, like, 1 second worth of time.
I think the last 2 Lord fights really illustrate the hesitation that Todak has, right? The second Lord fight is like, okay, hesitation from Todak, but good job, Team Ray, you found Zayed. The last Lord fight, oh my goodness, that was a pure display of just Todak not knowing what they want to do.
Yeah, it's very frustrating to see. They outrange them on so many different levels. They have a disengaged mechanic onto Dreams, and that is why you see that Team Ray was so adamant on, like, you know what? We get rid of Dreams, Fondir ain't gonna be able to catch our entire backline. We have good ways of peel. The only problem is if Fondir goes in and then Loliel shows up instantly after. That was their biggest worry. And they didn't have to worry about it because Loliel's never gotten to that position in the first place.
I feel like even Zyme Sempo is kicking himself like, man, I committed to a Sky Piercer.
Yeah! Yeah!
There hasn't been any impactful, like, big AOGs. A few of it were responses to Nova getting a pick and Dreams respond with an AOG as if you're dealing with Kalea. But aside from that, not really any big outs from the Gatot.
That's the thing. And Dreams honestly would have had a chance to do that in that last fight had somebody bought a little bit of time. Either way, I'm very happy with the way that Team Ray won that matchup. They found and exploited weaknesses, and more importantly, I think we saw a good showing not only from Joam and as well as Nova X Kobar, but Zach QT, very stable in the way that he plays, right? Again, he's got a really good eye of judging for damage, whether it's executing his opponents or even taking damage. But the biggest standout, Dusk, they've done phenomenally in this best of 3.
100%, right? Joam, the rich guy, you got Zach QT as both the carry and the wingman, and sadly this time Dreams had to be the sandbag. And even for Zach QT, when he went to JP9ers and that was during the dying light moments, he was still one of the few mid laners that was able to hold his own, right? The team around him wasn't exactly in their best shape, but you give Zach QT a team that he can really jive with, this is what he delivers on the Valentina.
And it's great. It's great to see. The team is very stable. The question is, where is the ceiling for the squadron, right? Nova X Kobar, known to be a playmaker. It's elevating Team Ray, but you're going to need bigger playmakers in Dirt alongside with Dusk. I want to see how far they can go as well.
I think even Nova too, right? His stint with MV has really brought MV to, I think, their plateau by the end of Season 15, and this is one of that breakthrough moments. Is it fair to say that Team Ray have already surpassed that glass ceiling?
Not yet. Not yet. I
Just
feel
come on.
like right now, based on what the amount of resistance we saw from Todak, I wouldn't say it just yet. I think it's a good argument, but it can get a lot better or a lot worse from Team Ray from this point onwards. Because imagine every other team. They saw how clean this particular game was, the way that they control the neutral objectives, and despite the disadvantages that we saw Team Ray accumulate through the early, they managed to recover on that mid side.
Yeah, I mean they have 8 more series to prove that, but this is a good litmus test, right? We have a good baseline to see where Team Ray is. I mean, this fight as well, I cannot believe that, what, 4 members of Team Ray walked away? Zyme Sandboy is desperately trying to get a Sky Piercer stack, and he got none.
He was praying. He just needed that first one. If he got that first one, he would have chained it all together. Oh, but this last fight was so painful. I cannot believe how much Team Ray got away with this. They found that choke point that they were looking for. They also managed to land the SOD on the back line. They completely scattered Todak into the wind.
And the only person that really was able to participate was Loliel. He was like solo blazing duet. He's doing everything, but it's not enough. So again, congratulations to Team Ray on their opening series victory over Toda. Revenge served best in a 2-0 fashion with a full new lineup.
Oh yeah, it's great to see. First clean sweep in their rounds, but there's still more to be had here today. That's our very first best of 3. And I mean, it's already kind of set the tone to what is to happen later down the line. Because again, other debuts are also going to be happening today.
I mean, if you're a big fan of Toda, you might be interested in the upcoming series as well.
Oh boy, well boy, it's we're gonna throw it over to Rose in just a little bit. Thank you guys for watching. Another best of 2 going to be happening right after this.
Selamat kembali ke Panas ke Tidak, tapi kali ini I rasa dia akan jadi kurang panas sebab Rose yang ada. So sebelah Rose kita ada superstar lah daripada Toda iaitu Coach Nafari. Coach, I know kekalahan itu memang sedih lah bila kalah. Tapi you expect ke kalah macam tu dengan Team Ray?
Enggak expect sama sekali.
Enggak expect langsung?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It wasn't an expected loss at all. And Coach Nafari, I'm pretty sure you know lah kan, Toda ni, netizen suka sangat tengok dorang. Suka sangat bila dorang kalah juga. Because ramai orang macam jadi coach online. So, sebagai coach yang sebenar, you rasa pressure ke ada banyak coach online?
Enggak sih. Enggak ada hubungannya sama netizen atau gimana. Emang hari ini kita main enggak sesuai ekspektasi kita aja, di mana mainnya mungkin banyak terburu-buru karena dari 2 game itu kita juga semuanya leading early, tapi kita entah kenapa kita nge-throw game-nya tiba-tiba gitu.
I rasa kena fix banyak disiplin, problem, communication in-game. Memang banyak lagi untuk fix and baru minggu pertama. Okay, soalan kedua. Masuk perlawanan ini, kita dengar Coach Nafari punya ekspektasi tinggi.
Ya, betul.
Tapi apa yang jadi? Kenapa macam tu?
Makanya kadang hidup nggak sesuai ekspektasi emang ya. Kadang hidup tuh nggak sesuai ekspektasi karena ekspektasi kita tuh tinggi banget. Terutama di first match ini kita lawan Team Ray yang kita punya confidence sangat tinggi, tapi ternyata justru hasilnya kita kalah 0-2.
So, apa yang coach akan buat bila balik rumah untuk make sure minggu ke depan Toda boleh secure points?
Yang pertama, yang pasti kita bakalan review game-nya dulu, kenapa kita kalah. Mungkin kita bakalan adjust masalah strategi atau gimana. Terus yang kedua itu masalah mental. Karena kita mainnya terlalu rush ya, terlalu terburu-buru di in-game. Gak santai, gak relax gitu. Jadi itu harus dibenerin juga gitu.
Santai itu penting. Speaking about santai, Coach, Rose ada satu request, boleh?
Apa tuh?
Ini baru minggu pertama MPL. So, kita kena bagi semangat kepada fans Toda dekat sana. So, siapa kita?
Todak.
Siapa kita?
Todak.
Siapa kita?
Todak.
Habiskan.
Todak. Langgar.
Yay! Thank you very much to Coach Nafari. I hope you guys can come back stronger untuk minggu ke depan. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters.
Understandable sentiments coming up from the coaches, and especially for Todak fans out there. There's still plenty of game left here in the league, and hopefully we're going to see more improvement from them in the following weeks.
They've already ruined my predictions. I came in expecting Todak to win, but I'm all for an upset, right? Team Ray did prove that they are the better team today, but I think looking at this current version of Todak, I feel like I have the confidence to say It's gonna be better than last season.
I think it could be better than last season. I don't know. Hey, guys, don't forget, in the chat itself, which transfer Team Ray makes you think is more beneficial for them? A, the locals, Nova X, Kobar, Zach QT, Dusk. B, the imports, Joman as well as Dur. Or C, all of them. I think they put some really good arguments. I don't know how split the chat is going to be about it.
Hey, I know my Filipinos and Filipinas will say Joam.
For sure.
But you also have to take Dur.
You also have to take Dur. They come in a pair.
Okay, so it's about you can't just take Joam. All right, we claim those two.
We claim those two straight away.
He likes I am Guppo, dude. He's part of us now.
He's earned his citizenship straight away. Either way, I'm curious to see what the results are for the chat. But our upcoming matchup, it's going to be CG up against, oh boy, Games MY Kelantan. These guys, I'm worried about them. I'm worried about Games MY Kelantan. I feel like CG, they've got the veterans. It's like, what can you really say about that?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's like a MAL finals rematch, right? And CG sweat that. So I want to see GMX, they have some heavy hitters as well. Even though they're new names, you know, they're Jungler Jaja, very sought after by a lot of pro teams as well.
So we've heard from the grapevine. Even so, it's going to be an exciting time. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MPL and Mobile Legends action right here. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Lapung boleh. Jom.
Gua ke Barca, Barca ulti.
Orang dia lapu guys.
Mati Barca.
Nice. Ayo guys, potong. Backup ulti kan ni?
Gas dulu aja.
Nice. Satu atas guys, satu dong. Sama guys.
I can still fight guys.
I can still fight guys.
Baca guys.
One guys. Vincent guys.
One guys.
Ano ba lang? Kaya jom. Okay lang.
Okay lang.
Just back guys. Kena tahu.
It's okay guys.
My bad guys.
Okay lang,
Sama guys.
I think we...
Baksha.
Baksha guys, focus guys.
I stand to guys. Baksha.
No one.
One guys, ulti ah. Ulti one guys. Ulti one guys.
Can go, pick up.
Just help me here guys.
Nice.
Me guys, clear mid. Yeah, tower now guys, tower. Mantap guys.
Nice guys.
Mantap jom.
There.
Hero guys.
I'm here.
Hero guys. Now blazing cloud guys. Space. Isashi guys. Isashi mati.
Low guys.
Cover.
Good, still good guys.
Nice. Take her guys.
Take her guys.
Come back guys.
Cloud no purify guys ah. We can still fight guys.
Space.
Go guys.
Let's go mid guys. Take her guys. Calm.
Hero guys.
Esme, go.
Put it.
I go guys.
Clock.
Clock.
EMI guys.
I will go. You want to end guys?
Yeah.
Wait guys, focus cloud first. Kill the cloud first guys.
Ah,
Let's go mid.
Kalma guys.
Kapal lagi Oton. Boleh. Masuk tong Pak.
Masuk nih.
Tuh, aku mati. Boleh sampul juga sih tadi, Ed.
Iya, lo tadi, Cok. Kenapa di reset?
Win already guys.
Nice one, guys.
Nice one.
Nice one, Zah.
Tower guys, tower lang. Tower all. Mantap guys.
Kalma guys.
Bye. Saya boleh nih.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. River currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
semua. Selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baru, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bone untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bone miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidia. Wira-wira Abyss Alice, Daeroth dan Thomas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemaskini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda mempamerkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17 September. Kami berharap anda menikmati semua kandungan baharu. Dan sehingga lain waktu, kita akan berjumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall meet. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan istimewa perubahan peta tahunan kami. Dalam video ini, kami akan perkenalkan gaya permainan baharu yang menarik ini. Mari kita mulakan. Apabila perubahan peta tahunan dilancarkan, anda boleh melihat butiran ciri ini di sini. Apabila perlawanan bermula, pemain akan dimaklumkan tentang mekanik medan pertempuran yang aktif sebelum pemilihan wira. Anda boleh menyemak maklumat tentang mekanik ini pada bila-bila masa semasa pemilihan wira untuk merancang strategi anda. Adakah anda bersedia untuk cabaran tembok runtuh? Tembok-tembok lama di seluruh medan pertempuran telah runtuh, mendedahkan laluan baharu dan memberi wira tanpa beling peluang untuk bersinar. Kami tidak sabar melihat laluan baharu yang bakal anda cipta. Bahaya menunggu di setiap sudut apabila beluka berbahaya aktif. Seluruh medan pertempuran kini dilitupi beluka, maka bergerak dengan berhati-hati. Adakah anda pemburu atau yang diburu? Anda perlu strategi baharu untuk menguasai hutan yang berbahaya ini. Pernahkah anda bermimpi meluncur di atas medan pertempuran bagai awan yang bebas? Dengan awan meluncur, awan ajaib yang boleh ditunggangi akan spawn di medan pertempuran, naik dan terbang ke udara untuk pertukaran laluan yang pantas atau menerjun turun untuk serangan hendak maut. Mari menunggang angin dan menguasai langit. Sungai akan membawa anda meraih kemenangan melalui sungai deras. Arus sungai akan berkembang ke kawasan jungle dan arus baharu akan terbentuk ketika lot muncul dan setelah ia dikalahkan. Ikuti aliran arus untuk mendapat peningkatan kelajuan pergerakan yang ketara. Kuasai aliran arus dan heret musuh anda ke dalam pusaran kekalahan. Kami berharap mekanik medan pertempuran baharu ini akan merombak meta yang lapuk dan memberikan pengalaman serta cabaran baharu bagi semua pemain. Kita akan berjumpa lagi di medan pertempuran baharu.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill.
Bye. Saya boleh ni. Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
everyone! Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. river currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
Semua, selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baru, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bone untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bone miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidia. Wira-wira Abyss Alice, Daeroth dan Tamas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemaskini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda mempamerkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17 September. Kami berharap anda menikmati semua kandungan baharu. Dan sehingga lain waktu, kita akan berjumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
I see desperation. I come.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah, sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Cellcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Cellcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, Sarah VE and Playas. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Hai semua, saya Rizky Piu. Saya dah tak sabar nak umumkan satu benda baru yang akan berlaku pada
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Flying clouds coming soon. Flying clouds.
Ya, tahu nak terbang. Mic pun dah nak ambil. Ya ampun. Okey, saya ada benda lagi nak umumkan dekat korang ni. Buat
Riz, stop. I'm sorry, kena stop. Aku dah pesan. Kita dah tak boleh pakai dinding. Dinding dah tak... Security tolong. Aku dah cakap banyak kali. Kau ni memang jenis tak dengar. Kita dah tak boleh pakai dinding, okey? Lepas ni, kau kena, okey?
Okey, dinding. Okey. Banyak betul lah gangguan. Okey, saya nak umumkan lagi sekali. Apa yang akan jadi pada
Jangan lupa minum air ya. Water is very important. 天气很热，记得喝多点水哈。
你的声音都没有了。Okey. Ni barulah saya boleh nak announce dekat korang semula. Apa yang akan jadi pada minggu depan adalah seorang lagi. Ni kenapa pula ni nak sembunyi ni? Tepilah. Nak buat kerja pun susah lah orang.
4 maps 4 maps could be coming to us soon. Real quick here to change up the land of Dawn and give another level of gameplay for our pro players to figure out how much of a change is going to matter. We don't know yet. It's only going to be next week is when we're going to start seeing these new changes come to place. Welcome back, everybody. This is the MPL MY Season 16. We're continuing on with week number 1, day number 3. My name is Getting Q. This is Husky at the desk because our next up-and-coming game is going to be an interesting one. A couple of familiar faces and also brand new faces on their debut game today.
Yeah, and this is the last time we have any promotional teams from MAL itself before we head into franchise next year. So GMXK Kelantan is the final edition, and I've heard they're a powerhouse team, right? They finished second in the MAL League, only falling short to CG Esports. And if you guys don't know who CG Esports is, you will know very soon enough.
Legends are going to be brought back here today. That seems to be the overall theme for the rest of the entirety of MPL. Maybe not just for MY, but across the world. It's an exciting time to be alive and watch MLBB esports. But so far, the real question that we have to ask is experience versus burning spirit. 2 MAL champions meet once again.
Yeah, 100%. And on top of that, right, we tease a lot about the next patch, Project Next. I think the Project Next also applies to a lot of these teams. And for CG, they have I think there's this burden lifted off their shoulders, right? It's a completely different roster. You disregard their previous affiliations. This is a team that is here to prove that the old guard still got it.
I mean, without the branding, of course, I feel like a lot of people still feel like it's like, oh, this is Todak 2.0. It's crazy how Todak has 2 slots here in MPL MY, but CG is its own separate entity despite it being backed overall. I think that this will be an exciting time to see whether or not this team still has what it takes. Because again, as you mentioned, Games NY Kelantan is looking like a powerhouse, but we don't really know how far that will go, especially here at the Tier 1s.
Yeah, and I think if you want to kind of set the benchmark for MAL team performance, right, you have to take CG out of that conversation. They are not really an MAL team. GMXK Kelantan, 100%. And then you compare that to previous season and what Untitled previously DxO has achieved, it's a pretty high bar to clear.
It really is. The MAL has been a very impressive addition, especially with the relegation system before we go into the franchise. But for the most part, you might just still recognize the names coming here from MAL over into the MPL MY. Here is the full roster for CG Esports, starring Amzik, Balance, Chiku, Gary, and Ye3.
And this is not the full lineup of CG Esports. The majority of the faces, you know who they are. Legendary people, 3-time MPL winner Chiku is there. You got Gary in the roster. Ye3, you know him as well. Balance, old name, but still here. And of course, Amzik being kind of the newer face in this slot.
Now, at first glance, especially during the MAL, I was looking at CG squad and I was like, man, how does this team lineup actually work together? Especially knowing that Chiku Guys is a very vocal player when it comes down to the raw shot calls. Balance, during his time with Team SMG, was also extremely vocal.
Yeah, well, that voice did bring them to a resounding victory, a clean sweep over the MAL finals opponent. Games MY Kelantan. I'm ImQT, Muddins is back, Maima is back, we got Jaja, the young jungle prodigy, and Monster. And I think this team, if they can put up a good game against CG Esports, then I feel like we are going to have an exciting season ahead of us. Now, the main question for me is, Jaja, the whole world's been hyping him up. This is his chance to prove his worth.
He really is. It really is. Down the grapevine, we've been hearing that Jaja has been getting numerous offers from really big teams. Not entirely sure how true that is, so that's why we're only going to leave it to the grapevine. It's just rumors, but I want to see here today. If he can prove why he is worth that medal, that would be very helpful, especially up against a team, and especially up against Gary on the opposite end.
Yeah, it's kind of the new son against the old goat. I mean, even for Jaja, I heard prior to season 15, SRG OG was actually looking for him. He said no.
What? That's a little wild. That's a little wild. With that being said, here is our ping test mic check.
YouTube ada kurangi.
Tak, kita orang nak double confirm.
Oh, double confirm tu yang tanya masih.
Ya,
dia play baru, belum tengok YouTube lagi.
Kita orang dah tengok.
Pas band pick
Alright.
Pandai kau orang menjawab.
Dia first debut first. First debut.
Hijau lagi.
Yeah.
Apalah. Ada orang nak tengok ni ya? Jaja ya? Tak ada.
Ada orang nak tengok Jaja.
Boleh minta.
Halo.
Boleh minta Jaja backflip.
Jaja backflip. Jaja gini je.
Tak suka je.
Cak.
Okay, dah nak menang ni.
Siapa suruh ni? Saya baru main.
Diorang terus turun. So kita orang 1-0 lah.
1-0.
Okay, thank you. Satu game lagi lah.
Of course, our players still having fun up on the stage. Balance hasn't changed at all. We'll still mess with our marshals during their ping test. Nothing's changed. It feels like they never even left.
Yeah, and I personally want to see how Valence and Chiku can command a team, right? Sure, MAL is a different ball game when you come to MPL. For them, it feels like, you know, revisiting kind of the revisiting old locations. But I think when you're on the stage after quite a few seasons away, the landscape has changed, right? Now, can you command this bunch, your team, when the stakes have been raised?
Yeah, especially with the pressure on the line. Right now, minimal pressure because it's just the beginning of the season regardless. I think when you're looking at the opposite end against Games MY, yes, Jaja has been one of the few names that have been recommended amongst many other teams and looking to get scouted upon. But there's also Munster here. I've heard a lot of decent things about Munster, coming from Onyx Prodigy, the MDL team coming in from the legendary Onyx from MPL Indonesia alone. So far, based on what we've seen coming up from the Onyx brand when it comes down to just pure MDL, they've always done something good with their youngsters. But now we need to look at the dream team we need? Question mark?
It certainly is a superstar team, right? When CG Esports first formed in MAL, there were already talks about it before the season started. We know that CG, the Chiku guys as the face, and then we started seeing the full roster, right? Gary, Balance, and it's like, holy cow, how did Chiku bring these boys together? Is it the dream team we need? I feel like for now, SRG OG is that dream team. But if CG can take down SRG OG, maybe in the group stage, or better yet, grand finals, then perhaps this is the dream team.
I love that you brought that up because SRG OG Esports is one of those teams that need to be beaten at this point. I think that last season, MPL MY, we really struggled to see who else could actually compete at that level with high execution, how clean they played overall, and just great backbone to start. CG, on the other hand, I think it's kind of interesting, right? They start from MAL. They have this amazing roster with plenty of legends who have MPL trophies underneath their belts, yet they are still incorporating. I mean, Moon used to be part of this lineup, and then Chiku guys decided to go into the mid lane. Couple of shift ups here, and now somebody else is playing the gold lane. Like, boo!
I mean, they had to go back down into the field, right? Get down and dirty and kind of build their way back out. They had to qualify the honest way. I think that's a very good way of kind of approaching it, and now they're back, right? I think even for Chiku guys, winning isn't enough. Winning MPL isn't enough.
It really isn't, especially now that the landscape has changed so much. Like, I feel like the competition is a lot harder for a lot of these professionals based on when they first started during like Season 2, Season 3, Season 4. And I mean, even from Gary's and Valence's time, the landscape has changed significantly.
Yep, 100%. I think, again, the evolution of SRG OG has just showed us how strong they actually are, and CG might be the next team to beat them.
Yep. With that being said, both of our teams are starting to get ready to play. Let's bring them out on to our stage. Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Thank you for your hard work. This is Therese, May, Nuna, and Izan. New name, but familiar faces. After undergoing a long but worthy journey through MAL, Chiku, Gary, and Valence are back in the MPL stage. Can they rise up and continue their mission to get that M7 slot? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for CG Esports! The newcomers from MAL, after several seasons of trying, they finally arrived, led by Martins, armed with an EXP laner and a coaching staff from Indonesia. Are they ready to take on the competition? Make some noise for GMXK! Kelantan!
Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every game. For CG Esports, we have Coach Rain as head coach and Coach Cody as the tactical coach. For GMXK, it's Coach VB as head coach and Backdoor as the tactical coach. To keep it going with the fist bumps between both teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. Ini gaya kita. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. It's time for the MAL Season 3 Finals rematch to kick off an MPL stage. CG Esports against GMXK Kelantan.
Good luck to both of our squads here up on the stage. Their last bit of physical contact before they head on into the games, and this is going to be a really exciting one. GMX Kelantan. These guys, I'm interested to see how well they're going to perform. From the time of the MAL Season 3 Finals up till now, how much have they grown? Off of first pick alone, CG Esports, especially with Coach Rain, new haircut and honestly some new gray swag. I thought he was coming up with the traditional jerseys, wasn't expecting him to come in his own.
Hey, I gotta say, it's good to see Coach Rain back, right? Last time when he was in the analyst role of RSG MY, he has put on a lot of that work, and that's why we see players like Rippo, Izanami, Lo Liao, even Demon Kai was under his realm at one point. But this is quite a clash. MAL Season 3 champion against MAL Season 2 champion. We talked about Chiku guys wanting to exceed beyond just winning games. He wants to beat SRG and go to M7. I don't just want the mindset of reaching the grand final to qualify, because with that mindset, it only means that they qualify for M7 but are not strong enough to compete if they cannot beat SRG OG. So Chico feels that they can't just rely on getting into the grand finals, they need to change the mindset.
And that's totally true. It's 100% true. You're looking to compete on that world stage, you first must beat the benchmark, the second best squad out there in the world, SRG OG. And for someone like Chico, who has held multiple titles, multiple appearances on the grand stage of an international, has never made it once to a finals.
Yeah, multiple MSC attendance, multiple M-Series attendance. I think even last season is a very good reflection of how big the power vacuum is, right? Like Homeboys made it to the grand finals against SRG OG. Homeboys also qualifies for M6, sure, but they got 4-0 in our grand finals, and they didn't even make they didn't even make it far in the M-Series alone.
It always feels like there's something to prove every single season, whether it be Malaysia needs to be on the map on an international stage. Now, fighting to make sure that our second slot earned by SRG OG Esports is bringing another competitor who is worthy of that challenge. We've had so many teams fall just behind them and not make it that far, and only giving the hopes for SRG OG to make it into the grand finals to uphold country's sake name. But we also have a quote from Jar Jar. We asked him about, can he be Chiku on his goals for this season at the very least? And after making it to 2 MAL Grand Finals this first season, I want to chase the Rookie of the Season title, and personally, my target is to qualify for the Grand Finals. Even if there are strong teams, including SRG, I'll still give my all.
That's the spirit you need to have. Inspired by Siska last season, debuting in MPL Season 15 and getting Rookie of the Season award, I think Jaja has a fair shot, right? Because this guy is no longer in the running for that title, and if GMXK can make it far, this is definitely the person that I think a lot of people will be crediting and looking out for. But aside from that though, the return of Muddins and Maima. Especially Maima, he wasn't there with this roster when they played MAL Finals. He was the addition afterwards, and the sentiment around Maima has always been, he saw the filler. But I think in GMXK, I feel like they are going to look to change that.
I'm hoping that they do look to change that, especially for Matt Deans, because on his season of MPL MY under Team Secret, didn't exactly do that well and eventually got replaced, right? But was it necessarily his fault, or was it just the lack of experience? Now is going to be a great test to see how much he has grown and learned from the MAL side. Bit of years, bit of time to mature, and also reunited with Maima once more, who is a very, I want to say calm energy, but he has just a really big personality.
I mean, Muddins as the captain of the team, that is also something that is quite big for GMXK as well. I think you look at the whole roster, I would personally, on impression, think that Maima is the shot caller, but the fact that it's Muddins means that growth, there's something that they need to show on the stage.
Absolutely. Not to mention the addition of their Indonesian counterparts as well to try and make this team what it is today. It has been a long time coming, and not to mention that Indonesia has been the staple for not only rookies, but also just a clean side of play when it comes down to just raw, macro, and aggression. They call them the Brawl server for a reason. I'm pretty sure Monsters is more than happy to show what he's got in a 1v1.
And we saw that in DIR, we saw a bit of that in well, not DIR, it's from Philippines. We saw a little bit of that in Fondia earlier on, even though Todak ended up losing that game, but there is that brawl energy. I would say, I think we've found slightly more success taking players from Indonesia. I think it's just a language barrier, right? Maybe the MDL players, right? MPL players, I'm going to put that aside, but MDL development players, I think the Indonesian imports have definitely helped elevate our locals.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, the MDL scene over in Indonesia is honest to God, they've been doing a really good job to the point where it's even elevating us here on the opposite side of the causeway. But even then, our local players have now started to really start to show what they have in terms of just raw talent. Obviously, the pool isn't going to be as big as MPL Indonesia or MDL Indonesia, but the few talents that we do eventually find, it's great to see them back up on that stage. Gary used to be one of those players. Balance as well used to be one of those players.
I mean, Gary won his first season on his debut too, of all things, right, with Team Hawk.
And went to an international after.
And went to international. So this drafting phase, let's see what both teams have for us. CG Esports against GMXK. CG with the first pick, GMXK on second.
Alright, Arlet, Phovius, Hayabusa from the side of CG. GMXK have decided to get rid of the 1-1 alongside the Lancelot. Rather interesting. I don't know if this is targeted or whether this is their take on the meta, because if we're talking about meta, like strong first picks that we've seen so far, I mean, the Yi Shin has always been a big question mark. Yes, it can be situational now that the nerfs have come into play, but it really depends on the squadron.
So we saw that Yi Shin was sort of ignored almost fully in the first series until it was picked up by Zayed. Seems like that's going to be the case this game, not on the ban list. Last ban by GMXK is the far sub. Yi Shin open again, but the CC is also up.
Yes, the CC is a nasty hero to play with. A 1v1 specialist, mostly dealing with tanks is kind of her specialty. She's able to sustain very, very long in the middle of team fights, and even in a lane when you think she's about to be gone, she somehow slips away. A lot of good first pick options. We have the Kalia, we have even the Baxia. Oh, the Baxia gets locked in almost straight away here, allowing GMXK to find their own pairing.
Wow, so right off the bat, they take a very strong hero. GMXK. What do I mean? It's a deterrent to the YSS.
It's a little bit of a deterrent to the YSS, I won't lie. But it means that Kimmy is not exactly the greatest. CC is going to get locked in for sure. And fun fact for Muddins, this was the stage that Muddins made his debut with Team Secret in Season 12. Almost reaching the playoffs, but ending in 9th.
They came pretty close, wow. I'm not going to lie. We celebrated their first series win too in Season 12. They had quite the run. I mean, we had Max with us. Matt was here for quite a while too. Kimmy CC, I saw the CC coming. I feel like it makes a lot of sense, but the Kimmy...
Yeah, not so much. I have to agree with you on that one. I understand that maybe they could look at Boxer as like, okay, he could go for the support. He could be a support, but then we don't have access to Kalia. We've already locked in two out of the 3 of our laners. It's not really giving much wiggle room for GMXK to kind of play the flex. CG though, let's see what these next 2 picks are going to be. They have to deal with the CC somehow, and they're going to go with the Kalia on top of the Harith.
Oh boy.
Good options, very good options.
Strong lanes, great sustain, incredible scaling, and the mid lane pool is still pretty wide, right? Jusin, Yves, Kadita, Kagura, if you want to go down the more niche pool as well. Hey, they could go Novara if they want, honestly.
They should. They honestly should, but I think Gatot should be the pick for the side of GMXK right now. It's a great pairing when we're talking about just natural, super easy to execute combos, right? You have the AOG on top of the curtain call coming in from that CC, you almost guarantee a flicker, if not a purify, as soon as you launch one of those two abilities. From the side of CG, I think they can also understand that if they don't go for Gata, then the Kalian as well as Baxia are going to be able to run away with a lot of stuff. Oh, instead they're going to go with the Fredrin.
And we've been getting this is the third Fredrin of the day.
Okay.
We also found out early on that you can purify the curtain call.
Yes.
It just takes one person. If you're tied up, one guy presses purify, and you're out.
You're able to walk away. You're able to break the link. I don't know. Based on the data that we have of just today, technically, Baxia apparently does not do well into the Fredrin. Kind of strange to see after years of Baxia Fredrin.
Yeah, Fredrin, 100% win rate.
100% win rate right now. Why did they stretch out Lapu's face so much for the bans?
Man's been gaining.
The buffs were too good. He's living life too well.
He gets damage reduction, extra damage.
Beefed up his numbers as well. Alright, Moskov, the follow-up ban. They still need to make sure that, I don't know, the gold lane I feel has generally been pretty dominant, especially in the early four. The Harith, he's got really easy ways to lane, unless they have a cheeky little combo here from the side of GMXK, whether they want to introduce something like pick-off, something that has some form of pick-off on top of a Beatrix, then maybe they have the scaling and the laning phase down in the bag.
The one thing that worries me now is that the event that CG finds a way to force this Kimmy out of the mid lane. I mean, the last time we saw Kimmy go was pretty disastrous, right?
Yeah.
She does not belong in the goal lane anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough to play her in the goal lane, especially with the changes. But even so, there's still a possibility with these next couple of bans to give us an idea. Kadita? What? What? Are we really? Is that the thing we're actually worried about here? Okay.
They see Chico on the other side and they're like, what's the most cheese pick he would go? Which hero can Chico go to cheese us, to catch us by surprise? I mean, Kadita is one of it.
I don't know. I think that's why CG Co-Train is like, you know what? Let's get rid of the Arlet, let's get rid of the Phobias, let's get rid of the Hayabusa. Chico can play all three of those things. Moskov, hell no. We ain't letting him touch that in the mid lane.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, they could still go for marksman ban, right? So Harry, you ban what? Ranger?
I don't think it's necessary to ban any of those at this point. I think they need to get rid of the Gato, but instead they're gonna get rid of the Granger. I guess double down on trying to win the lane through Amzik. I would have liked to see them play through their Baxia, but I think this is okay. Let's see whether or not GMXK is gonna opt to even consider going into the Gato Kacha as a means to disengage the entirety of the team if somebody gets picked up by Kalia.
Unless they pick marksman here, and then they give us another Kaja, right? I mean, it is Madin.
It is Madin, that is true. What else would be like semi-decent at this point? Badang is like, it's kind of okay.
Gato is probably like your best bet.
Kind of, and even then it's like, oh, they're gonna go with the Bruno. Alright, so GMXK understanding that CG want to play through that goal lane no matter what, they need to find somebody who's actually able to go toe-to-toe with the Harith in the earlier stages, and maybe look to outscale him later down the line, and I think Bruno is an okay pick. I just think that GMXK is assuming that CG isn't going to sacrifice a lane just to try and squeeze in that Gatot. But we'll see. I think Gatot might not even be touched by the end of this.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance. It's CG... What the XP lane, right? No Arlet. What else? They go for the Paquito.
For all of us.
That's very... I want to say very TDK, but you know, it's more of a Chiku thing.
No. Paquito, I get it. I get the Paquito. We've seen this on the international stage once or twice.
Yep.
We've seen it in local leagues before. Paquito actually does pretty well into the matchup, especially against the CC. Why? You just chain your combos, and especially when you hit level 4, push her away, walk back, reset. That's all you do, right? And you have a better wave clear than the CC, so you're still relevant in these fights. Considering that there are two squishies on the side of GMXK, we need peel. We need one more layer to cover all sides of their composition.
You need someone that can peel, but you also need someone that can withstand the Xavier.
Please just lock in the Gatot. No! No, why are we moving to Matilda here? All right, faster rotations, sure, but the lineup feels super defensive for the side of GMX, and now they're going to lean into playing through monsters while hoping MQT is going to get some help from the mid lane.
Not only that, they're relying a lot on Jaja and Muddins to really be the front line, right? To take the punishment from Chiku, to withstand a couple of knockout punches from Year 3. I mean, CG Esports, they have the right players. They have the right players for their heroes. But for GMXK, this Matilda pick, I didn't see it coming. I thought that they would take the fight to CG a bit more. But Matilda does give them the mobility. Maybe that's how they're going to try and outmaneuver CG.
Yeah, either they find like an early game advantage through Maima and as well as MQT alongside Muddins to transfer them to the right lanes. But I think at this point, right, mid-game is going to be heavily contested from both sides. With that being said, our second best of 3 commences as we head on in to the land of Dawn. Only one of these teams are going to be coming out as the victors. On our blue side, we have Chikugai Esports, CG Esports, facing up against Games MY Kelantan, GMXK on the red.
And a historical rematch from the realm of MAL, GMXK 2 back-to-back finals appearance, winning the second season and then finishing runner-up in the third thanks to CG being there, a clean sweep in the grand finals. But the ballgame, the stage has definitely changed since then. We see this Baxia and we expect these fast rotations early on. Maima instantly forced back, takes a concussive blast to the phase 2. And even with the Matilda, it's not going to be easy for Muddins to keep up with this tempo.
It really isn't, because every little bit of poke that Chikugai lands onto Maima, or I would say less so on Muddin, he'll be able to heal through it later down the game. But for Maima and as well as for MQT, they're hoping that Muddins is able to get his the passive coming in from the favor as soon as possible. In terms of raw battle spells, looks like there's nothing too out of the ordinary. All purifies from the side of GMXK, even getting a vengeance for the side of Monsters.
Must also recognize that he's not going to be the main damage dealer. Needs to be able to soak up the punishment. I think GMXK, they relayed the information that one of the camps was stolen by Gary, so Jaja, after hitting level 4, is not going to be worried too much about going to the bottom side of the map. But that means that the entire jungle is cleared out. It's pretty much empty for GMXK.
Oh, this could be a potential bait, but Year 3 is going to hit level 4 first. Monsters, unfortunately, missing out at least one or two minions, 1.5 minions in this case, as they get right on top of Jaja. He gets out of there with the help of Muddins. And I think this is totally fine. It's actually more beneficial for CG. They know that it's down. They know that the Guiding Wind isn't going to be there, so they can go for the quick rush here. If not, look for a pick.
Yeah, Blue is flicker for that. A 3-man taunt. Jaja easily helps Maima get the first blood. Turtle does go over to Gary though, but unfortunately, that's already 2 down for CG. The taunt's gonna keep Gary in place, and he's gonna get gunned down. Gary barely makes it out. The dotting line not enough there, so GMXK still walks away with 2.
Why were they positioning themselves by Tri-Brush? Why didn't they want to play on the safe side of the map rather than try to take space knowing that GMXK is coming from that direction? It's rather strange, but that's fine. A mistake being punished. It's huge for GMXK, and at this point, MQ2, he's doing a very good job against Amzik, right? He just has to hold out until his first 2 items.
Yeah. Pretty weird that Year 3 flickered just now to... I don't know what the plan was. They definitely did not have enough damage for Jaja, but at least they got the turtle.
Maybe he forgot that Monsters had vengeance or something.
Nah, that could be too. They're able to catch Monsters. Speaking of the devil, he is definitely going to go down this time. Gary finds it.
And that's what we're looking for. These mid-game fights. As we start transitioning from the early game in towards that mid-game, Year 3 has developed quite the lead for himself. Not only in lane, but because Monsters also giving up his life during that mid-rotation. Maima, very aggressive here. Ooh, and the beam, wow. Wow, didn't give Year 3 a chance.
Hey, this is where I'll say, welcome back, Year 3. Feels just like home.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing has changed.
The poor guy, the poor guy.
That's the JP Year 3 we know.
That's the one we know and love, man. Shout out to the Niners. Now, as the lane continues to progress, right, I want to see the position of Valence. Because so far, he's either shown up a little late to the fight, or he's already ahead of the game knowing where GMXK was going to rotate anyways. This time, he's hiding in a bit of an off-angle bush. He sees Muddins and is going to push him out to give Amzik a little bit more pressure.
Let's say, Maima already got 2 kills, which feels like it shouldn't be the case against CG's lineup. And MQT is going to be dragged by Muddins. Let's see if they can join this. There is incentive for GMXK to try and contest, but sadly Jaja a bit too late to the venue, so CG Esports gets a free turtle. Balance trying to go for a grab, can't find anyone. GMXK disengaged. Maima though jumped on by Gary, perfectly executed.
Good comms from the side of CG. Ye3 knew that he had the angle. He was just calling for somebody just in case he didn't have enough damage. I mean, this 0-2 score, if he was 2-0, he probably would have one-shot him anyways. Now, with the instant invade, this is what I wanted to see from our previous best of 3, right? But instant reply, we do see that Muddins as well as MQT, who you should be worried about him. He's got some pretty significant damage in the early stages of the game.
And I think Jaja was in range for the guiding wind, so couldn't really take it just now. All things considered, GMXK is still pretty close. CG, it is under 1,000 gold lead. Chiku, I think, just try and blast that middle wave to keep it shoved in. Either way, GMXK to get gone on. Gary with the help of Valens and Chigu. Plenty of damage on the Jaja. He gets kidnapped back, trying to be dragged away. Jaja sidesteps the blast. Ye3 tries to go for the execution, couldn't get it. Muddins with the Purify gets away. MQT gets gone on. He also disengaged, but Valen catches up and brings Amzik a free kill. Gary with the second.
That should have been so much more. That should have been 4-0 in favor of CG. And now they're going to use the pressure. Oh no, wait, hold on. Gary's in trouble. He gets pulled back and he can't get out.
Oh, Gary gets Maima. Close enough. Just hit a collective groan from the crowd. That could have been an outplay. Maima cashes in 240 gold.
Oh boy. That's some scary stuff. Luckily, he didn't get the blade armor just yet. He doesn't have enough money, luckily, for that, because if not, Maima probably would have lost that considering how close it was. Ye3, however, on the opposite side, he's developed a good EXP lead, but not enough in terms of the just raw gold. It's the War Axe purchase already for the side of Munster, so if he plays it safe, he can heal back up despite the damage Ye3 can apply.
Yeah, there's some unfortunate turn events that Ye3 kind of troll a little bit, dying 2 times. Valens trying to go for kidnap Maima, good purify, so Valens doesn't get the engage off. As Amzik tries to go onto Muddin, but Muddin's able to back away to get the knockup onto Munster, but Munster is just eating it up with the help of Jaja. Takes down Valens. Big blast on Chiku, guys, but the damage unfortunately falls short. Jaja now gets gone on. He's going to be dragged away by Muddin to safety. Chiku, guys, still pumping out the damage. And maybe CG Esports at just another 4 GMXK away. A second blast comes through. Once more they survive.
Oh man, if only Amzik had Flicker or something. That Purify came in handy, kept him alive, but he's not netting big profits off of it. The most that he's gotten is this turtle. And now 4-6 with a gold lead in favor of CG. CG, their conversions have been especially good, right? Find a single mistake coming in from GMXK, instantly convert it into a buff steal, instantly convert it into a neutral take. Every single time, the decisions have been good. So now that we're past the early stages of the game, maybe some of the early jitters coming out from the rest of the squad, I think now it's going to be a real game. And GMXK, I want to see them be a little bit more proactive in this, right? They want to stay long in these fights, but the problem is that Chiku guys eventually, once we get to the late game, will outscale everybody on the side of GMXK.
And with how close GMXK sticks together, Chiku guys is going to have a field day just blasting them with their ability. We saw an attempt onto Munster early on with getting Balance and Ye3, but they weren't able to grab him back. And the 3 purifies from GMXK have been working wonders, preventing Balance from grabbing the key targets.
At this point, Valens is thinking, I just need to take out Jaja. I just need to take out Munster. However, the battle spell from Munster has bought him plenty of time, and the rest of his team hasn't really scaled. So the timings are slightly off, but look at the way that they're playing the map, right? Not only are they getting the pressure, they're getting the free information, allowing people like Gary to transverse freely and deny options and roads from GMXK because they want to stick so close together. Nobody's covering the side lanes.
Yeah, Chiku just got his Wishing Lantern too, so it's gonna melt through all of these members of GMXK. That's half of Maima's health bar.
2 abilities, half of his life bar, and now he's going to start chunking out Jaja as well. I mean, just look at this, right? Really good purchase coming in from Chiku.
I mean, CG are just winning the macro war right now. They're all rotating GMXK, whoever Matilda on their side. It's less about the team fights and more of just CG playing the map in a very intelligent manner. I'm just going to try and keep this turret up, but with Valens around, there's a deterrent mid-tier one goes down. Monster almost gets solo killed by Year 3.
Yeah, he's got to be really careful. Monster cannot deal with Year 3 at this stage of the game. He's already got the anti-heal already purchased from the side of Year 3. Once he gets that Hunter Strike, I think it's going to be a bigger problem. But look at the value that they are getting from Chiku on this Xavier. That Wishing Lantern doing so much work.
Get the grab, that's the Purify out from the Bruno. The taunt does connect onto balance. The bounce from the Wordy is not enough. Gary in the thick of it. The rest of CG Esports able to peel back with the help of Chiku, guys. Again, creating that mystic feel. So hard for GMXK to just walk up.
Oh, they can't. And they can't just keep funneling themselves in such a tight corridor. Chiku loves these types of angles. So far, the Favor's been doing a good amount of work, but now, with Monster trying his best. Oh my god, how is he alive? Finally goes down.
The Vengeance only keeping on life for slightly longer. And CG Esports finally gets control of the Lord. This is a free objective.
Free objective, and I think that right now GMXK, they have to be a little bit worried about their side lanes at this point, right? What would be ideal? Now that we know that Monster is not able to beat Year 3 at this stage of the game, we look towards Gary's side, who rotates really fast. Therefore, Matins and Maima can't just work together. You need IMQT alongside with Matins and Monsters if they want to stand a chance against a potential 3v3 or 2v2 on the side lanes.
I think the ideal thing is just, man, if Matins was on the Matilda, then maybe I would call an engage or something, but the fact that it's the Matilda means unless you're willing to make the hero play where Matins pulls Jaja in and then they start a fight, it realistically is quite hard considering that CG is 6,000 ahead.
Yeah, the goalie definitely isn't helping the argument as well. Forced all the way back into their inhibitor side. Inhibitor's taking minimal damage overall. It is still 11 minutes into this game, but sieging against Chiku is going to be so tough against the Xavier. Look at that, man! Oh my god, the damage!
And they grab Jaja back into the team. Jaja's going to get blown up this time. Can't get the Appraiser's Wrath off. I mean, how much cooldown did Chiku, guys, reduce just from hitting these shots?
He's accurate. He's real. Oh, yeah, 3 finds it! He finds it and gets back out just in time. The raw damage, this is the strongest we're seeing in the CG. This is quite the power spike as they're looking to try and end this.
And there's a good chance for them to do so. Jaja is 6 seconds out. CG dancing around with his arm and force. GMXK pulls up a defense. At least the crystal stays, but bottom inhibitor under threat. Yeah, 3 disengage, circling ego onto 2. Amzik comes back in. Finally, they take out Chiku, guys. Have CG Esports overstaken. Jaja just got a big taunt. Amzik trying to back off. Balance on the run. Diamond first drop down. Amzik in a 1v3. Dashes around with a chrono dash, but the shield runs out. Monster with the shutdown. And GMXK holds.
Nicely played by GMXK. A good rundown, but also they didn't sacrifice any of their members, even though they wanted to give that kill over to IMQT, or make sure that Matin survives, deny that vision, walk away, let Jaja do the work. And now, as much as CG may have underestimated their opponents here, the big issue is that right now GMXK just have the weaker lineup, right? They can't outrange CG, they can't poke him out either, and Valence, every single time he has his ult, he's almost guaranteed to get a Purify from the side of GMXK. This time, it was going to be on Maima's side. Who's to guess that IMQT can't even get on these fights without the Purify?
Next 90 seconds without that. Let's see if CG is going to pull the trigger with a concealed play or something. They got the mid inhibitor, which in this case is sort of the silver lining for GMXK when the next lore spawns. They were able to flip the goal deficit by, what, 4,000? It was a shutdown with the Amzik, bottom lane. They find Year 3, and this is the play we want to see them make. Matins pulling and engage, but backup is coming in. Valence this time finds a grab, and Maima, we know he doesn't have Purify, and he's going to get punished. Monster's going to tie both Gary and Amzik together. Jaja goes in with a taunt, and MQT needs to be the one that does damage, but sadly, they just don't have enough.
They're just going to have to back up here. Amzik, I looked at his build earlier. The Enchanted Talisman build is getting a little more popular these days to go for that like max cooldown, rather than adding a bit of survivability, especially with Concentrated Energy, which is usually the popular option, but times have changed. Now with the Lord already being threatened here, man, GMXK can't get in on these fights at all. They're going to reset this Lord if necessary, but it looks like GMXK have decided, you know what, we're not even going to bother here.
Oh no, Jaja poked his head out, and now he's going to get grabbed back. Matins cannot save him. The Guiding Wind cancelled by Gary. great interception. CG finds the jungler of GMXK.
Nicely played by CG. Better fundamentals here so far. And GMXK, they've got some decent ideas of their own. However, their lineup really doesn't help to find a solution. I think it really just depends on whether CG overextends once more or Chiku Guys is caught out of position or an aggressive angle for GMXK to look for a bigger punish.
Let's see if, I mean, the only way for GMXK to hold on is if CG makes that mistake again. But with Tarway pushing in and Yettri's there, traction post, barely enough. Find the grab of the Monster. Monster able to hop back to his teammates, but Maima, he's gone. Amzing just takes him out. Yettri to the back line. The CG Esports goes straight for the prize. Game 1 for CG Esports.
Woo! A distinctive finish coming in from CG. Nicely played by them. They understood their power spikes and they converted them extremely well. These fundamentals only being seen by our veterans here. Legends in their own right, but something for GMXK to think about. Hey, our lineup just doesn't work there. We have to rethink this. We cannot just be going for neutral types of supports. We need to be able to fight back against a lineup who, honestly, they had the advantage. All they needed was a means to engage that wasn't on Jaja. He only has Retribution. They need somebody with Purify. They need somebody with Flicker.
Yeah, Jaja needed Muddins to be the one that calls the shot and be like, hey guys, let's go in. But on the Matilda, the margin of error shrinks and there's a lot more risk to it. And sadly, the only time we saw resistance from GMXK was when CG Esports overextended. But aside from that, I think it's a near flawless game from the vet.
Again, big commendations for people like Coach Rain. With that being said though, let's have a listen to their mic check.
I think for GMXK, it seems like history might be repeating itself. That's step 1, CG Esports getting game number 1. GMXK, I think the drafting sequence has to change a little bit, right? That Kimmy reveal in the first phase alongside the CC, yes, but we both raised some question marks about the Kimmy. I feel like that kind of stumped the drafting a little bit.
It did. It was a snowball effect of one after the other, right? It's like, oh yeah, Kalia's wide out in the open. Okay, they get Boxia. You probably don't want to go for Kalia. Let's try and go for something else. And then you've revealed your 2 lanes. That's fine. I don't think that's where the mistake inevitably came. Yes, you are playing the Boxia into the Kimmy. Not exactly the best matchup in the world, but at least it gives you some early pressure. Why didn't they go for the Gatot? I don't understand that. That was such a good reason to have it, even though it does pretty badly into Boxia specifically.
They went for Fred with 3rd pick, but our MVP for game 1, of course, Chiku Guys, back on the MPL stage, and this time in a different role. It's not that he's not done it before. This feels like second nature to one of our OGs.
Yep. Again, Chiku Guys is playing for an extremely long time. He's ending with a KDA of 0, 2, and 6 because he is playing as a zone controller. But the amount of damage he pumped out with the second item, Wishing Lantern, you don't see that very often on Xavier's these days.
Yeah, not really. Usually you go for Enchanted and then Flowing 1, but for Chiku Guys, he sees that they're pretty far ahead. Wishing Lantern does incredibly well into tanks, right? And if Jaja can take the punishment, no one can.
Yeah, and not to mention, I think most importantly is the cooldown reduction that you get from it as well, right? On top of the Enchanted Talisman, he just knew that we have plenty of peel, we have plenty of ways to engage. If I can just cut the front and back line in half with that Mystic Field, the empowered Mystic Field, there's nothing they can really do. And that became so evident towards the mid to late stages of the game.
Yeah, we're really forcing GMXK to funnel into these tight spots, especially the objective takes, right? We saw on the top side of the map, GMXK, they can't really come in from the mid lane, but every single time they try to come in from the top side, it's just Chiku Guys. It's just one lone bouncer with the Mystic Field.
Exactly. I think for GMXK, you gotta rethink that draft. As good as Gary is this the way that you want to go out, especially on the first day of play? I think, again, big hats off to Coach Rain, identifying, hey, if they take CC, we can take Paquito, and I trust that Yetri is able to not only win the lane, which he sort of did. He got a good trade, forced an EXP lead onto Munster, forcing him to recall early on, but afterwards, it could have been better. It could have been better.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of he griefed 2 times.
Yeah,
and then afterwards he recovered.
Exactly. After the 2 griefs, and honestly, the fact that they could have gone for a big wipeout on the top side of the map, it gives a little bit more hope, but it just goes to show CG quick on the trigger finger, and more importantly, has a really good eye for opportunity at finding and extending the combo essentially.
Yeah, and I think at least for this game, it's slightly more acceptable for Year 3 to drop the ball 1 or 2 times because the rest of the team has just been having a great game, right? They were snowballing, so Year 3 fumbling is like, okay, oh well, whoopsie. And GMXK, they were not able to take advantage of that. We didn't see them try to take structures, we didn't see them try to contest a lot of these grounds, and especially after the first objective, CG just walked into the jungle, and like you pointed out, something that we wanted to see from the previous series being displayed in this game 1, CG just kept on stepping on the gas.
Yep, and that's the way that you should. Umzik though, he's got mechanics, he knows how to play the Harith, and he plays it decently well. I think that right now we need to see more resistance coming out from GMXK before we can make a final decision on whether or not Umzik is the GOAT. For the most part, I think that Jaja, we didn't even get to see much of him anyways. Really done pretty dirty in the draft, especially into these Fredrin comps. I don't know, maybe it's just a today thing.
Yeah, I think it's probably a today thing. Well, more of this comp, Jaja has lesser space to work with, because if we take reference from what Team Ray did, they also have a Fredrin comp, which struggle, but you have the enablers, right, from the Experience and the Roma. In this case, they had a CC and a Matilda. There's lesser tools for Jaja to work with too.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough. I think they have to when building a comp, there should be a consideration of not only the laning phase, but how the comp looks in general for team fights. I think, unfortunately, the team fighting aspect of GMXK is I just have to outlive your resources, which is dependent on gold. So anything that happens wrong or any mistakes being made during the early to mid game is that much more devastating.
And when you run double Marksman into a comp with Boxia, it makes the problem, it amplifies the problem a little bit. And I think you can see it throughout the highlights where, sure, JMSK, you know, they had some moments, like this one was sort of botched by CG Esports a little bit, but this is just the early game, right? When CG Esports got their items, the story was completely different. JMSK lost the ability to comfortably take all these kills, and for CG, if I find someone with Gary or Valence, it's an easy takedown.
Yeah, again, that's like how Monster got caught out in the mid lane. That shouldn't be happening at all. So many moments where we just see the backline just can't protect themselves. They really can't, especially against Chiku. Every single time we get, oh wait, is this the one where they almost like, yeah, this should have been a 4-man wipe here. Yeah, 3 could have like chained each of those combinations to not only take out Jaja, but kill Matdins, and then follow up for another one after. So, yeah, it really just comes down to the draft. I have nothing more to say for GMXK.
And this one too, right? Like, they had no answer to address the Xavier, and it's allowing Umzik to run into 4 people.
He knows that he's got backup. And I think, unfortunately, the lane priorities just didn't align with the plan that GMXK wanted, especially for these neutral fights. But Gary, the fact that he survived for so long, and the fact that Year 3 honestly was able to farm up a decent amount. I wasn't expecting him to already have his 3rd item at such an accelerated rate, but considering that Monster just doesn't compete when it comes down to raw wave clear, Year 3 able to move just way faster.
Yeah, I mean the whole team of GMSK don't really have wave clear. Like Bruno, Kimmy, CC, a tough game, pretty tough draft for GMSK to pull off. And again, I think gotta adjust the drafting sequence a little bit. They're giving themselves too many restrictions.
That's the thing. I don't know why these teams want to give themselves restrictions. Like, I look at the bans and it like makes sense. All right, get rid of the Lancelot. I mean, Gary is good on Assassins. I will give you that. It should be feared. But now it is time for our topic votes. Everybody in chat here, what are you looking forward to seeing from CG? Is it A, Chiku's flexibility to play all roles in MLBB, the only player to have done so here in MPL MY? B, Gary's aggressive assassin jungle. That would be a pretty good show. C, balances discipline but fierce roamer gameplay.
I choose D, bring Moon back. Bring Moon, hashtag bring Moon back.
Wait, bring out E1. We need to see him all over again. We need Nanas. Bring out all the legacy players. Oh, God. Oh, bring back the M1 roster. Jeez. It's been a long time. I'm not even sure what E1 is doing these days. Haven't seen him be the face for either Todak or even CG for a while.
Who was the team manager for Todak Legion? One of the OGs.
It's not coming to me. It was one of the OGs. It's not
Isn't it E1? No?
I don't... is it?
I feel like I'm forgetting something.
It's slipping my mind. We'll get back to it in just a bit. But I do want to see aggressive assassin styles coming specifically from Gary, because for the longest of times, the teams that we've seen Gary be on, just doesn't feel like he had that connection like when he did during M4 with Team Hawk.
Yeah, when he was given Assassin, it didn't feel like the Gary that won MPL Season 10. And then the meta shifted, right? We started getting more tanks, and then Gary fell. You can obviously see the discomfort there, but this CG definitely makes him feel like home. I can play Baxia. If I get Assassin, no problem. But knowing Coach Rain, he's probably telling Gary right now, hey, we won with Baxia, easy draft, don't need mechanics, don't need to overthink it, let's just run it until we get beaten.
Yep, I think there's no reason not to do that. We still have a minute left on the clock as our teams are ready to set themselves up for victory, and GMXK opting to go for the first pick. All right, so a bit of a shake-up here. They're not going to go for the second pick. They want to make sure that they have something to do on that blue side. Blue side, in terms of intensities of things that must be banned, CC has been such a great option, but unfortunately, now that they know that Paquito is in play for year 3, that might go down in priority.
Yeah. And then Arla is almost guaranteed to be banned too. They banned the Lapu second phase in game 1, and that was on red side.
Yeah.
But on blue side, it's less incentive to take it early too.
There is less incentive, but then they can also get rid of the 1-1. I don't know. There's a number of options and different openers that they could go for. Right now in MPL MY, based on the openers that we have seen, I feel like day 2 was the most like, okay, yeah, I get this. This feels very standardized. Obviously, one game exception, but for the most part, pretty on the ball.
Yeah. I mean, even in MPL Philippines and ID, it took the teams a while to start letting Lancelot and YSS through. I think YSS was the hero that
guaranteed picker ban.
Yeah, guaranteed picker ban. And even when Lancelot went through, like you give it to someone like Kyrie, the game is half over.
Yeah.
It's a big risk to take.
It's a huge risk to take, actually. But now, GMXK, starting off with the Fanny ban, totally understandable. But they also get rid of the CC. This could be a reflection that Munster isn't comfortable playing the Paquito into that matchup, or do they want to find something a little bit more lane dominant? I mean, Phobius could still get picked up. Baxia gets banned out for the side of Coach Rain alongside the 1-1. Really good options here for CG.
At least Lancelot in the pool. I mean, if GMXK wants to force the trade, you could open Lancelot and see what CG says.
Will it end up like a YSS into the Lancelot if it boils? If it gets that far?
I feel like it benefits CG a lot more, right? If the Lancelot gets that true.
Actually, no, wait, I forgot. We first need to address Kalia. Kalia needs to be addressed here. It's either GMXK leaves it open to pick it up for themselves, or CG picks it up. Because regardless, now that the Boxy is gone, that's one part of the trifecta out of the way. Jaja can still go for the Frederick first pick if necessary, but it depends on what this next one is going to be. Kimmy!
Huh? Okay. I was just about to say, if you want to go Kalea, maybe you consider banning out Lancelot, right? And
yeah.
They banned the Kimmy. I feel like if you're CG, you just
choose my own
open.
path.
Yeah, just open it.
First pick Kalia. CG side, they go.
I fear no kraken, for
I feel like Lancelot is like. I think you have to pick it.
It definitely is a picker. It definitely is a picker ban. But with Kalia in play, it's like there's definitely an option for you to try for something. Not to mention that even YSS was still available, right? So either way, Jaja is going to have to show what he's got on this Lancelot. Because CG side, they can play a very standard game of, oh, we go for the Fredrin, we also go for the Kalia. We just need to be tanky, and there won't be a way for you to cut through us until you are done with at least 2 items.
Jaja will have to really out-mechanic everyone. If there's Kalia, if there's any sort of crowd control, Jaja has to be able to find that iframes. I mean, we saw this coming from a while away, right? YSS Kalia. I mean, now with GMXK, what's the response?
Yeah, okay.
Stationary artillery mages aren't preferable, aren't easy to play too.
Especially into this duel, whether it's the Kalia or even the Yishin Shin. Yishin Shin, a lot scarier because you blink, you're dead. Kalia, at least you have like time to watch yourself die. But now we see, oh, Zhu Shin for Maima. Huh? Why? But why though? Who do we go with? Oh, please.
I don't think.
Please.
Okay.
Dude, why? Why is this necessary? Why are you like this? Why Uranus?
Do you Esmeralda now?
I think it's pretty free. Like, E3 can play a mean Esmeralda. Does he have access to Phobius? Actually, it doesn't really matter. How many dashes do they realistically have? He doesn't know the last 2 picks. He's only guaranteed 1. A lot from Lancelot. 1 from Zushin. 1 from Uranus, which doesn't feel that great. It's a weird combination that GMXK want to go for.
Yep, as an Esmer.
Very free, very free. 4 times pick, 60% ban and pick rate so far. E3 is going to try and dominate this lane as soon as possible, but now we go into the second phase of the picks as well as bans. We're missing mid laner from CG side. Chiku's pick has not yet been revealed. They also have not shown who's going to go into the gold lane. They could double down on the Harith, but it feels like they've got a decent amount of magic damage. Oh, sorry. When Yishin comes into play, it could be double fighters.
Yeah, it could be double fight, yeah. And not only that, this Esmeralda not only deals with the Uranus well, but also discourages you from a Harith pick.
Ooh, Ruby ban for the side of GMXK. All right, I guess that's completely fine. What am I more worried about? Do I care if CG goes for double fighters and they go for like Lapu into Uranus? Maybe, I suppose. I still think that there should be a consideration for Gatot to make sure that nothing really happens in that mid lane so that Zushin can keep moving on and affect the sides, especially if CG is prepared to go for like a double fighter strat.
They could go Novaria and then you +1. No, Novaria Granger.
Novaria Granger? I guess then... Novaria Granger. I reveal, you got the extra hitbox. Okay, maybe not so bad. Yeah, especially when you've got Yishin on your side.
Never forget the time we had to play against a global line.
we don't talk about that. Those were some brutal games.
Chip, Loi, Ling. Yishin, Yishin, go.
Yup.
And then I forgot the XP lane.
Yeah, it didn't really matter at that point. We were getting poked out of our minds in that game as well. But the fact that Grok is already gone, decent amount of peel. I think that at this point, GMXK, they've already gotten rid of like the priorities when it comes down to the secondary for both gold and EXP. They get rid of the Farsa. Yes. I'm all for this.
Still pretty free if CG wants to go for like Kadita is open. It's not an easy Kadita. So take Ranger first.
Yeah. We'll see what Chiku is going to be given, because right now in terms of like raw lane priority, I think that Zushin should be able to beat most matchups. I think with the exception of anybody who outranges her, which in this case is going to be the Novaria, we get the Harith once again. This could be the flex that we were waiting for from the side of CG. But they've already locked in the Granger, actually. Never mind. No double fighters there. Yeah, they can go for like a magic-heavy lineup. I mean, the Uranus already shreds MR. They've got the Harith alongside of the Zushin. They've got scaling damage. They've got peel. Now it's just the Gatot, which has been it took way too long to get to this point.
Yeah, way too much magic damage. A ton of magic damage on the side. But that also means that the damage profile, even though majority of it is magic, they have a lot of output early on too.
A lot of output. We'll see whether the laning phase actually goes swell for them, because right now CG at this point, the only mages that kind of make sense is somebody who can clear the waves decently fast. In terms of like raw ultimates, there's not a lot of like great ultimates to steal. Maybe the AOG at best if you're going for Valentina. Goes for the Odette instead as a means to deter GMXK to fight entirely.
Good God, sometimes I forget how creative Chiku can get, man.
I mean, I don't disagree with it. It deters Lancelot because, again, Odette was the natural counter to people like Joy. They want to stick on top of you. They're really fast. They're really mobile. They can do really great conversions. Same goes for Harith as soon as he drops down the Zaman Force. Now, with that Swan Song, you tell them, both of them, hey, bugger off. This entire area, you must retreat and you will have to commit your ults to walk away.
And Mama can't lift you. Can't just casually pick you up and throw you back into the team.
That's true. They gotta be real careful about this one. CG Esports, interesting lineup that they've got here. Pick off, but with an interesting means of dealing burst AoE damage in comparison to their opponents on the opposite side, GMXK, who I would imagine must have a stable laning phase, and until we get into the mid game is where we're going to see them pop off.
If you guys ever wonder why your pub games are a mess, you have CG Esports to thank.
Thanks, CG.
Thanks, Shiku.
You've done it again.
There goes my mid lane.
From oh boy, from MAL all the way to MPL, some things just don't change. At this point, the early laning phase should be in favor of GMXK for the time being. Yes, they can still technically utilize the Kalia from Valence to keep themselves topped up, minimize these trades. But I think what's more worrisome, wait, okay, goes for the killing spree. Jaja goes for the killing spree, but now Mondays is in trouble.
Most likely gonna be caught out. First blood to Chiku, guys, of all people. I mean, stuck on by Valence, right? I guess that reset.
Why is he? I don't understand why he's looking to fight there. Because they know that QT is not in position to fight. And worst yet, especially for Lancelot at this stage of the game, yes, Maima can technically be there if he really wanted to, but they're not out. They're not beating the raw heal coming out from Valence right now. They have to chill for just a little bit. You only need to fight when it's necessary.
And then plenty of poke onto Mandins and Maima. If there's one person that GMXK have no answer to right now, is Year 3.
They don't have an answer to Year 3. For now, they don't have an answer to Valence. They'll eventually get anti-heal, and then these trades don't become as bad. But I think, you know, Chiku and as well as Valence have played the lane really, really well. They're walking away, chunking out both Dinson as well as Maima, forcing them to go for these early recalls. That's always good to see.
And both Chiku and Year 3 just hit level 4. That's going to be a double lift. Thorn Rose doesn't do enough. Chiku just popped the Swan Song, but this goes on to it. Chiku ends up going down actually. Didn't use the flicker. Gary now gonna use the Mountain Shocker. Valence comes in. Gary has to disengage just for a little bit, getting chased down by Munster. The boat connects. Munster ends up getting executed by Gary. But they still want to go for more. Mundin's now in the back line, but Year 3 is peeling them away.
Oh!
Double for Gary. This guy sharp as a needle.
Woo! That was clean. That was real clean. And while that was happening, Valence getting his own Tsunami Slam onto the correct targets, bringing him towards Amzik, who somehow managed to make it into the fight in time and securing themselves another turtle and another conversion in the enemy jungle. CG, they're so great on these conversions. Massive punish.
I mean, Gary found a 2-level lead off of that. And let's see if they can spill it forward. I thought they would think about going for an invade, but for Gary, is more than ahead. It's going to take the Little Wanderer, clear out his side of the jungle. We did see Monster on the top jungle to try and at least get something for himself, but you can say the same for Year 3. I feel, yeah, just saw Jaja too.
Gonna slowly peel away at this point. Gold plating, half of it being taken as Year 3 has been having the time of his life. He's not afraid of monsters at all, because by the time monsters actually get some real damage, Year 3 has already healed it back up. The shields are just too powerful, not to mention that monsters keeps generating them every single time he tries to dash.
Every single time Year 3 walks up the tray, he wins it. It's a 3.4k goal lead, just like that. You know, you say, GMXK, if they are not checking the economy, they wouldn't notice that it's crapped out on the monster. It's probably the only one right now that can reliably hold the lane. Purify, force down Maima, disengage with Swan Song, but doesn't hold over the wall. So Chiku, guys, will help Gary get the killing spree.
Yep, shifting his attention from the jungler straight into Maima. Maima being punished pretty hard, but Gary, what a fat lead he has. Dude, he's 3 levels up and he's gonna kill Mudneeds for free. Up, gets the AOG out, just as good. Back to farming.
Man, Mudneeds walks up and didn't expect to lose like 90% of his health just like that.
He's 3 levels up on Jaja, man. Like, Gary, this is like a phenomenal game to play Yishinshin because you can do whatever you want and it's really hard to punish you.
But he is. And it goes back to the discussion, right? Will CG let the Lancelot through and force the matchup? Well, in terms of mechanics, it's fair to say that Gary is having a hell of a time. Mountain Shock for use. Monster's cutting away, but it's like, whatever. Not that he can do much. Another Tsunami Stamping for Swan Song. Maybe just dance them to the grave.
This might just be another fast one coming in from CG. Living rent-free in the enemy jungle. Squatting in their own house. Eating their resources. Raiding their pantry. Nothing is safe here as GMXK have no early game pressure whatsoever, and these punishes have been brutal. It's 5.9k so far for CG side, and even Ye3 is getting a piece of Jaja.
Jaja's
He's
dead.
dead.
He's so dead.
Bye-bye. Gone! Too much of a lead to handle, dude!
Man, this is pretty safe to call it unless CG runs it down. It's pretty tough. 6.7k goalie. I mean, Ye3 is gonna 1v2 them. Yeah, try and fight them. Now try and fight them when there's Gary there.
Oh, Gary even popping the Mountain Shocker as well. On the opposite end, right? Gary is like, I don't even need the farm. I'm just that far ahead, it doesn't matter to me. I'm 3 levels ahead. Amzik, if you feel like taking bot farm, by all means, go for the wave, but also jack his jungle. Make sure that Jaja never closes this 3-level gap.
Finally got his first item. It's 6 minutes in. The War Axe. CG, they're gonna camp that bush, slowly move on forward. I think they're tracking the timing pretty well, and that's why you see Jaja rotate top side, and thank goodness he do that, because Muddins would take the punishment.
He had no vision. He had no idea that they were already going to be waiting for him, lying for an ambush. I'm QT. Now trying to walk up into the wave while Monsters is getting absolutely zoned out. Like, again, pretty unwinnable situation.
Jaja's gonna get grabbed into a swan song. And Monster is also gone. Chiku with a double kill. Purple buff is basically gone away. I'm not sure if Gary got it, but either way, with the retribution, yeah, Gary took the purple buff. Oh boy.
Oh.
And 8.8k goal lead, 9k goal lead. Uptake here, Sky Piercer. They are just absolutely crushing this game. 10k goal lead at 7 minutes in.
Oh. It's the fattest lead I've ever seen done so early on. 7 minutes for a 10k lead. If this isn't GG, I don't know what is. Look, I'm QT. He's about to die here, but quickly having to drop his ult to get some resets on those chrono dashes. Mid tier 2 looks to collapse now. Even the barriers are about to fall.
And that wasn't even a contest. I mean, Uranus hasn't really had the highest win rate across all regions. And in this matchup, it is even more brutal when you're picking it on blue tree without seeing the enemy XP. And that's why we emphasize it's so important to not have your XP and get utterly counted.
Besieging from every single angle here. And this is just because they just don't want GMXK to walk out of their base, right? They just want to apply as much pressure as possible. Oh, Gary, he could look for the one shot here on the Monsters. Didn't want to go back in with the Traceless. Not willing to risk a shutdown.
Look, Gary, listen. Sky Piercer right now.
This is the game to do it.
This is that game.
Turn those 9 assists into 9 kills right now today with Sky Piercer.
Sky Piercer 4-1.
Oh.
I would assume that Amzik has 20 stacks. I think his first kill was without Sky Piercer.
Yup. Should be in a pretty decent position so far. See the rest of this team play it out. There's nothing much we can really say about this. Oh, BOD also purchased. God dang, Gary's far ahead. He is so far. Level 14. He's turned this 3-level lead against Jaja to a 5-level lead. This is just pretty unplayable for Jaja until he gets a second item, and even then, there's no guarantee that he will do much, right? He's looking for he's looking to build into the endless battle. He's already completed the War Axe.
Oh my goodness.
My god, look at that lead.
4k ahead.
God, that's such a fat lead they have.
With 5,000 gold diff.
Goodness.
The 13k total network diff, about a 5,000 gold diff between the junglers.
Look, considering the purchases from GMXK, I'm honest to God, I'll be pretty surprised if they survive the upcoming Lord fight. The upcoming Lord push, right? Because CG is so far ahead, I think they can just juggle aggro and just dive them underneath tower at this point. They're just that far ahead.
Munster hasn't even got an Oracle yet.
Yeah, and that's just none of the cores are done from the side of GMXK. Well, other than I am QT, he's already got the Slarlium Scythe already purchased, but besides that, everybody else, oh, there we go, finally.
Oracle. Yeah, plenty of components.
Goodness.
I don't know how they'll stop this push, honestly.
I mean, good luck to them. Let's see how, right? Maima is just so far behind. These fights are ending way too quick for him. And I think that Jiku guys could literally use the Swan Song to push them off of this mid inhibitor and secure it for themselves.
Right, Mountain Shocker out. Oh my goodness, 20% of my must help bar with an arrow. Ball to the crash through mid, there goes the inhib. CG Esports taking it slow and steady. Mantis walks up. They get the catch on the monster. He is gone. That is GG. CG is just too far ahead this game. History repeats itself. CG takes down GMXK 2-0.
Woo! Great game coming up from CG. A huge debut here at the MPL MY. Unfortunately, Games MY Kelantan could not hold up, especially in this Grand Finals rematch of the MAL Season 3. Great games, though, coming in from CG. Notorious and known for big punishes. Wow, their combo extender. They are just juggling GMXK.
The KO punch, you know, it's right in their gut. Never gave GMXK a chance to recover this game. I mean, even GMXK know they've been bested. Game 1 looked possible, but Game 2 was impossible.
Yeah. No, well, okay, yes. Game 1 impossible. Game 1 still possible. Game 2 impossible. I think the drafts told a different story. I thought that Game 1, I was like, how do you win with this draft eventually? And then coming over to game number 2, it's like, you actually have a pretty decent draft. Drops the ball heavy in the early game.
Oh, I don't know. Is it a cheese pig? Is it CG? I mean, that definitely did a lot of work that game.
It's a lack of experience, right? Again, just stronger fundamentals from CG's side. We've seen that every single small punish of, oh, you're out of position, we kill you. Guess what? That's 3 buffs in the bag. It's too much. But with that being said, let's have an interview with some of the members of CG and Rose.
3 mata penonton match pembukaan CG Esports di MPL Malaysia musim ke-16. And of course, Rose ada dengan kita punya veteran yang baru sahaja comeback MPL Malaysia. Guys, welcome back to MPL.
Mana ada ni? Baru.
Baru? First time ke?
Baru.
Tak pernah Biasanya tengok online je.
Selalu kita tengok online.
Now, Ciku, dengar cerita dulu dekat MAL, you cakap, MPL, do you miss me? So, Ciku, did you miss MPL?
Rindu lah.
Rindu.
Sebab vibe dia lain sikit lah.
Vibe dia lain. Okay, I rasa ni adalah satu soalan yang ramai orang tengah tanya. Rose pun nak tahu sebenarnya. Apa maksud CG actually? Yang betul-betul
CG sebenarnya tak ada maksud kan.
Tak ada maksud.
Kepada korang nak panggil apa. Kalau saya panggil Ciku Gary.
Ciku Gary.
Sebab dekat dalam bilik pun saya duduk dengan dia.
So, Ciku Gary pun boleh.
Sebab nama panjang CG Esports ialah CG Venture. CG V.
Woish. Termasuk awak dalam?
Termasuk.
Okay, ni memang friendship another level ya. And of course, kita semua tahu kita tengah cakap pasal end of an era lah kan dalam MPL Malaysia. And kalau kita nak bincang pasal end of an era, ini adalah musim terakhir sebelum kita enter era baru. Ciku has definitely been in almost 2 eras of MPL.
Ya, dia macam baru.
Tak, I tahu. And obviously, Ciku pun dah dapat title legenda dah. So, sekarang ni apa lagi you punya goal actually? Apa lagi yang you nak buktikan?
Saya tak nak buktikan apa-apa. Cuma kita orang just nak main sampai ke international lah. Sebab kita benda kita orang minat kan. So, tak ada pembuktian apa-apa pun lah.
What's your personal goal?
To win international lah.
To win an international. Who knows? CG akan layak ke Grand Finals and diorang akan dapat tiket mereka untuk wakil Malaysia di M7. And of course, one last question. Bila kita cakap end of an era, ramai orang tengah cakap actually online, I baca je. Alah, dah tua, takkan nak main lagi. So, Ciku, you akan main lagi ke next season?
Saya akan bermain sampai tangan saya dah tak boleh nak bergerak. Selagi tangan saya boleh bergerak, insyaAllah saya akan cuba yang terbaik.
I'm pretty sure fans Ciku semua suka jawapan tu. Sebab ramai orang rindu Ciku. And of course, guys, sebelum I go next, I nak tahu dulu MVP siapa. Mana tahu Ciku, mana tahu Balance, mana tahu Gary. So with that, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Gary! Dia cakap dia tak buat apa-apa. Gary, congratulations and of course, welcome back. First of all, how are you feeling?
Perasaan happy lah sebab 2 season terperap. So bila dapat comeback dekat pentas ni happy lah.
Now, your journey season ni reminds me of your journey bila you first masuk MPL. Tu pun kita boleh dikira Cinderella story lah kan bila korang masuk daripada qualifiers lepas tu menang MPL. Adakah benda tu akan terjadi juga untuk musim ini? Sebab just like before when you were in Team Hawk, korang datang daripada qualifiers. Tapi kali ni, korang advance daripada MAL.
Saya berharap benda tu boleh jadi. Dan lagi-lagi sekarang saya team dengan Ciku. Dulu kat grand final asyik kena bantai dengan dia je. So bila dah satu team ni harap boleh sama-sama menang lah.
One less opponent lah kan, one less enemy.
Betul.
Okay, I hope the best for you. And kalau kita nak cakap pasal kena bantai dengan Ciku dulu, kita pun ada satu mangsa dia dulu. Iaitu Balance.
Betul.
Betul. Now, based on the track record yang I dapat, Balance dulu pernah kalah dengan Ciku di musim 9, 10 dan 11. Kalah pula dengan Gary di musim 11. So, adakah tanda-tanda menang kali ni?
Maksud aku macam tu lah sebab dia aku join sini. Sebab tu aku jadi roamer.
Dia
ada orang gendong aku.
Okay, now let's talk balik just a little bit about your journey. We know you took a few seasons off kan, macam 5 season macam tu sebab you nak focus on your studies. Kenapa tiba-tiba kembali sebab lepas tu masuk CG pula? Dah lah kena bantai dengan dua ni dulu.
Kalau tu kena tanya bos aku dah. Bos aku
dia message you setiap hari ke? Like, Balance join lah.
Dia offer aku bagus. Lepas tu jaga aku. Bos aku.
Memang kaya lah Ciku.
Yes.
Memang Ciku lah orangnya. Okay, is there anything yang nak cakap kepada your boss sebelum kita throw back to caster?
Bos, tolong naikkan gaji aku lagi.
Korang setuju ke? Setuju, habislah Ciku. Setiap minggu orang suruh naik gaji. Thank you very much guys. Anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans?
Untuk semua fans yang datang, tak kira family ke, fans GMX ke, thank you datang untuk meriahkan pentas ni lah.
An amazing welcome back victory kepada Ciku, Balance dan juga Gary. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to break down apa yang jadi dalam clean sweep game ini. And with that, casters, back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose. The MVP of the game going over to Gary. Again, we get to see his talent one more time. Mechanics on this team is crazy. The macro and teamwork of this team is crazy. But we didn't get to see enough resistance from their opponents. They got walked over.
Yeah, and I came into this expecting maybe GMXK would put out a tougher fight. And we see CG Esports, struggle a little bit, right? Maybe they fight from behind. But this entire series is just CG rolling over GMXK. One of my highlight moments was when Gary, was it the first turtle? And then Yishunshin, I don't know how he made that play.
Dude.
The shot call.
Dude, it's so wild. It's so wild. Not often do you see junglers develop a 5-level goal, a 5-level lead against their opponent. And this wasn't like a ridiculously long game. It's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes. By the end of this, Gary was level 15 to Jaja's level 10. It just goes to show that everybody on the side of CG decided, you know what? These lanes are boring. Those jungle creeps are free.
Yeah, and he had the 5-level goal lead, a 5-level lead before 10 minutes. He had a 5-level lead for quite a while over Jaja. Last week chat was like a 5k goal lead, and he still ended with a 5k goal lead over Jaja.
I can't believe it. I really can't believe that he got away with so much here. Again, props to, I think if there should be an MVP of the game, you got to give props to Coach Rain. He already understood. Again, very good scouting from his part on looking at how GMXK wants to play this game. They want to play around Jaja. They want to make sure that Monster is going to be all right. Those are two important conditions. I just thought it was strange that Maima was like, give me Jushin, blind pick Jushin. Jushin's nasty. I'm sick with it. I'm sick with it. Trust me, boys.
2 patches ago, maybe.
Yeah, maybe 2 patches ago. But now it just didn't make sense. The Gothard should have come way sooner. They could have looked for other mid lane picks. Arguably, I would say that yes, it's a little annoying. It's a little annoying that the Kalia is on the other side, but that's why you go in for the God Thought anyways, or maybe even look to play Farsa with a Purify. Either way, there should have been some form of wave clear, knowing that you are playing Lancelot on your side into the Yishin Jin.
And I pitted the front lines of GMXK, you know, like 64k damage taken by Muntins, almost 80 by Munster. The majority of it is just Year 3 running at them. It's pretty tough game to play.
Very tough game, very tough game. And then we didn't get to see much out of the side laners, right? Munster's losing his lane. AmQT he had to play into Amzik, and I think that Amzik held his own extremely well. So far, only good things to say about CG's side, not only from the Legends, but even from their side laners. I do want to see a little more of Amzik, whether he can clutch just as hard.
Yeah. He dealt 32.4k damage, compared to MQT 5.5k, man. Damage tell between the goal laners is not even comparable.
So painful, so painful. The stats, they're just revealing all the deep dark secrets. Rich Guy going to Gary, of course. The carry going actually to Year 3. Sandbag going over to Munster, no surprises there. But the best wingman, of course, has to be Valence. Again, Valence on supports, considering his time on SMG, he is like a scalpel. He has worked with some of the most stable pillars of our esports here in MPL MY. Names like Smooth, names like Zyme Senpoi. And now with a team who can go above and beyond, I feel like he's more aggressive. He is like, hey, there's a timing, let's go for a trade. Yeah. Zero punishment from this, by the way.
And you have a jungler that is incredibly sharp, you know, and then your mid laner is sharp. His mind is very sharp in the way he drafts. 2 back-to-back games, unconventional mid pick. Xavier, Odette, and Valence in a very comfortable zone for sure.
Oh yeah, very comfortable zone. I think the Xavier, very immaculately good pick. Even here, very creative as well. Kind of using some old information, mixing it with the new. Now let's look at the KDA map here, right? Because how did Gary do it? How did Gary get this 5-level lead 10 minutes into that game? All of it just comes down to invading the enemy jungle, right? Getting a little bit of pressure, knowing what your winning lane is, and then figuring out where exactly did this Lancelot start. And they already knew from the get-go, off of the first off of the very first Little Wanderer fight, hey, wait a minute, Montines walked up, we killed him, we saw Lancelot on his side, he started on purple buff. And once they knew that pattern, you can see exactly how CG wants to do it. Clear your own side, top to bottom, and then make your way over to the orange buff area of the map. If you can catch them onto the river, that's even better. And you saw how in each of these kills and assists, immediately he moves over into enemy territory.
Yeah, that heat map, I feel like it's more concentrated on GMXK jungle than their own. even in terms of assists, right? I mean, he has, I can count with 12 assists, I think.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous
Deathless
stuff.
game.
Oh, he played a perfect game. He played a perfect game. I do want to see this lineup be tested even more. Like, what are truly their limits now that they are? Because individually and on paper, these are talented individuals. MPL titles already in the bag. International appearances for a majority of them, but we haven't seen them be pushed all the way to the edge. A 1-in-15 game doesn't give us much to work with.
Yeah, and I think the ultimate question is always, are they ready to be tested by SRG OG?
Well, I would love to see that, actually.
Because prior to SRG OG, I want to also see them take on Toad-Out. Right? I think that is a highlight that a lot of people are looking forward to. And unless a team feels that they are ready to challenge SRG OG, it's not good enough. And just like Chiku guys said, it doesn't matter if you qualify to M7. Taking down SRG is the true proof that you are ready.
I think for me, right now, I want to see CG face off against Untitled, right? I think that would be a pretty good matchup, only because we've seen that Untitled not only have the mechanics, but they've got a very solid identity of what they want to do on the macro basis, right? Is CG finding success because Co-Train is kind of breaking down their opponents in the draft and giving them a solid game plan? Or is it purely because the player's mechanics is just too much to handle?
Yeah, and both teams actually have a very unique way of approaching the game, right? They have their own style, right? Even for CG is a team that entered the league incredibly scrappy, very, MAL tier 2. And then by the end of their run, when they finished 3rd in the lower bracket finals, they felt like a completely different squad with very unique picks, very organized team fights, but also very strong fundamentals.
That's the thing, right? A lot of teams, and especially with the state of MLBB esports, fundamentals goes beyond anything else. And then after the fundamentals, where most pro players start to plateau, how do you become a playmaker? After the playmaker, how do you synergize the whole thing with your team? Most players don't even get to that point.
Yeah, and the cherry on top is, can you clutch, right? Are you like Kelra, or are you Ohab? Are you these individual players that can hold their ground when the odds are stacked against you?
All right, for the fan talk zone, what are you guys looking forward to see from the CG guys? Hey, don't forget, keep that up. It's in the chat in the meantime. But now that, again, I wasn't expecting Game 2 to finish that fast. I'm a little sad. I wanted to see more of Games MY Kelantan, but that already told me what I need to know for now.
Yeah.
Bit of a slow day for them, don't worry. They'll be back stronger next week.
Yeah, if there's anything we saw from last year's MAL team qualifications, week 1 is just the beginning.
Oh
right?
yeah, week 1 is always the worst.
Always the worst for most teams who are trying to get it together, especially with a new roster.
That's a good point. Speaking of which, honestly, this very first week at MPL MY, not as bad and not as like washed out as the other ones. I'm pretty excited for this. With that being said, we're gonna wrap it up here for our second best of 3. Our third best of 3. This is the highlight game that everybody has been waiting for. Enough of us here. We're gonna throw it over to a mic check, and when we come back, it's gonna be the highlight game here at week number 1. We'll catch you then. Here's the mic check.
Guys, boleh tabrak dua bottom ni. Boleh. Kimi, no puri, sini.
Go. Dapat cek guys.
Lo. Coming guys, belakang guys, tengok belakang guys.
Lo.
Everything kat aku guys. Nice one. Udah, go. Go.
Depan kan?
Kiting. Dah.
Kalau diorang masuk, tarik guys.
Kiting. Jangan
Tarik.
Hold.
Tunggu mic kita jalan.
Mati dalam. Hold up pasal force fight.
Jangan guys, aku ikat guys. Try buat lock guys. Diorang lari.
Tengok.
Dari.
Aku ikat.
Kena aku block.
No dash.
Tadi dash.
Nice one.
Ada kelapa.
Waving atas guys, Aku angkat CC guys. Tengok.
Aku ada chance time. Targeting katanya.
Cici.
Aku langgar. Kena.
Dah, lari.
Mid je guys.
Nice. Boleh. Tower.
Nice guys.
Nice something. Ini.
Zuzi tak rati guys. Let's
solo guys. Nice. Looking. Nice something.
Biru.
Nice rotation something. Aku zone dia something.
Lantaklah orang ni nak buat apa ke? Nak beli Ferrari.
Ikut dia lah. Dia nak clear mid.
Cut. Dia nak beli Ferrari ke nak beli apa labu jadi biar dia.
Cut je Val, jom.
Ni yang katok kan
Boleh.
Adik dapat bunuh guys.
Nice.
Mampus. Ya, lepak lu.
Biru.
Lepak lu. Sabar.
Dorang dari bawah.
Aku ada ulti Val.
Gatok guys.
Kumar.
Ya, selak guys, jom biru guys.
Go.
Cek aku. Kena empat. Dapat. Kumar. Ini. Boleh. Aswan.
Nice try guys. Gua kalian masih ada research itu? Ente ya? Ente. Try guys. Belajar lagi kita ya.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
everyone! Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. river currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
semua. Selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baharu, Obsidian. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bon untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bon miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidian. Wira-wira Abyss Alice, Daeroth dan Tamas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemas kini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda mempamerkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17 September. Kami berharap anda menikmati semua kandungan baharu. Dan sehingga lain waktu, kita akan berjumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan istimewa perubahan peta tahunan kami. Dalam video ini, kami akan perkenalkan gaya permainan baharu yang menarik ini. Mari kita mulakan. Apabila perubahan peta tahunan dilancarkan, anda boleh melihat butiran ciri ini di sini. Apabila perlawanan bermula, pemain akan dimaklumkan tentang mekanik medan pertempuran yang aktif sebelum pemilihan wira. Anda boleh menyemak maklumat tentang mekanik ini pada bila-bila masa semasa pemilihan wira untuk merancang strategi anda. Adakah anda bersedia untuk cabaran tembok runtuh? Tembok-tembok lama di seluruh medan pertempuran telah runtuh, mendedahkan laluan baharu dan memberi wira tanpa beling peluang untuk bersinar. Kami tidak sabar melihat laluan baharu yang bakal anda cipta. Bahaya menunggu di setiap sudut apabila beluka berbahaya aktif. Seluruh medan pertempuran kini dilitupi beluka, maka bergerak dengan berhati-hati. Adakah anda pemburu atau yang diburu? Anda perlu strategi baharu untuk menguasai hutan yang berbahaya ini. Pernahkah anda bermimpi meluncur di atas medan pertempuran bagai awan yang bebas? Dengan awan meluncur, awan ajaib yang boleh ditunggangi akan spawn di medan pertempuran, naik dan terbang ke udara untuk pertukaran laluan yang pantas atau menerjun turun untuk serangan hendak maut. Mari menunggang angin dan menguasai langit. Sungai akan membawa anda meraih kemenangan melalui sungai deras. Arus sungai akan berkembang ke kawasan jungle dan arus baharu akan terbentuk ketika lot muncul dan setelah ia dikalahkan. Ikuti aliran arus untuk mendapat peningkatan kelajuan pergerakan yang ketara. Kuasai aliran arus dan heret musuh anda ke dalam pusaran kekalahan. Kami berharap mekanik medan pertempuran baharu ini akan merombak meta yang lapuk dan memberikan pengalaman serta cabaran baharu bagi semua pemain. Kita akan berjumpa lagi di medan pertempuran baharu.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom. Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. A curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
Bye.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
everyone! Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamas have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. river currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
semua. Selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baru, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bon untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bon miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidia. Wira-wira Abyss, Alice, Daeroth dan Tamas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemas kini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda mempamerkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17 September. Kami berharap anda menikmati semua kandungan baharu. Dan sehingga lain waktu, kita akan berjumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan istimewa perubahan peta tahunan kami. Dalam video ini, kami akan perkenalkan gaya permainan baharu yang menarik ini. Mari kita mulakan. Apabila perubahan peta tahunan dilancarkan, anda boleh melihat butiran ciri ini di sini. Apabila perlawanan bermula, pemain akan dimaklumkan tentang mekanik medan pertempuran yang aktif sebelum pemilihan wira. Anda boleh menyemak maklumat tentang mekanik ini pada bila-bila masa semasa pemilihan wira untuk merancang strategi anda. Adakah anda bersedia untuk cabaran tembok runtuh? Tembok-tembok lama di seluruh medan pertempuran telah runtuh, mendedahkan laluan baharu dan memberi wira tanpa beling peluang untuk bersinar. Kami tidak sabar melihat laluan baharu yang bakal anda cipta. Bahaya menunggu di setiap sudut apabila beluka berbahaya aktif. Seluruh medan pertempuran kini dilitupi beluka, maka bergerak dengan berhati-hati. Adakah anda pemburu atau yang diburu? Anda perlu strategi baharu untuk menguasai hutan yang berbahaya ini. Pernahkah anda bermimpi meluncur di atas medan pertempuran bagai awan yang bebas? Dengan awan meluncur, awan ajaib yang boleh ditunggangi akan spawn di medan pertempuran, naik dan terbang ke udara untuk pertukaran laluan yang pantas atau menerjun turun untuk serangan hendak maut. Mari menunggang angin dan menguasai langit. Sungai akan membawa anda meraih kemenangan melalui sungai deras. Arus sungai akan berkembang ke kawasan jungle dan arus baharu akan terbentuk ketika lot muncul dan setelah ia dikalahkan. Ikuti aliran arus untuk mendapat peningkatan kelajuan pergerakan yang ketara. Kuasai aliran arus dan heret musuh anda ke dalam pusaran kekalahan. Kami berharap mekanik medan pertempuran baharu ini akan merombak meta yang lapuk dan memberikan pengalaman serta cabaran baharu bagi semua pemain. Kita akan berjumpa lagi di medan pertempuran baharu.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom. Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
Bye.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
everyone! Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamas have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. river currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti
simak. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Berjaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, Sarah VE and Playas. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Hai guys, selamat kembali kepada kita punya pre-match interview bersama Rose, Izanami, Zorn dan juga Gorgeous. Okay, now guys, sebelum kita mulakan match ini, Rose ada beberapa soalan untuk Zorn dan juga Izanami. The first question would be, apa yang membuat match ni sangat-sangat special untuk kedua-dua pasukan ini?
Kalau dari saya apa yang buatkan special mungkin sebab kita orang sama-sama kalah semalam. So hari ini adalah hari yang menentukan siapa dapat kemenangan pertama. Betul tak Izanami?
Betul.
Tak, untuk you pula kenapa special?
Kalau untuk pendapat aku special mungkin sebab ni ibarat macam reunion SEA Games. Aku dan Zon.
Reunion no just asal kau kat sini?
Gorgeous tak boleh relate pasal benda tu. Untuk soalan kedua pula Rose nak tanya, which actually Zon dah bring up. Semalam kedua-dua pasukan ni kalah. So, hari ini ada extra pressure ke ataupun itu adalah satu benda yang membakar semangat untuk dapat kemenangan pertama hari ini? Diam.
Ulang balik soalan.
I pula yang lupa soalan I.
Tak. Itu
okay, so semalam kedua-dua pasukan ni tak dapat kemenangan. Tapi diorang dapat satu mata. So adakah kekalahan semalam tu bagi korang extra pressure untuk hari ini ataupun dia bagi macam semangat untuk mendapatkan full win today?
Kalau bagi pendapat aku, pressure tu tak lah sebab bagi aku kalau kalah semalam tu tak ada impact sangat lah untuk kedua-dua tim sebab just kalah sekalian takkanlah pressure.
Betul. Kita orang pun setuju.
Setuju.
Salah tu. Tak, tak. Kita orang kalah semalam memang pressure lah sampai sekarang kita orang bawa. Rasa tengok muka kita orang.
Wish, kecewa gila.
Kita orang kecewa guys. Semalam kalah macam badut.
Wish. Woi, I yang rasa sedih tau. Tapi last question. Sebab Izanami bring up pasal SEA Games. Dulu korang pernah wakil Malaysia and dapat silver untuk SEA Games. Tapi kali ini korang tak dipilih untuk wakil negara kita. Is there anything yang korang nak cakap kepada our new representatives?
Saya okay, untuk pertama kalinya saya dengan Izanami dah tak dapat main SEA Games. So kata-kata untuk dorang, semoga kali ni champion dah, emas Kita daripada dulu nak emas tapi tak dapat-dapat. So kali ni fresh line up. Kita ada back to back champion, repeat champion dalam line up tu. Good luck.
Okay, Izanami?
Kalau pendapat aku untuk line up SEA Games kali ni bagi pendapat saya agak macam meyakinkan lah sebab dorang pun ada trio mid, the best trio mid lah di Malaysia sekarang and dorang pun ada ada Lolias yang pernah main sama-sama dan dorang di ISF. So bagi saya emas tu tiada
easy.
Tiada masalah.
Tak ada masalah. Alright,
kalau kata Gorgeous? Kalau kata Gorgeous? Tak nak. Okay.
Kita interview korang dua je. Terima kasih Gorgeous. Alright guys, so with that, terima kasih kepada Izanami, Zorn and juga Gorgeous. Tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok siapa akan dapat kemenangan pertama untuk musim ini. Let's go.
Hot interview or not here at the MPL MY. Was Gorgeous done dirty? You let us know in the comments section down below. Welcome back to season 16 of the English broadcast of the MPL MY. My name is Getting Q. This is Husky, of course. And now for the most anticipated match that we've been waiting for here in week number 1. It's Vamos versus the Homeboys.
There's always a hero and a villain in a story. But what happens when they collide? We get this matchup. So far, the score is a 1-1. Season 14, Vamos won. Season 15, Homeboys won. Season 16, it's time to finish this BO3.
Now, we don't know who's going to win this. Both of these teams have not achieved wins within the first week itself, and they've taken some pretty devastating fashion losses, right? I don't think anybody expected them to lose in that way on top of just not scoring any points.
Yeah, I think Vamos losing was a big shock. Homeboys, they managed to take a point off of SRG OG. So some people, the Flame Boys might argue, Homeboys, they were up against SRG, so whatever. But Vamos losing to MP, that one is a shocker.
But the one thing that we do know is that Vamos fans as well as Homeboys fans are very amped up for this particular game because every time these two teams meet, it's going to be electric. We've got the full hall here today as well, so I'm pretty sure it's going to get just as loud.
I can't wait to lose my eardrums, to lose my hearing by the end of this. But at the same time, I'm expecting a full series.
I think no doubt about it here. The full series is almost guaranteed, but keep in mind, everybody, that the Infinix has just launched a new available Infinix TikTok Malaysia. Comes with a free magnetic cooler. Even more affordable than the GT30 Pro, priced below 1,100 ringgit. Only phone in its price tier with GT triggers, 1.5K display, and 144 Hz refresh rate. I'm learning about this right now. I'm shocked at the specs. Supports steady performance plus 120 FPS in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. 2 exclusive new colors, green and blue, added to the GT30 series.
And if you guys wonder how great is 144 Hz refresh rate,
boy,
probably better than the monitor you own at home.
You most likely will never go back after you've experienced 144. You will get physical headaches looking at anything less than 120 at that point.
It's like being in the Matrix, right? Once you learn how to slow down time, you probably won't ever want to experience what time is again.
Hey, when you're Keanu Reeves, anything's possible. With the upcoming battle up ahead, we don't know where this is going to go, mainly because the meta has been, I don't want to say that shifting away from Vamos to it, but it feels like it is to a certain degree. I'm still curious to see whether or not Chibi can actually perform this time around with the current standard metagame.
Yeah, he is on a redemption arc too, right? And if he can take down Vamos, then I can expect some very spicy comments at the end of the series.
Extremely spicy. Oh boy. look, keep in mind that next week is going to be just as exciting as well. Week 1 has already all pushed us to the very, very edge here in terms of what we should expect, especially with MPL MY. But next week is going to be just as interesting. We got a bit of a video. Let's have a look.
Last season menentang Aero saya kalah kan. Maybe season ni mental saya dah lagi kuat dan matang. Saya pun dah cuba improve banyak untuk fight for my spot. For me personally, saya nak buktikan yang saya boleh stay di main line up Vamos dan saya boleh mencabar jungle-jungle MPL yang lain lah. Untuk Hazel, just give a good fight and let's see who's the best.
Hari ni kita orang lawan Untitled and saya rasa kita orang kalah sebab kita orang hari ni tak panas lagi kot. Dah berapa musim juga first match kita orang kalah. Season lepas kalah dengan Homeboy. So season ni 2-0 dengan Untitled. Kekalahan ni jadi macam tamparan untuk kita orang. Kita orang tak boleh berada dalam zone selesa lah. So kita orang kena betul-betul mencari performa kita orang yang hilang tu untuk lawan Vamos nanti.
Tentang first kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. Sebab kita orang kan selalu match sampai 3 game kan. So kita orang suka sebab dapat habiskan 2-0 season ni. Minggu kedua ni kita orang ada back-to-back match. Kita orang akan lawan dengan tim CG. Bagi saya player-player diorang tu player yang veteran macam Ciku, Valence, and saya harap kita orang boleh konsistenkan lah kita orang punya kemenangan ni. Jangan lupa datang untuk support tim kita orang dekat Dewan Sri Putra dan jangan lupa dapatkan tiket dekat bio MPL MY official page.
No scripts, no problems. He knows exactly where to lead you guys. That's our week 2 promo. More games, more action ahead of us.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly exciting considering that we have powerhouses, right? I mean, Untitled against EG, that's one that everyone is looking forward to. I mean, Vamos against Aero, that's also a clash that I think a lot of people are anticipating. But something that caught my attention is what Aero 44 said, right? Not only does he want to prove himself, but he wants to prove that he can stay in the main lineup, the main 5 of Team Vamos. And that means he's competing with Chibi for that spot.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a lot of contention for that spot because right now junglers are going to have the time of their lives. A lot of options for them to play, whether tank, assassin, or even Yishin, Shin being the exception to the rules. So far, it's I'm not sure who they're running this time. Are they going to run with Aero 404 against the Homeboys, or are they going to bring back the good old traditional staple in Chibi?
I think to make a statement, you run with Chibi, right? I feel like it makes a lot more sense because there's some internal grudge going on, right? I mean, if Vamos wants to do it the Vamos way, you gotta run with Chibi. And well, we got Chibi alongside, Clarkun, Zorn, Gorgeous, and Natko.
All right, this is going to be interesting to see because now that Chibi is coming to play specifically against the Homeboys, let's see how deep this rivalry is going to sink in for them. Because again, coming up with technically a bit of a new lineup with Natko alongside with Gorgeous. The only other person who has actually faced the Homeboys multiple times has been Zorn, Clarkun, as well as Chibi. For Clarkun, I don't think he is deeply rooted as to why they should be fighting so hard against the Homeboys like Chibi and Zorn.
I mean, Clarkun just got dragged into this, and now he's like, well, I guess I have to.
If my boys say yeah, we gotta be part of it as well. Speaking of the boys, let me introduce you to the Homeboys. They're gonna be bringing in Zippy QD today with Kaden, Izanami, Amal, and Reza.
I'm not sure if this is true or not, but I heard Mel QT was like, nah, you gotta go to Zippy first before me. I don't know how true that is, but if it is, hey, we'll see if Vamos can take down the 80% Homeboys. I don't know how to call it.
The 80% Homeboys. We'll get closer. It depends because Zippy might be the difference maker in this matchup itself. Now, I've been extremely critical over Zippy in his time prior to joining. I mean, he did join us in MPL MY for a very, very short stint before heading back over to Mythic Seals. Did wonders with Mythic Steels, previously played on Falcon and then went over to MPL MY, then after that, Mythic Steels, and now coming back to MPL MY one more time with the Homeboys lineup. I think he's finally ready to take this seriously.
I mean, we have some great reunions here for even in the sense of imports, right? Where we had Joam earlier on, now Zippy QD back, and when we saw the roster, we were, I personally was thinking, how are they going to balance between the ordinary marksman and Zippy QT? Well, they both now get screen time. If Zippy QT is the difference maker and they somehow end up dominating Vamos, I think that is going to be quite a blow towards Vamos, but also confidence boost to Homeboys that they can rotate around the goal lane.
It could be a scapegoat strategy here. Worst comes to worst, it's Zippy's fault, right? It's tough to say because right now, Vamos, they're looking to rebrand, right? From the antagonists of the scene now, they're taking the mask off. No more pretending. They, again, all of the members that we see here, very outspoken, very big personalities in their own right.
Yeah, it reminds me of Bleach. You know, they got the hollow mask, you know, but we need to see the Vasto Lord level power. We haven't seen that yet. When you put on that hollow mask, you have to be at your peak power.
That's just part one, you know? We've all seen it. We've all seen the new arcs coming out. It takes some time. It takes some time, okay? But I think this time round would be a really good test. And I think if they can deal it, especially with the problems that we've seen from either side, it's about growth, how much they can come together after taking losses within the week.
Yeah, even coming into this season, a lot of people have been really hyping up Gojes, right? Like loan from SRG OG to Vamos. They say that he has been phenomenal in pub rankings, in scrims. He's been crushing it. He's been carrying the team. Yesterday told us a slightly different story when they got basically dominated by Monster Vicious.
Yep.
But I think you can say the same for Homeboys. There is some slight disconnect between the new members, but the difference is they were able to pull it together.
Yep, and I think that's something that we all have to be watching out for. With that being said, get excited because the game is about to begin. We're throwing it up onto the stage. Let's see these teams walk on through. Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity. Thank you for your hard work. With new faces in the game, the old rival meets again. Can Vamos rise up from yesterday's defeat? Or will this gloomy cloud continue to loom? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Vamos! They have deep past, rooted in glory in this ground. With smiles on their faces, they're eager to astound. Can they stay smiling, or will they go home with a frown? Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the Owls. Homeboys are in town!
Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staffs of both teams, the masterminds, the brains behind every game. For Team Vamos, we have Pak Bat and Pak Atan. For Homeboys, it's Coach Jess and Nas. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. Ini Gaya Kita. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Let the rivalry reignite. Homeboys against Team Vamos.
Good luck to both of our teams up on that stage. It's going to be difficult, especially with so many fans, with eyes so deeply rooted on who is going to win, not how they are going to win. First pick will go over to the Homeboys.
That's a very powerful position to be in. And even from the walk-in itself, there was a very, very important point being brought up, right? Vamos last season, their opening series was against SRG OG. It was a rematch from the grand finals of the previous season. They lost that match and they never recovered, right? I think a lot of people were talking about it. Vamos just let it hang over their heads and they just kept performing worse and worse and worse. Era 4-4 was more of a band-aid than a full solution. and now they're in the same spot again after losing to Monster Vicious yesterday. I really do hope Vamos can recover.
I really do hope so as well. Both of these teams have faced off in grand final finishes against SRG OG. The continuing problem here in MPL MY and one of our best representatives, and Reza is looking to turn that around. We're talking about the resolution. Did you know Reza featured in 14 of Arrow's 19 wins in Season 15, which gives us a statistic of 16.66% to Arrow's win rate when they field Reza.
Yeah, he has some high stocks value, and he was there when they went into that full 5-game slugfest against DxO2. Sure, Reza was one of the guys that went down and gave Siska a savage, but he was also a reason that Arrow has such good games against top contenders, and to a degree, even against SRGOG.
A very impressive pickup, I'm not going to lie. I wasn't expecting them to, eventually drop their imports and pick up some local talents to kind of beef up the lineup. The only import from the side of the Homeboys is going to be from Zippy himself. On Vamos' side, not much changes overall, but the introduction of Natco to the lineup, is it too soon? Was that their biggest problem from last season?
But the goal lane, I don't think so. I think the general consensus are very much Ness is a pretty stable goal lane, right? And a lot of times they catch us flack, not because of him not being able to perform, but it's Vamos as a team, the structure isn't really there. We're looking at Zor not able to create space, and that responsibility falls onto Smooth, but at that time, he wasn't given the right heroes to do that. And then when you compound all that together, Ness takes the beating because now he doesn't have space. So I don't think goal lane was the problem, but I do hope that Natco gets to fill in that void.
Well, hopefully he does, right? We got 24 seconds left on the clock before we start jumping right into the draft, and I'm curious to see which side, where we're going to go. Both of these teams have already played, and we've seen a little bit of the forefront of what they're willing to bring, but it doesn't necessarily tell us what their priorities are in the picks and bans, because again, most of these drafts are targeted towards the opposing team rather than the meta.
Yeah, and a big shift from Homeboy's playstyle with the departure of Erpang, of Ivan, of Eldora is that they have to work with a new foundation, right? Back then when those three were in the team, the calls were very decisive. You have a very, very strong XP lane, but also your mid trio is reinforced by Ivan. There are definitely some questions, how is Kaden and ZipperQT going to work with Reza, Aimao, and Izanami? This is the proving ground. Yesterday was a bit shaky, but the fact that they took one game off of SRG OG has to give them confidence.
Absolutely. That's why I'm less worried about Kaden as well as Reza, more than I am worried with Natco, and as well as like ZipperQT trying to integrate with their own individual teams. And now we see the bans have already started to come through. We see that the CC, the Jushin already banned out for the side of the Homeboys. In response, Pakbet has decided to get rid of the Baxia alongside with the Wanwan.
Standard bans, Lancelot, Yishun Shin still up. Farsuffer's ban has also been kind of shown once or twice so far today. I mean, at least for Homeboys and Vamos, they do share some identical pools in the mid lane with how limited the heroes are. Like Valentina is a hero that both Clockun and Izanami would kind of snap pick whenever it's up. The Harry ban out too from Homeboys.
No.
So it's YSS or Lancelot.
I would have imagined that Zippy would have been more than happy to actually play the Harith, but I think he's confident in his other hero selections to actually go even in the lane, if not win the lane. Fanny finally gets banned out for the side of Vamos, and now plenty of open picks left. We still have the Kalia, we still have the Yishin Shin available for either side to pick up.
No, Fanny banned out by Vamos. It also brings us to a reoccurring team with Team Vamos, right? It's not applicable in this game, but let's say Homeboys wins game 1. Vamos picks blue side for game 2. Is that Fanny ban going to be a problem? It has been a reoccurring theme, right?
It has been a reoccurring thing. I don't know if GB is going to play it. It kind of depends. If it's Arrow 404, Fanny is on the table. If it's GB, I'm not 100% sure about that. I still feel like they will ban Fanny on blue side. But here comes the first pick. 6 seconds left on the clock for the Homeboys to lock in, and it looks like they're going to go straight to the Yishan Shin. Standard opener.
Yeah, give it to Aimao. Now, the challenge has been issued. Is Chibi going to get the Lancelot?
Is he going to get the Lancelot? I'd be very happy if he does. He could still technically go for the Hayabusa if necessary, both of which he can wait for a later time to pick up. In terms of strong openers, we still have the Kalia still open. It finally gets locked in for the side of Vamos, but what are they going to pair it up with?
And Lancelot, you don't have to first phase it, right? You already saw the enemy jungler. They are going to. I was thinking that if they really want to pivot and they feel like, yeah, we don't want to play into the assassin matchup, there's always the Fredrin as a fallback plan. But knowing Chibi, he's more than ready to take on the challenge.
Hey, let's keep in mind that blue side is the first one to finish off the first phases of the bans, right? So maybe Vamos is hoping that the EXP gets shown up here so they could look to punish it down the line. I mean, Gorgeous would be more than happy to get a winning matchup. I just haven't seen him like hard win his matches from his side of the map yet.
The Arla is open. It is a hero that Gorgeous did play. But when we talk about setup, I mean, Reza has had some amazing setups last season too. You give him, again, a catalyst of how they beat SRG OG was Reza and Kim. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah.
So if the Arla is open, I wouldn't be surprised if Homeboys take it straight, but they go for Gatot and Moskov instead.
I like it. Gatot into the Kalia is always a good time. The Moskov, knowing that you're facing off against potential assassin in Lancelot, and maybe even more down the line, at least you have some form of self-sustain. More importantly, a way to kind of keep everybody at a comfortable distance. Now, Vamos has the very last pick on this first phase. They could look to match 1-for-1, roll per roll. Might just be the case here, unless there's a mid pick that they're actually worried for. What are we looking for pick 4 coming in from Vamos' side, right? Because we're expecting the 2 pinches and then after that the money pick from Chibi.
Part of me is thinking of the XP laner, because if not, then at least Homeboys have a flex, right? They have an option with the Gatot, but for Vamos, you're looking down a possible 2 extra bans for Homeboys to lock out Gorgeous. They're gonna take the heal up, which technically is also a flex.
Okay, but then it's a little
Wait,
harder.
it's not a flex anymore, right?
It's a little harder, especially with Kalia there. Technically, they can kind of like swap that around. It is flexible enough to do that, but you just don't get as much pressure from a Hilda Roam that you get from a Kalia, who generally is just a walking ambulance with strong engage.
I think the Arla pick very juicy if Vamos doesn't ban it. I mean, Esmeralda has to go. That's a huge priority. If Vamos, at least at this point of time, you have strong early mid damage just because of the Hilda, but for Lancelot, he needs time.
And tide wait
damage
for no
profile
one.
overall, Vamos,
Ignore
they're still
girl.
looking for, like that mid and goal laner, which they're willing to keep until last. Beatrix banner by Homeboy is very straightforward with the Kalea combo. I mean, Farsa is still up on the table.
Yep. Farsa is still available, but I'm liking the foresight from the Homeboys, right? Yeah. They understand that it's not just about matchup per matchup, but we also have to consider the different type of synergies that they have involved. Because with Hilda alongside with the Kalia, the main source of damage based on what we can see from the first picks is just the Lancelot. So taking away the damage, potential damage, makes their Kalia a lot less scary to worry about.
Even with the Vamos even went with the Phobius ban too. I think if you're Homeboys, you double down on Natko. I feel like you can, right? You give Zippy Cutie the best possible matchup, and then the only person he has to worry about is probably Chibi on the Lancelot. You will lose mid priority in assuming Vamos goes for Clock Zeros next, but the pool is wide enough for Izanami to not worry about. There's always the Valentina there.
Yeah, Valentina is always a very safe option. So far, not that great if Vamos is the one picking up. The ults on the side of the Homeboys aren't the best to go for. They get rid of the Lo Yi instead, so they are actually more than happy for either Yve, the Farsas to come out from the side of Vamos, knowing that they've got Gato to look to punish. They could double down on their EXP pick to also be a little more engage heavy as well.
Yeah, that too. I think with Ishushin and Gato around, it's already quite risky to go for any artillery. Again, you still have the threat of the Arla on the table, right? Something that Vamos doesn't have the luxury of due to their picks. It's more of whether you keep Clockwork Zero for last or you keep Natko. But a lot of the times in this position, I want to say you keep gold lane, but I feel like you pick gold here and then you give yourself a good mid matchup.
Yeah, Kimmy's still on the table potentially. So that's my only concern. But then again, it's pretty like a non-existent lane. So it kind of doesn't matter with the Gatot in play, especially for the laning phase, right? So Farsa gets locked in for the side of Vamos. Now they've got some scaling magic damage for the later stages. Obviously, it's not the best into the Yishinshin and as well as the SOD on top of the AOG, but it gets you across the finish line, right? Because somebody needs to scale.
Yeah. And their wave clear is good enough, right? Lane priority, when you look at mid, both Kalea and Farsa, not a problem. Now for Homeboys, sometimes they don't really mind giving Izanami a hero that doesn't clear as well because you already have got to supplement that, so it takes care of a bit of a problem. Selena is also on the table if Izanami wishes to. But I feel like Valentina isn't too bad, right? You have Pew against Kalea, Hilda. You have the Farsa that you can steal out. Go Selena, so it's either or.
Ah, okay. So now that they know that they have control over the mid wave with the thanks of Gata, they're going to utilize Selena to get vision over the map. And I think the Badang here is actually a pretty smart pick, right? Because if you're if you initiate too early and the Farsa still gets the Feathered Airstrike, at least Reza will be able to come in and do a little bit of work to cancel it out early on and make Lancelot's life just a little bit harder. But now we need to see the finished lineup from Vamos' side before we make a judgment call.
Good ways to trap both Hilda and Kalea too if we overextend. Now there's the goal laner. Now, classic Granger into Moscow matchup.
Okay, I like this a lot. Plenty of far range artillery, plenty of ways to look for cleanup, and if GB is able to get in and out with that Lancelot, it's up to Natco to finish the rest off. Homeboys, their lineup, 3 really squishy heroes, potentially devastating if they land their abilities, potentially could disappear in half a second against the Granger who is heavily fed. So we'll see whether or not Vamos wants to kind of lead into the gold lane to attack, or do they have to get that priority first? Let's focus on putting the jungler behind.
Yep. Second Selena pick of the day too. Feels more of a glass cannon build for Homeboys, where all 3 cores, well, you have 3 cores, then you compare to Team Vamos, they have great brick walls that can kind of hold the front. Only one way to find out as we get ready to head into the land of Dawn for game number 1 in this best of 3 between 2 long-standing rivals. It's Team Vamos and Homeboys.
It's going to be a heated bout here in Dewan Sri Putra. The entire arena comes alive as the first wave of minions have spawned. Let's see the openers for both sides. Remember, on the blue side, it's going to be Homeboys. On the red side, it's going to be Vamos at play. Purple buff starts from both sides.
4 flickers for Vamos. The goal is very clear. We have a Badang that we need to figure out of, but we also have plenty of ways to dive the backline. And we saw what happened to Zayed when he had to deal with Lapu Lapu and Cho that can get right on top of him with a flicker. This is almost the same, kind of the same application.
Level 1, Reza already losing half his life bar, forced to use his regenerate early on into the laning phase. Looking at what they've got here in terms of emblems, pretty standard. A lot of Wilderness Blessings coming up from the side of Vamos. So there is a bit of a trade-off as the first interaction happens. Zorn forced the flicker and dies to Izanami.
What a taunt from Kaden. Max charge pulls him back into the arrow, and that's the clean execution you want to see from Homeboys. They trade that flicker to get Izanami the first blood. Selena usually at earlier levels, she doesn't have that output, but you give her some go injection, suddenly Izanami feels incredibly good.
This could be a potential snowball here as Izanami is playing the lane extremely well. As you can see, his full level lead against Clawhood. Now that he's got a bit of gold injection, he's wiping that wave really, really fast, and now is trying to take control over the river as they spot GB, Zorn, and as well as Clawhood.
And wherever Kaden goes, Izanami's going to be there to follow up very quickly. ZippyQT against Natco too.
Oh,
pretty close fight. ZippyQT had to get out.
They play. I mean, Zippy played it pretty decently, right? His mistake would have been if he started to run away, which allows the Granger to do stuff. But now Kaden already starting it up perfectly. Immediately, Izanami finds a second kill 2 minutes into the game.
Same combo, Kaden and Izanami together. Turtle down a half, Reza's gonna build the wall, and now Kaden finds another taunt. GB is the target, but this time support is there. Gold Jess though ends up getting traded back. Clockwood chased away, aim out with the turtle, another arrow lands. Reza does die to the Thorn Rose. SOD dangerously close. Izanami now gets gone on by Zorn. The follow-up with the Cyclone 9 and Cole. With the flicker snipe, Vamos fights back.
Man, I was surprised that the SOD was even thrown out in the first place, but it made a lot of sense when you look at the minimap and Natco instantly making the round up to that top side. He catches a bit of the mid wave, will lose a minion down as he hits back into the bottom wave, and instantly we see a fast invade coming in from Chibi. 2 kills ahead, Zorn was able to punch back his worth, keeping the team alive in these long extended fights.
Slightly unfortunate that Reza wanted to hold the front and then dies to a Thorn Rose, but aside from that, another response. Izanami stood no chance. The aggression from Vamos, very apparent from the beginning. Izanami punished again.
Yep, Kaden, he's got to be a little careful here, right? He needs to use that ult as a means to get them out of these tough positions. Zoran flickering out of the way as Natco has already tried to double wave since minute number 2. Things are going pretty well for Vamos despite the early game blunders.
Yeah, almost getting a purple, but still that Zippy QT with the SOD. It did land on Chibi. Now Homeboys need to slow down a little bit. They've got some very good easy to pull out combo, but that's prior to level 4. The Selena, you activate the moment you hit level 2, but now that everyone has the ultimate, the ballgame has changed a little bit. Zor now has a way to permanently disable you. Only Zippy QT has a Purifier, and unless Amon hits God-like Traceless, it is also pretty hard to deal with this Kalea.
Speaking about pretty hard to deal with Kalea, I think that right now Vamos is starting to find the motion of the ocean, you know? They're following the momentum. They're getting a bit of a pacing for themselves as you see that GB is focused on mainly stealing as many camps as possible to slow down Amal, right? With the new changes, the recent changes to Yishinshin, his early game isn't as devastating as it was before, but it doesn't mean that you can't get picked off by just the Mountain Shocker's turtle boat.
Yeah, go just Minesweeper, so all the traps are gone. The arrow connects, Mountain Shocker, Reds are flickers on the clock one to get rid of the better airstrike, but still GB good on the retribution. The AOG from Kaden a bit too late as Reza goes down and Vamos punished.
Woo! 2-0 and the turtle in the bag. Vamos look for that mid-tier 1. They still have plenty of that gold plating to work with, but it doesn't matter when you've got all 5 of your members beating down on a singular turret. Now, as much as we want to say that Homeboys had a great start in this, at the beginning of this game, now it's about raw execution. If we see that Vamos members are able to back out from the chain CC, if the combo gets dropped from the Homeboys' side, this is what we should have expected from minute number 2.
And the front line from Vamos is just a lot more durable, right? A lot harder to kind of crack. That's why Vamos can stay in the fight for so long. We even saw Reza's idea to stop the better airstrike, and the initiative was good, but they just don't have what Vamos has when it comes to soaking up damage.
Right now, Vamos is playing beautifully around the priority that they generated through that mid lane, slowly stealing away 1 or 2 camps every single time they interact with Amal's jungle. And this is already creating a level lead for GB, and I think a gold lead as well. Good shots coming in from Nako, even forcing out the Retribution and Mountain Shocker from Amal. Huge resources down the drain.
This comfortable spot, especially for Zorn. Recalls, the emotes are coming now, and that's how you know that Vamos are feeling really good about the state of the game. Natco getting a top tier 1. Jungle basically empty, so Amal is going to starve because Chibi is 2 levels ahead of him.
Yeah, not to mention that Chibi has decided to go down and catch a huge minion wave down bot side. Unfortunately, Amal cannot contest Zippy QT for this wave. He's going to have to move over to his orange buff, but he has to walk with his team. They know that Gojas is on the top side of the map, but Selena's arrows can only do so much. But those traps, Gojas, very, very vigilant in clearing them out.
That is going to deny the vision that Homeboys wish to have. This purple buff is also not safe because Chibi can easily come and contest. Homeboys trying to put up a front. It's going to be Flicker engaged into a Tsunami to have a good follow-up. Kaden is there. Rezado with a counter. Izanami right from the front to the back. And Homeboys strike back, but Vamos just too far ahead. Golden with a flicker forward and a snipe from Natco. Give him the wipeout.
And you can hear Dewan Sri Putra erupt with the fans from Vamos. That's the turnaround that they were looking for. A beautiful play from Reza's side. He really locked them all down. And once he did, oh my goodness, Izanami is able to find trades back. At the end of the day though, Vamos will be taking neutral objectives all across the board. Let's look at the instant replay one more time because again, massive pick here for the setup on this Badang. It's just a follow-up afterwards, just slightly off in terms of damage.
Yeah, off in terms of damage, and look at Gojas. He just sits there and eats everything up. Good attempt from Homeboys, but that has now turned to a major setback. Almost 7,000 deficit.
Yeah, very early lead here, especially 7 minutes into the game. Mid-game has not gone too great for the Homeboys at this point of time. They really need Reza to scale up fast and become a thicker tank, but Natco has been double waving since minute number 2. He is probably the highest in gold at this point, only second to Chibi. It's a little hard to tell until we see the gold graph, but in the meantime, Gojas, his influence alone is causing a lot of problems for Homeboys. They cannot get sneaky angles into the black line.
And Zorn's engages always puts Homeboys as a disadvantage. Like you either start the fight 1 man down, or whoever that survives the Tsunami Slam is not in a condition to commit to the fight. And that's not even including Chibi being a problem.
Amal is so far behind. He's 3 levels down on Chibi at this point. And with Vamos, it's gas, gas, gas. They are making sure that they get rid of the shieldings as well. Oh my god. No holy shieldings. T2s already falling on every single side. This is surgical from Vamos.
Zorn, the presence is already a threat. 2 holy shields down under 9 minutes. Vamos, 8.2k goal lead.
Slowly going to take the space at this point, and Homeboys struggling to find any kind of economic advantage against Vamos' side. And Vamos, at this point, locking them inside their base is the most ideal, right? Giving them the space to actually play around is unideal. And I think at this point, with the way that Vamos has kind of opened up the map, I'm surprised that Gojas even bothered going to the top side, knowing that the camp is going to spawn a little late. They will have first dibs on the Lord, even as SOD being committed, but Gojas already in position to block it.
Basically ate everything up, and Homeboys will have to deal with this imminent Lord siege. Down 2 holy shields. It's gonna make defending the inhibitors even tougher.
Yeah, this is only the first Lord. Only the first Lord. 24 to 33k. This is almost looking like a GG angle for the Homeboys, considering how much, and even Echo. Wow! Already! Oh, BOD confirmed. Brute Force Breastplate already purchased by GB as well. He is in a phenomenal position.
Better airstrike used by Clockcone as a deterrent, and that's gonna be the last holy shield popped. All waves synced up.
Well, the next waves are starting to come in. They're waiting for that side waves to get a little closer to that midway before pushing in all at the same time. And they don't mind actually doing this because Clockcone, he can wait for his ult to come back up before getting into the fight to siege them underneath their inhibitors.
The wave of Homeboys aren't that good, isn't that good either. It's just Selena. Moskov is the best bet, but he doesn't want to be seen. The siege begins for Vamos, and this is without the Lord in the bottom lane, and they will get an inhibitor. Lord finally arrives in the top side. Homeboys needs to deal with that.
Yep, and they just don't have the items to do so. They just do kind of negative damage to this Lord as I break it off from all sides!
Oh, the taunt actually saved Kaden. Call it lucky timing, whatever you want to, but that gives Homeboys a bit of a fighting chance. Mountain Shocker gets used. Lord will be taken care of. Reza, another engage with the AOG! And that is opportunity for Homeboys, but they need to get rid of the minions. And Jimmy still alive. Kaden are by his side. The Crystal so damn low. And Vamos will do just enough for game 1.
Oh boy! Now that's what we call a game. Nice and fast from Vamos' side, but they make sure they blindsided the Homeboys in a fight. Homeboys didn't back down though. I don't mind losing in that fashion. What a wombo combo at the very end.
When you're down 8,000-9,000, that fight, I think if they survive that encounter, we might see Homeboys make a comeback because holy cow, Reza and Kaden came slightly too late. Woo! But if they can do it once, they can do it again.
If they can do it once, they can do it again, and that's something that Vamos is going to be remembering. They're fist bumping each other, but they're looking at each other as well, going like, hey, guys.
We almost dropped it.
We nearly botched that. Let's not stand too close anymore because resolution is here.
What a game for Vamos. Statement piece for sure. Got a bit scrappy towards the end, but majority of the game, Vamos, clean, surgical, and precise. The engages were great. The Kalia was causing so much problem, and it made the Gatot sort of a non-factor despite it being a counter.
It really did. It really did. I think they just need to work on that early game, right? Because again, I think they forgot halfway through that their comp really depended on having clean execution and priority, not one or the other.
Yeah. It was something that I had in mind too coming into game number 1. The ease of execution favors Vamos a lot more than it favors Homeboys. And 5 minutes in, once the ultimates come online, Vamos started taking control of the game, and we saw Homeboys started being disconnect, right? Reza has gotten some incredible cancel, some great initiatives, but they were too far behind to make use of it.
Yeah, I mean, even so, he got 4 people 2 times in a row, all of which, well, okay, the first time only 2 people died, the second time at least 3 people died, so I think that it's going in the right direction at a bare minimum. However, this Selena pick, was it necessary? Especially after seeing Gojas go onto that Hilda in the first place to deny Reza his signature pick.
That's why I was proposing like a Valentina, right? It would have been great to peel them away. You can steal the feather S, right? That would have benefited in not just your siege, but also wave clear if it comes down to it. Maybe they're worried about the Lancelot, but if you're Valentina, it's a lot more manageable.
It's way more manageable. You got 2 dashes, a potential Terrify with your Shadow Strikes. Let's look at the backstage and announce our MVP of this game. MPL MY, talents win highlights. Teamwork wins champions. Let's go. That's the big personality we've been missing. Chibi with the MVP of the game.
Hashtag Hala Vamos, hashtag mask off. In one more game, I think Chibi would have earned the right to talk some smack on stage.
Oh, for sure, because he's coming off a 970 GPM. Those are the numbers we've been missing out of Chibi for a very long time. Of course, his in-game build, definitely going to be the traditional Lancelot Bruiser build that has come up popular as the past 4 months.
And this is a guy that set one of the world records for highest GPM in a single game, and that was what? Season 12 on the Nolan? You give me something like a Lancelot, Vamos issued the challenge, Homeboys took it, and we know who the winner is. It's this guy.
Oof, Amal, he's Malden right now. He's like, man, I didn't get to that late game. This guy does. He's taking on my farm. Might have to reconsider. He might still, I mean, to be fair, I think that Amal can still go back onto the Yi Shinshin. They just need a little bit more mid-priority, right? Yeah. Mid-priority is going to be so important. And I think, do we need to start changing up Reza's options here, or do they just need to lock it in early?
I'm very surprised they didn't consider Arlet at all.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I am incredibly surprised.
Well, to be fair, I feel like the onus was a little bit more on Homeboys to pick the Arlet up than it was for Vamos.
Yeah.
Because there's just like a lot of things that you can cancel with just the Arlet alone. I think the other issue is that there's not a lot of CC to chain off of. But then when I say that, there's the arrows, there's the potential taunt. Those are the ones that are hard to hit. There's knockback as well, but that's only if it gets stunned on the wall that you get the demon mark. Then there's also the turtle ball coming in from Amal, but that's again not as dependent as Badang. Press the buttons, you will get value.
I think it comes down to the execution, right? Lana flicker Badang engage, slightly tougher than the Arlet ultimate flicker. And, the coverage, the range is definitely favors Arlet a lot more. Maybe in terms of laning, that's what they were worried about. Like, Go just got too much freedom.
Way too much freedom. Way too much. And Homeboys, I think they understood it pretty early on because we did see some early rotations coming in from both Kaden and as well as Izanami. As they were walking up to the top side of the map, they did spot out Go just kind of lingering around, right? He cleared the wave and decided to, wait by the riverside to gain that vision, and as soon as he saw those two, he's out of there, right? So it's tough to punish, especially in a winning matchup.
And he's running straight at Homeboys. We saw the early participation of Gojas in getting these eliminations. It's just Gojas showing up, he runs at you, you try to disengage, he flickers on top of you, and a lot of these fights happen in the jungle. So those bushes definitely did not do Homeboy's favor.
Oh yeah, gives him that extra bit of sustainability. Now Rich Guy, 973 gold per minute going over to Natco. Chibi with the carry with 35,000 damage, almost making it to 36. Sandbag going over to Kaden, and Zorn as the best wingman. The thing about Zorn, as much as he does botch up the early games at times, especially when he is playing on this Kalia is just not a signature pick. It's clear to see, but I have to admit, he has improved. His mid to late game, man, instant charges, instant tsunami slams.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, it's time to talk about this Kaden against Zorn matchup too, right? We have another rookie against a veteran. I mean, today it's all about rookies against veterans. We had a Zayed against Jaja. Now we have Kaden against Zorn. And I would say Kaden deserves some credit as well, right? The interaction between him and Izanami to get these early kills, they were great. But then starting this point, which is like, 2.5 minutes in, Vamos just punishes Homeboys for getting a bit too overzealous.
Yeah, they got punished so hard as well. All the while, Natco being able to skim off the top and find himself a couple of extra gold injections with kills of his own. Even the assists during these fights, right? Both sides got very, very involved with each other, and it never felt like Homeboys ever wanted to give up a neutral objective. And honestly, Turtle 2, Turtle 3, after losing the first Turtle, I think Turtle 2, you just give that one up.
Yeah, I agree. This was the team wipe for Vamos, and then they went out to take the Lord. But I gotta say, we gotta watch this one more time. The Mountain Shocker into this, oof.
Oh, so good. Into the AOG as well. Entire backline destroyed. But unfortunately, Chibi was just too far ahead. He was one-shotting Amal at a certain point. 75% of his HP gone.
And I mean, even with ZippyQT, he really tried. But Chibi and Gojas, they were just cutting him down. Without ZippyQT, no one to clear the wave. and Izanami can only stand and watch. So again, is it a close game? Except for the last moment, not really. But I think Homeboys has a very good chance. They need to switch it up a little bit. I think this triple glass cannon carry team comp is a bit hard to execute.
It's too gold reliant, right? If you had double fighters, maybe there was an opportunity to actually give some of the lane farm over to Yi Shin and get Amal back into this game. Fortunately, that just wasn't the case, especially when Zippy is currently on that Moskov. He's just as gold hungry as the Yi Shin. Maybe a little bit less because of the cost-efficient items, but other than that, it's a tough sell for me. I think, so far, current pattern, the first couple of picks that we've seen from the side of the Homeboys inevitably got punished, right? The Yi Shin, no effect. Moskov, not much effect as well, in comparison to their final two picks where they eventually got some value.
Yeah, we saw, what was it? The first pick we had the Gut Dot as well, right? That looked really good. It was just the Selena and the Badang. I think the Badang is sort of like a wild card for me. I didn't expect that to come out.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll just have to wait and see. Guys, we want to make sure that you guys are excited as much as we are because map rotations are coming into play next week. Guys, the next project has already been as exciting, but here is our very first impression of it as well, because a lot of things are changing all at once. A new patch, 4 different maps on top to add into professional play, and a potential new hero. Here are our very first impressions of the next patch.
I don't like this one, guys. There's a lot of bush on my lane.
Ni apa patch baru ke? Oh, Diva sampai kat sana sampai dekat buff Oh.
So I think this one is good for junglers because before it's really hard to take your red buff if the turtle is on the blue because it's really far. But now I think you can take it 5 or 10 seconds before the turtle spawn.
Interesting. I think they really want more skirmishes to happen. It's gonna be good in a way because people like to watch team fights, right? Rather than playing slow.
Teleport Oh, gempa.
When you ride on the ground, you are not detectable.
Oh, they cannot see you. But I think this one is good for the one who always die. You can go easily to your jungle. In rank only.
Nope.
Tournament, this MPL, you can use this. Really? Sumpah. This for maps.
Huh? Dangerous grass.
Jungle. Bush. This one. I don't like this one, guys. There's a lot of bush on my lane.
Saya suka yang map 3 sebab ada banyak bush. Sebut boleh sorok banyak-banyak.
I think backline can be more susceptible to flanking because the bash allow people to flank and gank from behind. What is really important is to have a hero that can check all of this bash like the Hilda.
So kalau map keempat kita tengok map lubang. So kalau enemy nak curi buff boleh lah.
Oh guys, this one it's easy to invade. You can easily cross and you can escape easily. This one not good for assassin because they will get easily invaded by tank junglers.
This one is really important for the jungler role to make sure that he can adapt.
So for these new maps guys, I think our MPL will be more fun for the viewers to watch but more problems to the players.
Kalau 4 map, saya paling suka map yang ketiga. Saya paling tak suka adalah map keempat lah. Kalau saya main jungle nanti, enemy nak curi buff.
I think the best one is the first one because it's more into like prioritizing objectives and it will help gold laners to join the first team fight.
Untuk saya map yang tak logik, just yang terbang tu je lah sebab dia untargetable.
Awan tu boleh bagi vision lah, bagus juga tapi bagi saya kurang tak logik.
So untuk map ni nanti kalau main dekat MPL nanti saya rasa akan banyak kelainan lah dari segi drafting, dari segi hero pool.
We need to practice a lot because every map there's a different playstyle that you can abuse.
My first thought is the tournament will be more competitive because you don't know what map you're gonna play. So it's a matter of mastering all the maps and I think that's the most challenging part.
Kalau saya main settle lah sebab nak try map baru dah bosan lah tengok map lama. So saya tak sabar nak tunggu week kedua nanti.
So all of these map changes guys will happen in MPL MY. So stay tuned and watch our game.
I don't know how to feel about this one. I thought this was going to be a lot more exciting, but after seeing our very first impressions,
look, I know we want to keep things fresh and I'm all for it. But why is there a bush in front of an inhibitor?
Why is there a bush in front of an inhibitor? Why are you able to take clouds that make you untargetable? I think that I personally think that there's going to be a lot of like adjustments after this patch to be like, yeah, maybe the cloud's like a little too slow or a little too fast.
Or you make the heroes targetable. If they get crowd control, they get stunned. They drop down,
they get stunned. That makes a lot more sense.
This is probably the first ever MOBA I've seen, you know, and thankfully it's ML. Then we have a map pool. We're gonna have statistics where teams are better on certain maps.
What are we, some kind of Heroes of the Storm or some nonsense like that? It's absolute, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a big fan of these new maps because I think that these mechanics don't necessarily benefit the player base in actually learning how to play the core fundamentals of the game.
And you are, and games might be won or lost depending on the roll of the dice. You have a 75 chance to lose the game because you got a bad draw. But I think a lot of people probably don't like the, what's it called, the flying clouds.
The flying clouds.
The clouds thing.
Yeah.
I think it's a horrible idea.
I think that if the map were to like change depending on, let's say you get to choose it based off of like you take a turtle, then you can change the environment of the map. Then maybe at least then there's like, okay, I have a reason to fight for this turtle because I hate bushes and I don't like flying.
Or you make the map bigger and you put 2 portals on the side. Now you can.
Let's put an alcove, right? By the top side of the EXP lane. That's what we really need right now. Okay, 2 minutes left on the clock here. Interesting. I'm sorry, I got so distracted with the 4 new maps. I got a lot of things to work on once we get back home and start playing on the patch servers. Sorry, the test servers. But it looks like first picks have already been given away. We're about to hit the draft in just a little bit.
Wow.
And adjustments must be made.
Homeboys chose second pick for this game.
Yeah.
Vamos got first pick. Now let's put that theory to the test.
Okay.
Does Fanny get banned? Buy them.
Does Fanny get banned by them on blue side? Oh my god. Alright, we got a quote coming in for Chibi. I was disappointed with my performance last season, but I moved on, and now I'm focused on bouncing back this season. Facing Homeboys, this is my main focus. I already told the coach to let me play against Homeboys. My message to Homeboys is, do your best, because this time, we're going to shut you up, unlike last season in bold.
Oh man, I mean, he's he's one game away from doing that, right? Maybe in the next 20 minutes, he'll get to be on stage, take the mic, and talk whatever he wants to Homeboys.
Alright, that's the Chibi we know and love.
Mask off.
Mask off, baby, mask off. We don't want to see that mask on nonsense no longer. But on the Homeboy side, right? They're probably thinking about this and they're like, okay, all right, guys, we need a proper game plan here. We cannot, first of all, the only reason why Chibi was allowed to do what he was allowed to do was because we didn't put much pressure on him. We botched it up, and now, as soon as Zorn gets that Kalia, we have a lot of problems on our hand. We also got a player quote from LQT.
And then he said to Chibi, win against my boys first, then you can talk. Ain't looking good, brother. Ain't looking good.
It's not looking good right now, but don't worry. Zippy is there to try and kind of keep it together. Keep it together.
Hey, you might have beaten Fix, but you might lose to Chibi. I don't know which one is more worth it, you know?
It's either one or the other, man. It's rocking a hard place every single time. All right, it's time for the drafting phase. Let's jump right into it. Vamos up against the Homeboys. Vamos gonna be on first pick, Homeboys on second pick. Let's find out, and there we go.
I'm telling you, the fans gonna get banned.
They keep doing this, dude. When is Chibi gonna be like, if Zorn can say, I don't really like playing the Kalia, and yet picks it up and plays it at a high level? Come on, Chibi, come on.
He's they've been running with this risk for many seasons. Like, we lose one ban on blue side, but you know, whatever.
To me, it feels like Arrow 404 stonks. It just keeps on rising. It just keeps on.
It'll be even funnier if this is the last series Chibi plays and it's just error all the way.
Oh my god, then I'll eat my words so fast. I'll feel so bad for him, man. Don't get me wrong, I love Chibi, and yes, he does have flaws, but he's such an explosive character and an explosive player, it's hard not to love him. Now, looks like the bans are going to be pretty much exactly the same as it's going to be Fanny. It's going to be the Zushin alongside with the Baxia. We do see the 1-1 and CC get banned out for the side of Homeboys, and Coach Jess, he's already been a great drafter since last season. This time around, he's looking to round out the first half and gain them the advantage.
Yeah. It's been kind of the secret MVP when Coach Erpan was there. Jess was the brains, but most people don't really know that. Now you put him in the forefront of things and have to make a decision. There's only one you can ban. Lancelot or Yishun Shin. They take the risk. Okay.
Okay, so they're going to give that Lancelot over to Vamos one more time. Isn't first pick worthy though? Kalia's still in play. They're still, okay, there we go. Kalia gets locked in for the side of Vamos. Good read by Coach Jess. They can get the Lancelot for themselves. Oh, even the Harith, an early lock-in for the homeboys.
And they did ban the Harith third on game number 1. You did say that Zippy would be very happy to play the Harith, and now they get it.
It's a signature, man. It's a signature. He has won big tournaments and even won against some very surprising teams on the international stage with it. He's improved significantly. I think that his work ethic has changed significantly over the past couple of years. Initially, I thought he was a little like lazy about it. He was like, yeah, you don't have to participate in all scrims. I'm like, oh yeah, I can just go back to farming. Now, it feels like there's an earnest and a fire behind him of, I want to go back to an international. This is my time. We need to get this.
With MCBs looming, the motivation is amplified. Get Kaden, it's Gato again, or most likely a Kaden pick. I mean, we have seen Reza play Gato multiple times. I think in this case, this Gato as a direct response is very much warranted.
I would like to see what else Kaden has in his hero pool, to be fair, but I think in these cases where you're up against the Kalia, you kind of have no choice. Somebody's got to do it. If it's got to be you, then sure. But now we look at the second half here. Almost looking to finish off the first 3 picks. Last 2, what else? They could go for the Lancelot one more time. I think that GB performed perfectly fine on it. But do you want to set the tone with a mid laner, or do you just want to go even here, knowing that the gold lane is going to get pinched if you don't do anything about it?
You go like Barca.
I shall forge my own
yeah.
My mission to banish all darkness.
All right,
I was thinking like a Farsa Lance or Moskov, but I think Lance makes a lot more sense now that the Yishun Shin guys got banned.
But this does mean a very clear point of attack.
Here we go.
Whoa, Himal, show us what you got here. 25% ban and a pick rate, but he's the only one who is willing to do so. He plays this on stream. It's no surprise that he's bringing it here up on the stage, even after yesterday. And so, let's see how they're going to break into the second half of the draft. Oh wow, EXP bans instead.
Okay, I need to keep Zippy and Amal safe. It's a lot of dashes, and the dash just is something that Volvis loves, but more so it becomes a problem when Volvis keeps getting shields from his Infernal Pursuit.
Yeah.
That's kind of what keeps him alive most of the time.
That's the way that you want to play, and I feel like if they could, homeboys could have set it up to pick it up for themselves. Let's try again for the mind of Coach Jess. What are you trying to set up here, right? Because if Volvius is gone, you could have counterpicked it if you went for Esmeralda as your 4th pick, which doesn't make much sense, right? So you would go for your mid laner and then look to secure your EXP on the final one. Let's see whether this next ban from Vamos is going to influence that decision. Kagura ban.
Okay. Alright. I think it also comes down to what the XP laner is proficient in, right? And if you compare like Reza to Val last season, there are definitely some differences. Like you can put Val on more of a self-sufficient lane, like the Edith and the Marsha were 2 very unique picks that only I think Homeboys and DxO were picking up. So in this case, maybe the limitations of the player's hero pool might also contribute to this.
That's a really good point here. I think this might be a pretty good game for Valentina to actually show, assuming that Vamos don't ban it out in this next in their next ban. Homeboys, they're running out of time here as we're coming down to the last 7 seconds for their final ban of this game. And they're going to go with the Arlet finally. Woo! I was real worried that nobody was going to touch it.
Yep, Arlet needed to go this game. Makes life for Gato hard, makes life for the Harry tough too. Like all these dives, you pair it up with the amount of burst and crowd control Vamos already has, it is just, you might as well get rid of it. But for Vamos, do you pinch Izanami?
What else could you pinch off of him,
Do you ban the Valentina now? Or do you just like look at XP?
Okay, thinking about mid laners, what is decently good here? It could be the Selena one more time. It didn't do too bad in the previous game, but the problem is that the snowball was too large and the vision was pretty useless when the Hilda was clearing it up. Now that we don't see Hilda, it's still a very high possibility from Vamos' side. Now with the Valentina, yeah, it really looks like they want to push them into that direction.
Great read from Puckbet. There's another pick that Vamos can take and threaten Homeboys, and that's the Esmeralda.
I think the Esmeralda is like okay at best here. I think especially since you're not 100% sure whether this Benedetta is going to be the flex pick of the century or whether it's going to go into Amos' hands, does make it a little scary, right? So at this point, I feel like Homeboys, show your mid laner, hold off until the very, very end to round out the composition.
One of the mid laners are there.
Kimmy feels a little bad because you have to take Purify, but then you won't be able to run away from Lancelot. Lo Yi honestly left open here. Not a bad option as well if you want to have some bigger macro plays. Oh, you know what? Let's just reveal it straight off the bat. Glue gets locked in.
Huh. One of the bad matchups. I mean, the matchup. No bad matchups left, I think.
Shouldn't be. There shouldn't be any bad matchups left.
No CC.
Unless somebody goes like Minsatar, you know? it hurt. It goes both ways. It hurts. It doesn't allow you to flicker or dash out of there. Can't use any of those mobility spells.
Homeboys would have picked Minsatar. MLQT would have picked Minsatar.
MLQT would have.
Not playing this time.
They can't go. Well, I mean, Ruby is like meh here.
Yeah, I mean, Lapu is also meh. I mean, unless you go your Uranus and you're like, we're gonna sandbag the lane.
Oh, all of which is pretty hard. All right, so they decided for the Esmeralda on top of the Granger. The Esme is like okay, but nobody is really catchable other than the Gatot and arguably the Harith. And I think it's mainly for the Harith in the first place, right? Atco needs a frontliner regardless. Somebody needs to be able to absorb that damage. I'm just surprised that they didn't put Gojas back on the Hilda one more time.
If they can sneak Chibi into the back line alongside Gojas, I think it is enough to take out Zippy for sure. And I mean, Homeboys, they don't really have the best peel. Like Glue is probably going to try and do his own thing and and try to lash on like Natco, Clockhoon, but aim out on his Benedetta. He's gonna try and do the same thing and cut to the back line. It might fall to Izanami. And they're gonna pick the Lunox.
Okay. Can get through the Esme, has iframes to work with, potentially can scale into the later stages of the game, so the early game is going to be heavily dealt with by Amal, Reza, and Kaden. Benedetta, Glue, and Gatot Gacha, respectively. All right. This is going to be a little bit harder for them to pull off, but it is a little gold tight here. Anything going wrong in the early stages of the game will snowball out of control if Vamos gets that lead. Homeboys must be very careful in these first few minutes of the game if they want to stand any chance against Vamos, because we saw what happened in game number 1. They can rinse and repeat that one more time here if they get a 2K lead 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 heroes on the side of Vamos. Exactly the same from game 1. We're going to head into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between Team Vamos and Homeboys. I think it's fair to say that in terms of ease of execution, Vamos still takes the cake.
Yep. I think the only person who has a tough time actually executing would probably be GB, but he's shown time and time again he knows how to push buttons. Now, we get right back into it. Vamos on the blue side, one more time against Homeboys on the red side. Now, these early leashes, right, has been a thing of question because Amal has been a little bit slower because he doesn't get any leash help whatsoever. He did in game number 1, but now that he's on the Benedetta, I'm surprised that they're focusing purely on the lanes to get control.
Izanami. All right. Really using his Hellbite as a resource, going to Zorn again, trying to repeat that game 1 first blood. Chibi, and now with the puncture, and it's going to be Homeboys getting the lethal.
Ooh, I was scared there. I thought there was going to be a technical pause there for a moment.
I was looking to see if Izanami raised his hand, but
exactly.
He's like, no.
He's just cool, calm, and collected. He knows that he can out-sustain the damage, especially with 2 people nearby. Able to use his lights, get some health back. Oh no.
And this could be a first little angle, and it is. No revitalize this time for Kaden. And Chibi is so fast.
He is. He doesn't miss a beat right now. This is what happens when he takes the mask off. I'm guessing that those mask costs has like what, 50 kilos per side.
Rock Lee weights.
It's like Rock Lee weights, 100 kg when you put it together. Either way, Amal now hitting that level 4. He does have a bit of a lead against Chibi because of how much disruption, but I'm pretty sure that Chibi has a little bit more gold with the help of that assist.
I think the one thing that makes Amal's life on a Benedetta slightly easier is just the fact that you get a full charge of your passive with 3 hits, you know.
does.
But it was generous enough to get rid of that small 5%.
Oh, speaking of that 5%, Go just making an early rotation down to the mid side of the map, allowing Zorn to hit level 4 off of his wave. Falcon will also hit level 4 on time. With supports at level 4, at this point, Homeboys just give this up entirely.
Yeah, Kaden is not going to have an answer if the Tsunami Slam comes through. Gorgeous is just gonna play distraction. Kaden, with body, Gorgeous able to disengage. Better airstrike comes through. Reza getting absolutely blasted, and the Izanami's out of the fight. Chibi still dashing around. Phantom execution could be there, but Amo cuts him down. But he gets traded back by Clockwood, and is still Vamos with more.
Oh, dude, why didn't Homeboys just give that up? Why would you put Amal in these positions where he has to trade 1-for-1, and now Clockwood is having the time of his life. 3 kills in the bag, so rich in gold, and worse yet, doesn't look like Homeboys will be able to recover from this one just yet.
Silver lining, Amal traded his life with Chibi's life, but in the grand scheme of things, you did say Clockwood having so much fun. That's full artillery.
Ow.
Dippy.
Losing 50% of his HP, or maybe 60% for being really accurate. Oh, he's Izanami fickling forward just to get Kojess. Again, I like this adaptation from the side of the Homeboys, right? If you're attacking one side of the map, you can instantly make the rotation, and they even sacrifice 2 minions, 1 siege minion and 1 regular ranged minion, just to make that happen.
And the wave gets frozen too, closer to Homeboy's side, so Izanami gets to come back and catch the wave. And with that earlier kill, does recover in terms of that XP. Amal taxes that a little bit.
That's totally fine. Amal can clear waves pretty fast in the early stages of the game. He did go for the Impure Rage. He's not going for Lethal Ignition. I am curious to see what his full build is going to look like as Natko, Clockwood, as well as Gorgeous already securing their own 4 items.
Yeah, a bit too honest with that attempt. Zorn easily disengages. Same as Clockwood too. One thing that has been the same from game 1 is Gorgeous, right? This Esmer and the Hilda pick from the previous game allows you to move very fast.
Ooh.
Across the map to provide those support Natko and to blow that flicker to get out.
Nice, nice. Natko didn't bother checking the bush with any of his shots. Assumed that it was safe, and now Kaden reminding him nothing's safe.
There's gonna be a ton Tsunami Slam from Dawn, disengaged with the flicker. Chibi still has the puncture stack, and is maxed out. Amal not able to get the finish on the Zorn, and now he is in a rough spot. Uses the Electro Final Blow, able to disengage. Chibi gets picked up by Izanami, Gorgeous with the flicker, and takes care of the jungler on Homeboys. Reza trying to stick onto Clockwood, but Gorgeous is being a pain in the back. And sadly for Homeboys, they gotta disengage.
Yep, Gorgeous, he already lost his flicker trying to find that trade. Got Amal. I'm surprised that Amal tried to bait it for that long. He should have just walked away from it. But now they might just get one more with the Feathered Airstrike, and Clockwood 4-0-1. He is just dominating this game.
Right on the money too. This Gorgeous Esmeralda is being a big problem. If Homeboys don't focus their salvo onto him and try and take him down.
Oh my god.
It's a disaster on both ends. Clockwood with the steal.
Man, Amal did not want to use his Retribution. He wasn't expecting Clockwood to do that much damage. Zippy QT now finally only getting his first item 5 minutes and 28 seconds into the game. This is not looking good for the Homeboys. I like their approach, and I think they just have to keep playing that mental game. None of these bushes are safe. Make Vamos question their decisions to buy you that extra bit of time.
It could be a compounding problem with Go just set free in the bottom lane. Reza, he's 3 levels down. And that is a big problem that Homeboys have no answer to. How do you get Reza up to speed? He's not gonna have the space.
He's not gonna have the time as well. I think it's a little too late for him to try and catch back up to Gorgeous. He's just got to make the best out of the situation. 4.1k to 2.6, that's ridiculous. Here comes Zorn though.
Tsunami Slam into the follow-up. Kaden, can he AOG in time? Doesn't go off. Instantly blown up. Gorgeous shows up, and that is going to be top tier 1 for sure. Homeboy cannot hold.
Oh man, GV's so fast. And it's not done yet because Zippy QT now having to just give up his top tier 1 at this stage of the game because there's just too much gold from the side of Vamos to keep up with them. 4.2k by the 6 minutes of the game. And I was already talking about a 2k lead. The 4k is double that in less time.
Imagine if there's a Sky Piercer. And Izanami lucky to get away. Reza, he's definitely the standback this game. But in a horrible spot, Chibi
Oh my.
Getting the buff.
Oh my goodness, he's just so good with these angles. God, he's fast. When he has vision, he knows exactly what he wants to do. He can see it in his mind's eye. And at this point, we have Natco, Chibi, and as well as Gojas all at level 10. ZipQT, the only person to break into the 9, almost into double-digit levels. Zorn and Clockwood, no surprises, 8 and 8, but God, man. I don't know how they're going to play this out. Amal can only do so much. He's not exactly the greatest initiator. He kind of needs somebody else to make sure that the Electo final blow is going to get max value.
And it's not like a Yishun Shin or Haya or Lancelot when you're on a Benedetta. It's very individualistic. We are just relying on your raw mechanics. Kaden, AOG to disengage. Mid-tier 1 stays up, but Vamos can do this all day.
Even having to use the Revitalize early to keep Emal healthy. I'm surprised that he didn't stand back just for Reza to get his health back, but to be fair, Reza, he's pretty tanky as it is.
Let's pick it from Dorn. Some commitment from Vamos to make sure that they don't give any breathing room to homeboys. Again, go just stand in front of the homeboys. What are they gonna do?
They're gonna dance for now. Natco is gonna get involved, and homeboys just have to give up the position, right? Because so far, Gojas has been their biggest problem, and they don't have a solution to it at this point of time. Even if Amal wanted to take him out, just look at that regeneration. Gojas is over-shielding himself.
Eating good. Eating a bit too much. Lord is up for grabs. Natco with the prolific roar. The moment they get mid-tier 1 is where homeboys start to see the beginning of the end. I think they should be able to do this with Natco. A few more shots will do the job. GGB, the purple buff. 3 levels ahead of Amal at this point.
Oh, such a fat lead. A fat lead, and they don't even want to touch the Lord just yet. They want to completely clear out the rest of that jungle, go onto the Lord, and maybe even get some pressure to get rid of the Holy Shielding early before the Lord even makes that push. Now, looking at the items so far, 2 items complete already for Zippy. Oh, hold on.
Jumping on the Gojas, they had to commit everything, and Gojas still gets the way. Amal forced to wait for cooldowns. Kaden in the thick of it with a rejuvenate. It's more than enough to revitalize. Saves his teammate. He gets out with the AOG. Chibi with the follow-up. Thorn roll doesn't get the finisher, but Clockhood will. And Zippy QT gets traded.
Oh man, Chibi was just ever a frame off from landing that puncture. If he landed that puncture, that was a double kill guaranteed. They trade 2 for 1 there. Not the most ideal for Zorn, but I think it's as good as it gets, right? T2's now under threat, forcing homeboys to respond.
And homeboys have to play without Amal in majority of the fight too. Nizanami, once his cooldowns are out, they will instantly run out of gas. Say the same for Zip QT. Very cooldown reliant draft. Vamos will get this first Lord. Just shy of 10 minutes, 7.5k lead and counting.
Oh, they're gonna go for the full clear again on the bottom side of the map. Top side, however, see the rest of the homeboys just sticking up together because they can't move out. These team fights have been extremely hard, but if they can catch them in the middle of their jungle where the corridors are very narrow, Amal and Reza might have an opportunity to combo with Kaden.
It's gonna be a tall shot. Unlike game 1 where they have Gatot and Badang, Glue doesn't really have that same utility. There's lesser tools, lesser agency for Reza to pull off those big wombo combos, and that means Kaden has to somehow rely on his instinct and just trust that Reza can hang on and hold the front.
Speaking of instincts here, that's another Holy Shield and already collapse. With the Lord on their side, they're almost guaranteed to get an inhibitor. Zorn covering Clockhood as they siege down. Nobody's safe underneath these inhibitors as long as he has those motor shots coming in from the Feathered Airstrike.
And Natco is hurting so much. BOD now done. Look at that damage.
Painful. Painful indeed.
Oh, Reza. Fast jump the clock on the AOG forces Natco away. A full commitment from the side of homeboy. They need to get this right, but unfortunately Vamos just too far ahead. Kaden the first one to go down. Reza abandoned. The members of Vamos ever so low, and homeboys wish they had a bit more money to work with.
Oh. Way pushing down bot side at this point as Chibi is already level 15, once again generating that 3-level lead against Amal. I'm not sure whether Benedetta was supposed to be the pick of choice here, but that early game did not go in their favor at all as they're looking to close things out.
Amal into the kill, so no chance. Gojas with the finisher. And Vamos, it's not time just yet, but patience will be rewarded. Homeboys are down Zippy. 22 seconds when we come back. Vamos full 5-man. Clockwork's Feather Airstrike will come back soon, but everyone else has their ultimate. Here comes Zorn with the kidnap, a suplex into a killing spree for Natco, and the rest of Homeboys are just gone. Vamos, they take the mask off, and they will now take the hits of the Homeboys off. This is a 2-0. Hala, Vamos, they will be the victors.
Oh, Vamos getting into position, one last taunt, and even Zippy. QT cannot handle them. Vamos with the mask off, they've done it, and now they get back into formation. Show us that flying V!
What better way to exact a vendetta that has been boiling for half a year than this 2-0. Chibi staying true to his words and taking down Homeboys. MelQT, you might be up next if we ever go to playoffs.
Hey man, MelQT's ready to go. I love it. I love all these big personalities from the side of Vamos and Clockwood. Do their best here, showing face and making sure that Homeboys have something to remember. The score is currently 2-1.
If this was a best of 3, we can declare Vamos as the victors, but we know with franchise coming up, this is gonna extend for a couple more years maybe.
Dear God, for how many seasons, as a matter of fact? It's been going on for so long with so many iterations that it doesn't get old, yet still just as interesting. Man, what a banger of a game. It's good to see people knowing how to throw down and snowball out of control.
And Chibi really just grabbed them by the neck and just choked them out.
Oh, he put them in the rear naked end choke so quickly. And it was fast as well.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys tried to tap out, and Chibi was like, no tap out, you go to sleep.
There's no... Shh, just sleep now, good sir. All right, with that being said, we're throwing it over the rows. Up on the stage, it's Zorn and Chibi for the interview.
Vamos is online, officially mask off. 203 mata penuh untuk match kedua mereka untuk minggu pertama MPL Malaysia. Guys, first of all, a round of applause. Zorn, selepas menang 2-0 clean sweep macam tu, how are you feeling?
Good to be back lah. Alhamdulillah, rasa lega gila.
Good to be back. Adakah kemenangan itu disangkakan? Ataupun korang expect ada fight 2-1 ke?
Memang kita orang dah expect kita orang menang. Sebab kita orang dah reset, which is semalam kekalahan kita orang tu membuatkan kita orang kena tampar. So hari ni kita orang betul-betul tunjuk lah.
Apa yang korang buat semalam untuk make sure that korang boleh secure kemenangan hari ini?
Semalam kita orang tengok balik gameplay kita orang dan kita orang mengaku yang kita orang badut dah semalam. Which is kalau korang nak gelarkan kita orang vambot semalam pun kita orang tak kisah sebab hari ni kita orang dah jadi.
Semalam vambot, hari ni mask off lah. Orang kira orang
hari
kata.
ni betul-betul sama macam tema kita orang, slogan kita orang mask off untuk Chibi lah.
Untuk Chibi. Okay, sebelum kita touch pasal Chibi, kita nak cakap dulu pasal musim terakhir sebelum kita pergi ke era baharu. And of course, sebagai orang yang memang konsisten ke dalam ekosistem kita daripada season 1 hingga ke sekarang, apa yang you rasa pasukan-pasukan kita kena buat in order for us to go further in M7, especially now that kita akan ada era baru ataupun yang kita dipanggilkan enhanced franchise format?
Untuk pasukan Malaysia lain kita rasanya boleh ambil contoh berat kepada SRG lah. Macam kita boleh tahu yang diorang punya skill level dan diorang punya game knowledge betul-betul tinggi. So itu adalah panduan untuk semua tim untuk follow lah. Apa-apa yang SRG buat dekat MPL Malaysia kali ni memang boleh jadi contoh yang baik untuk kita semua.
Yes, I agree. SRG dapat pergi jauh di international. But one more thing, I nak tanya Zorn yang I tanya dekat Chiku tadi. Dah lama main dalam MPL ni, dah dapat pun status legenda. Bila nak stop?
Selagi saya tak dapat international champion macam mana SRG dapat, saya akan teruskan.
Dia dengan Chiku ada goal yang sama. And hopefully they can live up to it and takkan stop sampai dorang dapat championship trophy yang dorang nak tu. Thank you very much, Zorn. And of course guys, I nak tanya audience yang datang, korang nampak game yang seru, yang sengit. Siapa yang MVP game tu? Mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada Chibi! Oh my, Chibi is online. Tadi Chibi dalam satu grafik sebelum game kedua start, Rose bacalah apa yang Chibi cakap. Chibi talk dengan coach nak sangat main game ni. Kenapa tu? Kenapa nak sangat main game ni?
Sebab nak bantu diorang lah. Sebab saya ingat saya tak relevan dah. Tapi takkanlah homeboys kalangan yang tak relevan kan. Pelik juga.
Oh wow.
Betul lah Ros.
Ini memang Chibi yang sebenar?
Bukan, ni atas orang lah. Tapi pelik lah kalau saya tak relevan kan.
Nah, Chibi, kita nampak dah macam beberapa season you jadi budak baik. Tapi kenapa season ni you cakap you nak mask off? Cuba ceritakan sikit kenapa you buat decision ni.
Sebenarnya saya tak tahu lah. Kalau saya jujur lah, saya tak tahu pun pasal mask off tu. Tapi mana-mana je lah. Sebab tak kisah pun. Macam tu je lah.
Tak kisah, tak takut ke kena bash dengan kita punya online coach, online netizen?
Kena bash Kalau kena bash, dah kena bash dah. Sebab tu tak relevan tapi menang dengan homeboys. Ke homeboys yang tak kuat?
Ini adalah satu benda yang very menarik untuk match Vamos yang akan datang these coming weeks of the regular season.
Apa dia?
Tak, I cakap tu your personality sekarang. Benda menarik. Orang boleh tengok tengok your personality in the upcoming weeks.
InsyaAllah lah, insyaAllah. Kita orang akan prepare lah untuk next match-nya.
Okay, Rose ada satu lagi soalan. Kalau korang tengok tadi, kita ada cold opening di match kedua di mana orang asyik kacau Riz. Lepas tu tadi pun kita nampak satu video sebelum match ni bermula pasal map. Korang tahu kan pasal minggu depan punya map changes?
Tahu.
Okay, so bermula minggu depan kita akan bermain dengan patch baru. Patch baru ni ada annual map change, which means sebelum setiap game, satu map akan dipilih as random. Dorang tak akan tahu dorang nak main map apa daripada awal, tapi dorang akan tahu sebelum match bermula sahaja. In your opinion sebagai pro player, kita tanya Zorn, macam mana map change ni akan impact game yang korang akan main?
Bagi saya memang impactful lah. Ini adalah satu benda yang unik yang pernah ML buat, which is selama ni kita main dengan map yang sama kan. So bila map yang sama ni, orang semua dah tahu rotation macam mana nak buat, game plan macam mana kan untuk sebuah team tu. So bila ada 4 map ni membuatkan saya rasa setiap team tu perlu extra work lah, extra strategi untuk setiap map. Sebab map tu memberi impact yang besar untuk kita orang.
Map mana yang your favourite?
Saya tak tengok lagi mapnya.
Aduh.
So, saya tak tahu.
I rasa Chibi tahu map mana yang your favourite.
Favorite Grass.
Oh, yang grass tu. Tu memang sesuai untuk assassin users.
Betul.
Okay, apa kata you ajak orang datang ke Dewan Sri Putra minggu depan untuk tengok patch baru. And of course, beli tiket korang lah.
Isyam lah, tolong lah Isyam, please.
Ni kau yang mask off tu.
Ajak apa ni?
Ajak
datang sini kan?
Tengok korang.
Tengok korang, okay. Alright guys, terima kasih semua kepada korang semua yang hadir hari ni. Kita orang harap korang boleh datang lagi untuk next match sebelumnya sebab kita orang amat-amat memerlukan korang punya kedatangan lah, which is dalam komuniti kita MPL ni tanpa korang kita orang tak akan dapat buat semua ni dan Muntun pun MPL Malaysia pun semua tak akan buat yang sebest macam ni lah. So aku harap korang semua dapat datang dan enjoy.
Yes, betul tu. And of course guys, once again, annual map change akan bermula secara rasmi pada hari Jumaat minggu depan. Kalau korang rasa nak tahu lebih lanjut pasal annual map change ni, korang bolehlah datang ke Dewan Sri Putra dan tengok aksi dia depan-depan mata. And of course, see the excitement sebelum semua orang dekat rumah dapat tengok. And with that, thank you very much kepada Chibi dan juga Zorn ni memang betul-betul mask off hari ini. Let's throw it back to the casters to break down apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan clean sweep ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. That was a banger of a series here. 2 quick games coming up from the Lancelot of the one and only Chibi. Holy cow! This time, second game, didn't get as much gold GPM as the previous one, okay? 776, you know, it's the average. Didn't break into the 3Ks for the DPMs, but overall, it was the rest of the team who were doing the finishing rather than him.
Yeah, he's the MVP of the game. Game 1 was a chibi game. Game 2, gorgeous Esmeralda. And he was unstoppable. No one could deal with that guy.
Yeah, they couldn't. And by that time, once the space was created, Chibi was able to chunk people basically 100 to 75% of their HP just gone. Just like that, allowing Natko to have one of the easiest games of his life.
Yeah, back-to-back game where you have a Farsta Kalea on Vamos and a Gatot on Homeboys. Theoretically, he should be a threat, but both games Vamos were able to nullify Kaden.
Yeah, I don't know. A bit strange coming in from Homeboys' side. As much as I love this Benedetta plus the Lunox, like there's ideas there, but it's not coming together for me. It's not coming together for me. Emil is a great player. Obviously, on this Benedetta, he made one pretty cool play. I'm not gonna lie. He was able to go for the quick iframe, get the stun, get the kill onto Chibi before bowing out. But overall, in terms of raw pressure, I just don't see it, especially when your answer is, I'm just have a stronger mid trio. Vamos is like, but we have 5 guys.
And not only that, the bans as well, right? When we got to the last ban, Yishinshin and Lancelot were open, and then instead of opening both, Homeboys made the decision that to roll the dice with Lancelot once more. And then the Lunox, right? They tripled down on it. Game 1, they sort of doubled down with Selena mid and Padang XP. But this game, they upped the ante.
Hey, they were willing to die on that hill, and that I can respect. They were like, you're wrong, I'm right. We'll sit on this hill. 2-0 later, maybe they need to rethink it. Maybe they need to reevaluate what exactly was the priority. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually pretty surprised on Zorn's performance on this Kalea. He's been playing a lot of Kalea in the previous season. Didn't do the great. He was kind of mid, to be fair.
Yeah, but today he's even. I think the only oopsie moment was when he got first blooded in game one.
Yeah.
But aside from that, that's a flawless Kalea game, creating a lot of pressure point, and I think the Hall of Fame speaks for itself. That Natko is a free game, man.
He had the time of his life, man. Yeah, 929 gold per minute, 68,000, almost 69,000, which would have been very nice as the carry. Sandbagged, of course, going to be Kaden, no surprises there, but GB being the best wingman in this case because, again, Natko was the one getting all the kills.
And I think 2 games in a row, Vamos didn't really have a lot of crowd control for Chibi either, at least reliable ones, right? You can't just rely on a Gato taunt or a Padang engaged. Chibi, he's just zipping around. In fact, the only time he got caught, or the most important moment that he got caught, was probably by Amal's eye for an eye, and that one was kind of like a stroke of the luck.
Oh yeah, because he was holding on to that eye for an eye for a really long time. Like an absurd amount of time, and it connects onto 3 people, which was pretty sick. I thought honestly, if he had like a little bit of at least his first item, that could have been a triple kill and could have been the play of the week. But let's look at the highlights one more time, because in this game, the blunders started to become very, very obvious once you start to realize, like, okay, sure, Kaden made a mistake there, bit of inexperience, that's totally fine. But then you come on down into these turtle fights, and you're like, what is happening?
Yeah, again, the ease of execution, right? Like for Vamos, very easy to pull off. Everyone presses the ultimate, you're guaranteed some returns, some profit. But for Homeboys, it's very hard mechanically to operate a lot of these heroes. But on top of that, the lack of synergy between the heroes as well. A lot of times when they interact alone, right? Like Reza wants to do his own thing. Kaden is just trying to fill in the void, but he's a Nami, presses all his cooldowns, he's out. Same as Amal. So for Vamos, it's like, okay, if we can focus down one hero, we already done half the job.
And half the job they got done, they basically finished the job at the very end, right? It's great to see that Vamos is coming back into that position of, if you give us a lead, we will run with it all the way to the very end. These last couple of plays here, Natko getting chunked out pretty heavily because of what Reza was trying to do. And I mean, it was a good idea had it connected the first time he flickered forward.
Yeah. And the story in the late game is the same for the entire series. If only Homeboys weren't that far behind.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's frustrating to see, but at the end of the day, it's just polar opposites in terms of how they want to play the game. I think that Homeboys still, there's much more to be proven. I think not even proven, but a lot more to polish up on for the rest of the league. More importantly, so Vamos, I want to see how long they can carry this momentum, because I feel like they are very punishable in the draft itself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they want to feel very comfortable with their draft, right? And a lot of times teams tackle their comfort picks and they shut down Chibi, and that has been the theme for the past few seasons.
Well, with that being said, we do have another interview with Rose in our backstage. Oh wait, no, it's actually Poji. What you up to?
Terima kasih kepada caster dan selamat kembali ke post-match insight bersama dengan Rose, dan sekarang Rose ada dengan Coach Jasmine daripada side of Homeboys. Now, kita tahu kala ini memang susah untuk satu pasukan, especially kalau dorang face kekalahan 2 kali berturut-turut straight dalam 1 minggu. Now, Coach, I'm just going to be very frank with you. Macam mana Homeboys akan bangkit daripada 2 kekalahan ini yang mungkin affect momentum mereka dan juga mental mereka?
Okay, actually 2 kekalahan ini menurut aku sebetulnya aku expect dengan hal ini sebab actually banyak problem yang terjadi sebetulnya out game and in game of course. Tapi aku udah lakuin yang terbaik juga, anak-anak udah lakuin yang terbaik juga. Mungkin the result belum sesuai dengan apa yang kita harapkan lah. Kalau untuk nextnya udah pasti kita evaluate secara overall, kita evaluate bersama out game and in game of course. Lepas itu next match kita ada 1 match aja kan buat week 2, so aku rasa kita boleh prepare lebih banyak masa buat prepare macam tu.
Coach, you mentioned that ini adalah kekalahan yang actually you expected. So, I nak tanya, maybe you can share just a little bit, tak perlu in detail sangat. Apa sebenarnya masalah? Is it communication, discipline, chemistry?
Okay, sebenarnya mau disclaimer dulu, kalau aku maksudnya kalah ya kalah aja, maksudnya kita terima kekalahan itu. Cuma kalau misalkan ditanya apa masalah, sebenarnya yang paling dasar mungkin seperti yang Reza cakap, Reza sakit, posisi Reza sakit. Tapi still itu bukan alasan lah sebetulnya. And main di problem sebetulnya in out game. Tapi still kita lakuin yang baik lah buat ke depannya.
Okay, Coach, I actually suka that you're very frank with it, especially saying that kalah tu kalah, tak ada alasan. I like that a lot. Now, untuk soalan kedua adalah kenapa Coach pilih untuk mainkan ZP hari ini daripada MLQT bila korang dapat 1 mata semalam daripada SRG-OG Esports?
Actually, kita udah try MLQT dengan ZP dalam scrim. Dalam 3 week kita try, and the result prove misalkan ZP dengan MLQT dalam satu level yang sama. So I think tak kisah pun siapa main, sebetulnya kita tetap on perform kita sebetulnya. Cuma di match kali ini mungkin hasilnya belum sesuai scrim aja.
Okay, sebab korang mainkan ZP hari ini, and kita tahu ZP is not tak cakap bahasa yang agak sama dengan kita orang. Adakah communication tu susah lagi untuk dia? Language barrier.
Bagi aku communication tak begitu impact Mungkin impact dalam 5% mungkin. Tapi overall enggak terlalu gimana-gimana. Cumanya memang aku rasa ada yang salah aja dengan cara kita in game kayak gitu.
So the language barrier is not actually a big thing for Homeboys untuk this time. Last question. Minggu ke depan, secara rasminya kita akan bermulakan dengan annual map change. So Coach Jasmine, dengan your problem in building the momentum balik selepas kalah 2 kali berturut-turut, dengan annual map change ni, macam mana benda ni akan impact Homeboys?
Okay, map baru tu sebetulnya aku dah tengok juga. Menurut aku sangat-sangat interesting ya, sangat-sangat interesting because aku juga main mobile, maksudnya before. So menurut aku itu hal yang sangat aku tunggu-tunggu lah, sebab menurut aku memang Mobile Legends udah bagus, cuma kalau misalkan map baru ya kan, maksudnya lebih fresh so menurut aku tidak ada halangan apapun lah buat map baru, malah aku excited.
Dia akan buat game Homeboys lagi exciting dan lagi interesting. Terima kasih sangat Coach Jasmine. Harap Homeboys boleh bangkit lebih kuat untuk minggu depan. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters.
Thanks, Rose. And that was the post-game interview coming in from Coach Jasmine from the side of the Homeboys. I respect that, right? I think he gives some pretty good insight onto what's going on with his team. Didn't know that Reza was also sick at that point of time, but he does mention that's not an excuse for us to lose the way that we did.
Yeah, and I think it's also managing the expectation that he already had the thought that they are going to lose to Vamos today. But just considering maybe behind the scenes, he understood that this new lineup needs a bit more time to gel together. And I think the general consensus was also they saw Kaden and Reza, and then immediately the first thought was, okay, this is sort of a downgrade from what we had because Erpang, Ivan, and Val set a very high bar last season. So I agree. I think give them more time. It is not easy going 0-2 in week 1.
Yeah.
But the good news is next week they only have one series, I think.
Yeah, so it's about sharpening it up. We'll see how it's going to pan out. But now, keep in mind, guys, if you are a Vamos fan, here's the regular season schedule for each and every one of their games. We've already, wow, some of them are selling really, really fast. The MV, as well as the Homeboys one, have already sold, but the ones that are available, Games MY, as well as Aero Esports. Keep in mind, we will open up the rest of these dates as we get closer to them. So just take it a week at a time.
Yeah, and we know what people are excited for, right? I mean, the one against Untitled, now I'm excited. Because if this is the Vamos that we're getting, perhaps they're going to put up a good fight against Untitled.
Hey, remember, I was already excited for the Untitled matchup, and it looks like the fans agree as well because those tickets are selling fast. So quickly pick them up while you still can. Scan that QR code down below on this side. I have to figure out which orientation it was for a second there, and quickly pick them up because this arena was already packed for the Homeboys. Now, speaking of which, if you are a fan of the Homeboys, the regular season is not over for them. Please pick up the tickets while you still can. Are there any hot selling ones? So far, our only fast-selling ones are going to be the Vamos and SRG OGs, which are already done, but the ones that are available, the GMXK, and as well as the Team Ray matchups.
The Team Ray matchup is going to be interesting too, right? Because we saw Team Ray take on Toad early on. But if this is the state of Homeboys for now, their only series next weekend with the new patch is against Team Ray.
That is a little scary to say. Imagine they go 0-4 by the end of this, right? 2 weeks already done, halfway through the season, and then you're up against some of the biggest hitters in the league so far. I mean, who knows what could happen to Todak, but MV is looking scary. Untitled could be a secret beast. They got 3rd place last time they were in the league, so I would expect that they would try to replicate that performance once more.
And then the CG, and then the last match of the season is against Aero. And we know Aero are hungry. They are hungry for revenge.
Hazel's like, man, I don't get enough time in Indonesia, so I come here to wreck some of these guys.
We saw the series today, and he's like, oh, so this is Homeboys?
Ooh, baby!
Coming right at you.
I'm loving it. I'm loving that we've already set the precedent here on week number 1, and we didn't get games that were just kind of like mediocre, right? At least there was a lot of effort to push through to the very end. With that being said, let's have a look at the current standings by the end of week number 1.
Like I say, it's way better than the week 1 we had in season 15, where, you know, there was a lot of...
what was that? What is going on?
It's like, man, why am I here? But it is a good time to be alive if for season 16. CG at the top alongside with Monster Vicious, Team Ray, Untitled, and Vamos. Well, Vamos played 2 matches. SRG comes in second because they did drop 1 game against Homeboys. Homeboys, they only picked up 1 point, and they lost the rest. The 1 point from SRG OG. Aero, GMXK, and Todak sit at the bottom with nothing still.
Yep, can't do much about that, but at the very least, we've seen every bit of each of these teams. Improvement from this point onwards, all these teams can only go up. Some probably might go down. We'll see how long CG and as well as MV are going to be able to try and maintain these spots, especially since it's only the first week. Those 3 points are so important. I don't know how much I've emphasized the fact that going 2-1 will hurt you in the long run.
Hey, if you don't believe me, look at Todak last season. Imagine how it feels like to lose to... Even if you tie, you lose in aggregate points. But don't worry, if you don't like the current format, 1 more season. Then we get double round robins. And then maybe the odds might improve. Though I would say, thank goodness we didn't have to take 3 weeks for the teams to start ramping up.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree. I can get behind that sentiment for sure. But for next week, week number 2, on Friday, September the 19th of 2025, we have GMXK facing off against Vamos, Untitled facing up against Todak. On Saturday, September 20th, we have CG facing off against Untitled, as they will be playing 2 matches within the week, Homeboys versus Team Ray, SRG OG facing off against Todak, and on Sunday, Team Ray plays 1 more time against GMXK, CG facing off against MV, and Aero Esports facing off Vamos.
I'm checking my schedule and I'm like, oh boy, because a big banger games coming up. Aero against Vamos, CG against MV. I feel like every single game is a highlight match.
I'm not gonna lie. Saturday is looking kinda spicy meatball here. I would like to see whether or not Todaki can actually recover, but let's start with Friday first in their matchup against Untitled.
If Toda gets wiped by Untitled, then I think Saturday is pretty clear cut.
Yikes! That's gonna...
I mean, there's a good chance, right? Just seeing how Untitled performed and Toda today.
That's fair. I think that there is a bit of a understanding that things can change, but I think we need to see preparation, right? Preparation has been so important here on week number 1 rather than week number 3 and 4 like last season. But hey, things have changed.
They've got a very busy Sunday, so they have 4 days, well 5 for some, to prep for the project next patch. And on top of that, we have hero revamp that's gonna be available in week number 3. It's not just one hero.
I forgot.
We got hero revamp. Oh, I know Alice is one of them, and Tyrof, I think, and Obsidia.
Oh yes, Obsidia as well.
I mean, good luck to all the teams. They got one big patch to adapt to, and then hero revamps afterwards. Oh man,
this is gonna be so much work.
What
work
a season, man.
Dude, I don't know why they put these patches at the most uncomfortable times possible, especially the really big ones. Like, why couldn't we have this patch before week number 1 so we have time to like figure out what's going on? Because even as much as these players are going to be like lost, we're going to be trying to figure this stuff out as well.
Hey, wait till they surprise you. They drop a patch on the next play day.
That's so dirty. Here's the hot fix to the bug that happened in one of the 4 maps.
Here's the major change. Hero buffs and nerfs. 10 pages, good luck.
No, please. I can only read so much. With that being said, that's enough of us here. Week number 1 of the MPL MY Season 16 has already come to an end. Come back next week, the same time, on a Friday for week number 2. My name's Gideon. This is Husky saying goodbye and good night. Here's the mic check. Thank you for watching. And once again, MPL MY, sick as ever.
Bang, ada gua bang. Dia tembak. Ini saya dulu.
Tengok ni. Ricky tu.
Aman aja bro.
Kita bro.
Bi.
Aero guys.
Flicker. Ini nih, lihat nih.
Tremit dulu mau enggak? Bang. Pada.
Gua kena badang. Lihat Niko. Rata. Rata ini. Let's go bro.
Santai. Guys.
Lihat badang, respect badang. Nah, badang.
Aku belakang.
N.
Bisa enggak?
Bisa. N.
N dulu aja. Sabar.
Sama.
N aja, Bi. Kalau bisa tuh N aja. Masuk itu wave-nya.
Sabar dulu, bunuh dulu.
Lagi skill 2 aja.
Ya, nampak.
Guys, gua mau atas, guys.
Jam, gua tadi pikir jam.
Dapat gua birunya.
Bisa lagi.
Tak sampai dok. Lagi main ngari. Oh, apa.
Gol. Ini flicker guys. Ayo, nangin fight. Halo.
GG.
Aman nih, ada gua.
Jangan bunuh aku. Bunuh. Please. Aku nak recall V.
Ayo. Aku ready.
Lihat ini.
Rata.
Sama. Mana? Sini aku.
Mana B?
Ada Harik keluar.
Harik sabar sih guys.
Bunuh. Okey, dia kopi. Sini.
Mana kau?
Kau kat sana. Kau kiri. Yeay.